Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 10th, 2024 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, good morning Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Desmond. Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on the Metro 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and live stream at metro14live.saccounty.gov and can be heard live for free on 96.5 FM KUBU radio. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, September 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during the Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will also manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comments will be routed to the board and filed in the record. And if you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item, please.
Okay, for your first item, this public comments related to matters not on the posted agenda, and we do have folks signed up to speak. Our first speaker is Ryan Harris.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Saw Gavin Newsom on the news. He likes to talk to the national news, not so much to the California news. Nonetheless, we have a presidential candidate that's running that actually worked right here in Sacramento. And our runner-up also said it's a free place to open and speak freely about your job, which I'm curious to the validity behind that, given how long I've been coming here and heard no response. The reason I bring her up running is because in typical county fashion, they messed up some information. In this instance, it was my rap sheet, and they put that I had some DUI out somewhere, and when I was applying for a county job, they said that since I didn't disclose it on the information of my past, that I was denied the job. Well, of course, I didn't disclose it because it wasn't me. So I had to write to the DA, which was at that time Kamala, and she amended my timesheet. She looked into it, found out I was incorrect, and she amended it and sent me the amended copy, which means she did her job. It's funny because I'm coming here asking you guys again to look into something that was incorrect and brought you guys much proof as I showed her. And you guys even refused to look into it. So I'm hoping I'm coming here to say that let's show that Kamala is leaving California because we breed greatness, not leaving because she realized, hey, I do my job and the rest of these other people over here don't. So it's just something you guys should think about.
Okay, Candace?
Good morning.
Morning.
Today I speak to you as an environmental scientist and very concerned citizen who has been actively following the Army Corps of Engineers erosion control projects on the Lower American River, specifically the precious wild and scenic area called Contract 3B. Although I am most concerned about this soon-to-be decimated area, I am extremely disappointed with the overall culture of the Corps and their operations. While our community is up in arms about the Corps' lack of community engagement, insufficient effort to incorporate alternative, less destructive designs, and their continued use of public one-way presentations to exaggerate flood risk to justify their draconian approaches to erosion control, we are not the first to express complaints against them and their projects. In fact, the Corps' own Environmental Advisory Board was formed in response to a high volume of complaints filed against the Corps. According to an EAB 2020 memorandum, they state the following: it is clear that the Corps has been laboring for years with issues related to improving the measurement and tracking of environmental and other socioeconomic benefits, costs, and impacts of civil works projects. They recommend that the Corps more completely account for the broad breadth of environmental benefits and harms and trade-offs in their decisions. Having researched the designs for 3B and having seen the results of completed Corps projects along the Lower American River, I fully agree with these above statements. However, it seems that these internal recommendations have been ignored time and time again. Please encourage the Corps to pause the project, improve their community engagement and collaboration with environmental advisory entities, and propose alternative designs that strike the balance between flood protection and habitat conservation that your constituents are demanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy?
Good morning.
Morning.
Yesterday, I attended the Natural Resource Agency Speaker Series. This one addressed the accomplishments of the 30 by 30 program. This program means 30% of the land and coastal waters is set aside in a natural state by the year 2030. There are 200 events to be held just this week to celebrate the biodiversity of this state, the remarkable richness of animals, plants, and life across the diverse landscape. Governor Newsom introduced this idea. Biden adopted it nationally, and 2 years later, 196 countries came together behind us globally. It is now adopted as state law. This presentation yesterday celebrated the diverse culture and natural landscape and how the various groups around the state have recovered or restored lands back to the natural state. We learned about conservation projects from Fernandero Tatavian Band of Mission Indians. We heard about the restoration projects from the land trusts of Santa Cruz County and numerous others. I believe if the Corps completes the work they started on the Lower American River, we will fight for the riverbanks to be restored in the near future. Wouldn't it be better to leave them as they are and work on only the portion vulnerable to erosion? The Corps is starting on their project to raise the walls of Folsom Dam, and we like that. It will be fortified with an additional raise of 3.5 feet, which will provide 42,000 additional acre-feet of extra storage space for flood abatement purposes. This will change the modeling and studies of the new volume of flow. Then a proper plan can be drawn up for a better situation on the Lower American River. Then we won't have to worry about restoration and rehabilitation later on. Let's preserve and enjoy our best outdoor feature. It's worth fighting for. I included a photo in my handout for all of you that includes some of the erosion that's taken place on the recently completed projects at Campus Commons. Thank you very much for your consideration on this.
Lynn? Let me just write it. I just need to write.
My name is Lynn Reeves, and as we all know, California is broke. The state has already taken money away from cities, counties, and schools. And now the governor has stated that the counties will not receive state funds unless the counties clean up the homeless situation, a problem they started and dumped it in your lap. Overall, California is in big trouble financially, and therefore you are also. The November election is rapidly approaching. Sacramento County is planning to pay an inordinate amount of money that you don't have to use voting machines at our new, very large voting centers across the county. We know for sure that electronic voting systems are not secure, will not secure an election. In fact, they will betray us. We have proven that, and there is plenty of evidence to show it. We need to go back to one-day voting at small precincts where the ballots cast can be hand-counted immediately after the polls close, and we can have the results of our election that night. There is no reason that we have to wait up to 27 days for the election to get our results. All California state county boards need to recognize that elections belong to the citizens, not county officials, and certainly not state or federal entities, no matter what the Secretary of State says. The citizens of this county demand that the control of their elections be returned to them, that hand counting in small precincts be reinstated immediately. County money is dwindling, and the amount of money that you could save by removing the electronics from our voting systems is astounding. In addition, it would be a great step toward having our citizens regain confidence in our elections. Bottom line, you took an oath to follow the U.S. Constitution, which states one-day voting. Therefore, you need to follow it and return our elections to we, the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy?
Hi. I just wanted to acknowledge, I think it is so strange, I'm sure, to have people stand in front of you that you don't know at all and you have no reason to trust because we haven't met. And I normally don't approach people and just start talking really, really fast immediately. I do talk fast, but I don't usually do it before I've met, at least, and said, hello. I don't think we've met. And I think if I saw you at the soccer field or Trader Joe's or anywhere, that it would start out a little bit more civil, but that's not the way we can do it with 2 minutes. And I just wanted you to know I am with New California State. I'm a mom of 7. I've homeschooled them all, home birthed them all. My family, my faith, freedom, being an American is huge to me. My parents came from India, and it's just really meaningful. They didn't come like refugees or anything, but they came because there were opportunities here. And I've been grateful and super grateful to raise my children here. And I'd like to pray for you because I think all my words are fairly shallow. You have no reason to believe me, and I get that. But the Lord God is faithful. So I'd like to pray. Lord God, I would ask that you would help carry the burdens that the Board of Supervisors takes on. I'm sure it's more than I would ever understand. And yet they are still husbands, they are wives, they are parents, they have maybe aging parents themselves, and I think most of us feel overwhelmed. It is so much to carry. So I would ask you, Lord, to give them guidance, to give them your peace, to protect them and their families and their children. Lord, your word tells us that integrity will guide us. It will be like a pendant around our necks, and it will protect us. Lord, I ask that you would give that to them and give them wisdom beyond what they could know to make the big decisions that they have. Thank you, Lord, for being faithful. Amen.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I just want to say that was beautiful. Thank you, Tammy, my fellow Californian. And my Board of Supervisors who represent us, thank you for serving. I'm just going to have a conversation with you today, and I Want to, at the end, I'm going to give you some handouts, and I'm going to invite you to learn more about New California. I'm a New Californian, and soon to be the next 51st state. I know you might be thinking, how could this possibly be? Well, it's based on the Constitution. Last time I was here, I gave you a Constitution booklet so that I know you guys are experts. I know we're all educated, and you might be wondering, some of my fellow Californians behind me are going to talk a little bit more about the election. But I can say, supervisors, you have the authority. You can change our election coming up to one day on paper. Know the results at the end of the day. We're going to prove it. We're going to hold, New California will hold our own election. We're going to be presenting our new Constitution. And I invite you to join and attend and learn. Are you going to be part of the future, the solution, or are you going to be part of the demise? Here's why. California, although they claim their good budget, appears not to be. Legislative Analysis Office has said that they are $66 billion in deficit, and with the NVIDIA fall of the stock market, they're relying on these tax revenues to come from Silicon Valley. And as they decline, what's going to happen to your budget? Plan B, you need a plan B. One day, one vote. You can do it. You can change it. You have the authority. These last few seconds, I want to just say I support trees. I support Sailor Bar. Hallelujah. We won. No motorized vehicle traffic has been now approved. So I want to now give these handouts. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for, and I apologize, the very last packet for you doesn't have the little booklet, but what you're going to receive is a booklet with information about New California and invitation to
Thank
two
you.
events we're having this
Thank you.
weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Supervisors. Nearly 100 years ago, American politics and party organizations went from problems presented at the state level by party weakness being the same as those presented at the national level, except for one thing. The national parties were roughly in balance, while state and local parties were highly non-competitive. Today, state and local parties are highly competitive, and national parties are highly competitive. State and national parties are both out of balance. America has literally deteriorated and is at an all-time low. The American people are hurting more than ever before. Every institution and every organization has been affected by our out-of-control government. Hospital treatment protocol has become more dangerous than ever before. I believe that too many of America's hospitals are plagued with this most dangerous treatment protocol. Our elections, out-of-control government spending, school systems, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and religious institutions all have been corrupted like never before. America is now recording the highest crime in American history. There is a lot of room for improvement in America. I believe many of America's problems can be fixed. I believe that fixing this country needs to start right here in California. Many critics have suggested changes in the constitutional and administrative organization of the states. To the contrary, do not tread on our United States Constitution. America could be a whole lot better off if we would return to God and our Constitution. We, the people of New California State, and we, the people of California, working together, we will turn this country around.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. The polls show that 60%, over 60% of the U.S. public have no confidence in the transparency of their election system. Now, the last time I was here, I shared with you my growing up after World War II, and we didn't have this problem. We had local precinct voting. You go in, you present your ID, they look at the registry, you're really you. You vote, you put it in a box, the decentralized precincts tally all the results, phone them into the central county, and by 10:30, 11 o'clock, everyone knows what the election results were. There's a complete chain of custody. It's not a problem. However, today, like I said, 60% of Americans are super concerned about that. Now, what we have today is mail-in ballots mailed to everyone in California with no chain of custody. We have drop boxes with no supervision and no chain of custody. We have election machines that are centralized, and who knows what's going on with these machines. There's a tremendous problem with fraud in this whole thing. And now, in World War II, my dad, this is his battleship that he was on, the Herndon, and he had to fight a literal war against the Empire of Japan to preserve liberty for me and my generation. War can be done by other means, and I suspect that that's what's going on today. We are constantly bombarded with advertisements saying that, trust us, the state, we have a system. Yes, it costs 10 times as much. 900,000 registered voters in Sacramento County costs $19.50 per ballot. That's $18 million. Okay, to do. To do the traditional time-honored way is $1.85. I beg you, please put this on your agenda so we know where we stand for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave?
No, it's Pete Spalding.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's...
That's okay. I was watching the board. Good morning, Supervisors. Pete Spalding from Rio Bravo Circle. Thank you for all you do for Sacramento County. I know it's not an easy job, and I really appreciate all you do for us. And again, thank you for the attention that you're giving to the erosion control project on the Lower American River. I want to give you a few different comments today. I read Supervisor Hume's September newsletter, and I like that you always start the newsletter with a quotation. This quote from Clayton Christensen said, "Disruption is a process, not an event, and innovations can only be disruptive relative to something else." And then as Supervisor Hume wrote, disruption seems to be a fact of life right now. I guess you could say that me and my friends at American River Trees are contributing to this and being somewhat disruptive. I would like to call our efforts constructive disruption. We firmly believe that we can all work together and use the process to bring innovation to the erosion control projects on the American River. Second, we've spent some time reviewing Supervisor Desmond's August newsletter, which included about 7 paragraphs on the erosion control project. There are some statements in there that we'd like to address with you. I have a detailed letter that I'm going to leave upstairs with your staff. Our comments range from the need for the work to the outreach and education that was conducted, or rather really wasn't conducted, the concerns of the Bank Protection Working Group participants, and understanding the effects of vegetation on levee safety and river safety. We still see a lot of room for improvement in the Corps' plans, and we continue to urge the Corps, SAFCA, Central Valley Flood Protection Board, to take public comments seriously and make necessary alterations. You may consider it disruptive, but by pausing this project, increasing meaningful community engagement, and developing alternative designs, we can achieve flood protection, erosion control, a wild and scenic American River Parkway, which is our win-win-win goal. And I'm sorry I only commented on 2 supervisors' newsletters. The next time I'll try to do a better job and look at the other ones as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Capizano. We are grateful to have this time to speak with you today. Thank you so much for being public servants for the people, for having taken your oaths to uphold and defend the constitutions, both the state and federal. We are coming to you this morning in peace as we the people to give you notice and instruction as in our constitutional duty and to ask 2 clarifying questions. 1, what is the separation of powers? 2, what is the source of authority of unelected officials in making rules and decisions that affect the lives of we the people? As you know, the U.S. Supreme Court recently placed a tombstone on the Chevron doctrine calling for question the accountability and transparency of decision-making within all federal agencies. Furthermore, recent cases shed light on the necessity to uphold the fundamental principles of separation of powers and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you.
The U.S. Supreme Court bodily stated that, 1, federal agencies do not have the authority to write laws, and 2, administrative law judges overseeing agency cases are not really judges at all because they lack the independence and neutrality required of Article 3 judges. Only Congress has the constitutional power to make laws as our legislative branch of government. Federal agencies do not have the constitutional authority to create laws. Thus, the U.S. Supreme Court challenged the routine practice of federal agencies issuing rules and regulations that have force of law, which bypassed lawful due process and trampled many of the people's common law rights. Furthermore, it was decided that government officials do have absolutely immunity if they are acting within constitutional authority. However, there is no immunity for unofficial acts. These SCOTUS decisions bring to light the dangers of allowing executive entities to wield legislative and judicial power. This clarity shows us the importance of always having a system of checks and balances in all levels of our government.
Madam Clerk, can you see the list?
I can see the list.
Okay, all right. As long as there's an overhead, I can't see it. So.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to continue. So what about constitutional authority of agencies to make and enforce rules at state and local levels? How will these recent Supreme Court decisions affect our county? Over the years, California's state legislature has delegated rulemaking authority to more than 200 agencies, including ABC, CARB, CDPH, DMV, CPS, etc. Many of these agencies operate in our county and local governments, appointing agents to enforce program compliance. Please take notice that agency workers, state judges, presiding judges, state legislatures, etc., are bound by constitutions that you have all sworn to uphold. And from this time forward, please be advised that taking children, cars, houses, weapons, rights, property, etc., without a trial by jury in a court of record following the course of the common law is unlawful. All past cases that bypass the common law are unlawful. In conclusion, we the people are exercising our duty to frequently remind those in government to act within the limits set by the constitutions and remain vigilant to ensure that our God-given rights are continually protected. This notice is given in peace and with the love of Christ, that you and your agents may provide due care to those who have all political power, the people. Thank you.
Okay, and then Sandy, who is our last speaker. Oh, you have another, okay, let me.
Good morning, everyone. Sandy from We the People. I'm just here to follow up and invite everyone again, all of Sacramento County, to our Constitution Day celebration. I'm going to leave a couple flyers here with Madam Clerk so she can distribute as many as we can. But yes, this is a wonderful time to celebrate our Constitution, and it will be at Folsom City Lions Park, as it's stated there. And from noon to 4, it's a free family fun event. And just trying to highlight the importance of the Constitution and how we need to recognize it. So we hope to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments for off agenda.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for coming today. Appreciate it. Next item, please.
Okay, for your consent matters, you have consent items 2 through 45, and then we also have an addendum agenda. So I'll take the addendum agenda first. First, we need to determine the necessity to hear this. This is for the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Phil Cerna of the 1st Supervisorial District traveled to South Korea on August 9th through 21st, 2024 to participate in the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, sponsored by the Korea Market Visit.
Thank you. Does action need to be taken on? Yes, okay, so move staff recommendation.
Second.
So that was just to allow me to, for you to take action. There's no action on the item. It's a received and filed, so
Right.
we'll receive and file that. Okay, so for your consent matters, items 2 through 45. For item 33, you're introducing an ordinance amending Title 6, Chapter 6.30 of the Sacramento County Code, Protecting of Drinking Water, Cross-Connection Prevention. You're waiving full reading and continuing to September 24th for adoption. And that's all that I have. I do have a note for item 40, but I'll let your board discuss that to hold that for the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, that's the authority to apply for and accept funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development for the 2024 Local Housing Trust Fund Program in the amount not to exceed $5 million.
Okay, I'll just address that right now. We're actually going to move that item from consent. We're going to move that to the end of the hearing this afternoon after the SHRA items have been heard. It just made more sense. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I do have 2 items on consent that I'd like to, one, ask a question on, and a second to say thank you. First item is item 16.
Okay. Item 16 is the AC Overlay Project 2024 Phase A award of bid in the amount of $7.9 million to Gelato Brothers.
And I see Mr. White coming down. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy, members of the board. Steve White, Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Steve. Quite a quick question about the overlay candidate streets in District 1. I believe there's one on 25th, if I'm not mistaken, that is a shared street between the city of Sacramento and the unincorporated county. This is in the Fruit Ridge Pocket area where we have a lot of those types of borders. So I just wanted to confirm that we have, in fact, coordinated with your counterparts at the city to when we overlay, that we're going to overlay not just half the street, but the entirety of the street with their either buy-off or cooperation at the time the overlays applied.
We have partnered with the city on this, and actually I think our director may be on the phone, and he may know the answer to whether we're getting all of the street or just a piece of the street. So I'm going to see if Ron is out there.
Yes, Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. We have coordinated, and they are paying for their half, and the entire street will be addressed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was 16, yeah.
All right, then I'll just chime in then. Sorry, I got distracted. I'll just chime in on 16 as well, and to thank staff for the work that's being done out there. It's really going into some neighborhoods that need it very badly. I know that Supervisor Desmond would say that every street in his district needs it very badly, but these are some communities that are sensitive communities that deserve to have this done. Thank you very much, and it's I think partially, if not all, this is made possible by this board's decision to take the $20 million out of general fund and apply it toward the roads. So thank you very much. Appreciate your work. Supervisor Stern, are you done?
No, I had one more item, item 38.
Item 38 is the retroactive authority to execute a revenue agreement with the First 5 Sacramento Commission.
Great. I just wanted to say thank you to our staff, Siobhan and Mr. Lutz. As chair of the First 5 Sacramento Commission, I know that our charge is fairly specific in terms of what Prop 10 prescribes in terms of early childhood development and education, but some of the lesser known parts of what First Five does is really focus on dental and oral health. So this is going to go a long way in terms of this funding resources to help us meet that part of our mission. So thanks to our staff for working in conjunction with First Five to make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have comments on item number 15 and item number 37, please.
Okay, for item 15, authorize the Director of the Sacramento County Department of Transportation to execute an agreement between the City of Elk Grove and the County of Sacramento.
So this is similar to the item that Supervisor Cerna was talking about, but I just wanted to thank staff for going back and making up for something that we didn't do the first go-around. This is a section of roadway that was so important that I took the CEO along it to show, because we had a brand-new paved section in the city of Elk Grove, and the other half of the road was still in the same state that it was. And so to the extent that we can coordinate those things, get the economy of scale to do the whole thing, and I know that not only are we going back and we're making up for the previous, but we're also joining in to do the continuation of the work so that it is one full paved roadway. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
And then for item 37, authority to execute 7 expenditure agreements to provide listening sessions and surveys for the Youth Suicide Prevention Pilot Program.
Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to commend taking on this work. I think it's very important work to be done in order to try and listen to our young people and those in marginalized situations that may be contemplating permanent solutions to what are hopefully temporary problems. I also appreciate that the money is being spread around to 7 different agencies so that we're getting out into different circles and different networks. And then I hope that the work product that comes back at the end of this is not just this is the work we did or these are the meetings we held, but that maybe we can actually hear some suggestions on what might lesser the burdens or be more effective from a proactive standpoint going forward. So thank you for executing this agreement.
Thanks, Supervisor. And I'll also say, agree with everything that you said. I also said during my brief, I hope that we will be consulting or at least talking to as part of our listening session, but also including WellSpace in this, as they are the largest provider of some of these services as far as prevention in the state of California, and they're right here in our backyard and our valued partner. So thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pull item 14 for comment.
Item 14 is the adoption of a resolution authorizing the Director of the Department of Transportation to execute a grant agreement with the California Department of Transportation for the Rancho Murrieta Resilience Plan.
And I just, one more time, wanted to extend a great big thank you to Sacramento DOT and Caltrans and to all the stakeholders, parks, Metro Fire. There are so many stakeholders that we've been meeting with over years, and we've made great progress in the last couple years. This grant from Caltrans is super important. We're still having conversations around the exit route in some of the communities in the southeast county, Rancho Murrieta, one of them, and this will inform us as to some possible things that we can do to expand the safety of those areas out there. So I wanted to thank Sac DOT for applying for the grant and for making it happen, and they said they were going to do it, and they did it, and we're all really excited about the progress. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 18, please.
All right, let me get there. Item 18 is a contract, South Sacramento Affordable Housing Pedestrian Improvements.
Yeah, just again, we're here, we debate, we discuss, we sometimes, get animated. So I wanted to be more animated in my thank yous today, apparently, because I truly appreciate the work that's being done on this. When we put Cornerstone in, as multiple partners did, one of the issues was down there, there was very little infrastructure that was adequate for families to be living down there, and this helps to bridge that gap, and I really appreciate us looking at neighborhoods who have such high needs, so thank you very much. Do we have any member of the public that would like to address the board at this time on the item that's on the consent calendar?
We do, Chair, we have someone here for item 39. I'll read that into the record, and that would be Heidi. So item 39 is the retroactive authorization to increase 2 expenditure agreements with Child Action.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. Child Action respectfully requests the approval of increases to contracts CAI 125, which improves childcare access and quality, and CAI 0225, which enhances provider enrollment and monitoring. These contracts have allowed us to make significant strides in ensuring that low-income families have access to quality childcare, which is essential for their stability and the well-being of their children. The increase of over $161,000 annually for the next 2 years will help Child Action support additional early educators and families throughout the county. I'd like to thank you and other county leadership for your ongoing support of families who need childcare, in addition to your advocacy for the early educators who look after our littlest learners. We appreciate that the board understands how critical childcare is to our families and local economy. The provision of sufficient childcare is critical to positioning Sacramento as the capital of the California dream for families working towards a brighter future. Rebuilding and improving our childcare infrastructure is integral to showing America that Sacramento County remains a premier growth economy. These resources can go towards helping Sacramento parents get back to work, back on their feet, and back to self-sufficiency. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for coming down. It's really easy to just see something on consent and just let it go and not, do what you just did. But this is such an important issue, and for you to uplift it the way you did is much appreciated. Okay, any other members of the public?
We do not have any other public comments.
All right, back to the board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote for consent items 2 through 45, with the exception of item 40, which is held till this afternoon. Okay, for item 46, this is recognizing National Public Lands Day Together for Tomorrow and authorizing free day use entry into the American River Parkway, Gibson Ranch, and Sacramento River and Delta sites operated by Sacramento County Regional Parks.
Good morning, members of the board. Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. I am here to say thank you for helping us to celebrate Public Lands Day, which will be on September 28th. We came earlier this month because we wanted to make sure that we had adequate time to let people know that we have the free entry to the American River Parkway, Gibson Ranch, and the Sacramento River Delta sites. Public Lands Day, Together for Tomorrow, was first started in 1994. It's designed to bring volunteers in the community together to celebrate our public lands. So this year, for Public Lands Day, obviously we want to remove the financial barrier of park entry fees to inspire more people to enjoy our regional park system. As I said earlier, we're offering free entry to American River Parkway, Gibson Ranch, and Sacramento River Delta sites. And in keeping with the traditional volunteer events, we're also offering a voluntary event at the Cosumnes River Preserve with a free lunch for registered participants. Registration is available through Eventbrite. However, if you can't make that day, many of our other partners have volunteer events scheduled throughout this month, including Breathe Sacramento with a Stand Up to Cancer event at Hagan Park this Friday from 3 to 6, the Great American River Cleanup event sponsored by the American River Parkway Foundation on September 21st, and several events each week hosted by the River City Waterway Alliance. There are so many I can't name them all. Also this year, Regional Parks is participating in an iNaturalist Bio Blitz. We invite you to become a citizen scientist and try and find as many species as possible in our parks. We have an overall Regional Parks project. We have over 78,000 recorded observations already, and as well as a special event for National Public Lands Day. So we challenge as many people as possible to record as many species as possible on National Public Lands Day, September 28th. And then I believe we have a brief video that we are going to share on our social media, but I'd like to share it with you today.
This is Liz Bellis, Sacramento County Department of Regional Parks Director, and I'm so happy to be out here today to invite you to join us to celebrate Public Lands Day on Saturday, September 28th. On Public Lands Day, we hope to bring a very diverse group of people together to our parks to enjoy all of the natural resources and things that we have to offer. And also, as an added incentive, we have free entry to the American River Parkway, Gibson Ranch, and all of our sites along the Sacramento and Delta River that we operate. I'm so looking forward to seeing you out in our parks. Be sure to check out some of our cool apps, Outer Spatial, Agents of Discovery, and iNaturalist. In fact, on Public Lands Day, there's a special event called BioBlitz, where you can record all of your information about the nature sightings that you see. Hope to see you there.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Liz. Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Liz, for providing that information to us, but more importantly, the broader public. You may have mentioned it, but does this include free entry into our boat launching facilities?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do not have any public comments for that item. For item 47, this is the presentation of resolution recognizing September 2024 as Service Dog Awareness Month in Sacramento County.
Supervisor Desmond. We give Supervisor Desmond all the fun assignments. Yeah.
It's either a baby or a dog.
Well, I agree to do this presentation under two conditions. One is with the approval of our esteemed chair, of course, and the other was that there would be at least one service dog here. So I didn't see it. I didn't see the dog earlier. So I'm glad you're here.
That's the best compliment.
Well, so I am. Thank you, Chair Kennedy, for letting me present this resolution today on behalf of the board. Service dogs play an integral role in enhancing the quality of life for individuals with disabilities and medical conditions. These remarkable animals are specially trained to perform a wide range of tasks, including assisting with mobility, providing alert and medical response, aiding with emotional support, and promoting a greater sense of independence. And these animals are amazing because not only do they provide this practical assistance, but they also offer unconditional love, companionship, emotional support, and improve the overall well-being and mental health of their handlers. The board acknowledges and appreciates the dedication, hard work, and incredible impact of service dogs, as well as the trainers, organizations, and individuals who contribute to their training, care, and support. And we are proud to recognize September 24th as Service Dog Awareness Month. And so, Kathy, now I will turn it over to you to say a few words.
Good morning, and thank you, Supervisor Desmond and the rest of the supervisors, for inviting us here today. My name is Kathy Lamone, and I'm on the board of the Early Alert Canines. And I'm joined here by Rebecca and her dog, Remy. And September, we're so excited, is now recognized as National Service Dog Awareness Month in Sacramento County. This is one of several counties within California. And as Supervisor Desmond just shared, it is defined under the American Disabilities Act as dogs that are individually trained to work and perform tasks for people with disabilities. They're not pets. They're actually trained to do a job and to save lives. And I'm here to represent EAC, Early Alert Canines, and also my daughter, who has type 1 diabetes, was diagnosed at age 5, and also had the gift of having one of these dogs. So our mission is to improve health, safety, and well-being of people with insulin-dependent diabetes through partnerships with certified alert dogs like Remy. We often say that our dogs are life-changing and life-saving. They're truly gifts. Today, we proudly represent our own organization, which has been serving people for more than a decade. Additionally, we recognize that today we also represent the service dog community as a whole. On behalf of that group, we're grateful that you're willing to recognize September as Service Dog Awareness Month in Sacramento County. This recognition validates the valuable contribution of these service dogs, as well as the many people within our community who provide training, veterinary care, and a loving home. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next item.
For item 48, this is the presentation of resolution proclaiming September 2024 as National Food Safety Month.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair Kennedy and members of the board. My name is Jania Monasterio, and I am the Director for the Environmental Management Department, also known as EMD. Joining me this morning is Rolando Villarreal, Division Chief of the Environmental Health Food Safety Program. I would first like to thank the board for declaring September as National Food Safety Month. I would also like to thank the board for recognizing the 2024 Food Safety Award of Excellence winners for their efforts in maintaining exemplary food safety practices. The outstanding health and safety work of restaurant owners and operators is evident as they work closely with EMD staff to reduce foodborne illnesses in Sacramento County. The overall result of this effort is that Sacramento County remains below statewide averages for foodborne illnesses. Chair Kennedy, would you please join me here at the podium to present this resolution recognizing September as National Food Safety Month? And we'd also like to take a quick photo.
I will just briefly say that every year we do this, and it's one of the more fun things that we do, but it's also incredibly important. And I go back to the restaurants that we have given awards to in the past, and I kind of look around and see, are they slipping? And they don't, because these folks take this very seriously. This is not just about us enjoying a good time at a restaurant. This is about public health and safety, and our staff here does such a phenomenal job of doing this in a culturally competent way that it's much appreciated, and we're proud to, on behalf of the County of Sacramento, present this resolution.
Now on to the winners. This year, we met one award winner from each district at their place of business to present their award of excellence and also congratulate them on their commitment to excellent food safety. Rolando Villarreal, it will now come up here and present the winners that we're highlighting for each district and further describe the selection criteria.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy and members of the board. My name is Rolando Villarreal, and I'm the Chief of Environmental Health Division for EMD. So National Food Safety Month is celebrated by EMD because it gives us an opportunity to recognize restaurants to do an excellent job when it comes to food safety. Restaurants are highly regulated, and we are pleased that nearly 700 facilities inspected by EMD met the stringent criteria established for the award. Today, we will be recognizing 5 restaurants, 1 from each supervisor's district. Just to give some background about our food inspection program, last fiscal year, EMD issued over 8,000 permits, conducted over 14,000 inspections. This is all accomplished with only 28 health inspectors who work in partnership with restaurants to ensure that the highest food safety standards are met. We are pleased to present the Award of Excellence to restaurants in Sacramento County to highlight their dedication to food safety. The hard work and dedication of our restaurant owners, operators, staff, and EMD's consumer protection team is reflected in the number of recipients this year. We had 5,100 facilities eligible for the Awards of Excellence. We are pleased that 673 restaurants in Sacramento County have received this award. The standards are very high, no major violations within the last 3 unannounced inspection, and a limited number of minor violations. So moving forward, in District 1, Supervisor Cerna, the Award of Excellent winner is Yume Gelato in Sacramento. And in District 2, Chair Kennedy, the Award of Excellent winner is Samosa Garden, also in Sacramento. And in District 3, Supervisor Desmond, the Award of Excellent winner is Dell's Pizza in Fair Oaks. And in District 4, Supervisor Frost, the Award of Excellent winner is Moss Taco Bar 3 in the Palladio in the city of Folsom. And finally, in District 5, Supervisor Hume, the Award of Excellent winner is Full Moon Palace in the city of Galt. Congratulations to all the award winners. We really appreciate your commitment to food safety. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much.
You know, I said a few things earlier, but I will say this too, and I tell people this all the time in the public, that, you know, if you look up at a wall at the door of a restaurant in Sacramento County and it has a green placard on it, it deserves to have that green placard. I've gone out on inspections, and again, we take it very seriously, but we do so in a way that it's not a gotcha job. I've really watched, and I've watched the evolution over the many years of your agency, and it's really gone from, you know, out to get an organization or a company or a small business usually, but to how can we partner with you? How can we work together to make sure that you're successful and the people of Sacramento are safe? So thank you for what you do. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, and couldn't agree more. And I too have, over the years, gone on the EMD ride-alongs. And it's funny, the things that stay with you, and one of the things that stays with me is you must have your cheese in an ice bath at a temperature of no greater than 41 degrees. In any event, I just, as it relates to the recipient of the District 1 award this year, Yume Gelato, unfortunately, the proprietor had encountered an unfortunate incident with a vehicle, I believe, that ran into the front of his establishment just days prior to us taking the photo and me having a chance to speak with them and present the award. So I'm hopeful that he is reopened, back in business in East Sacramento, providing the public some delicious opportunities as it relates to gelato. So thanks again.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. See you next year.
And for item 49, this is the Sheriff Activity League presentation of award, and I am going to ask the board to continue this to September the 24th.
So moved.
Unanimous vote. Okay, for item 50, I do want to go on the record for the title correction. We had a revised agenda on that. This is to adopt an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.01, Section 2.01.016, relating to fictitious business name statement fees, and adopt ordinance amending Title IV, Chapter 4.02, relating to license fees, and approve revised resolution for business license fees pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 4.02 of the Sacramento County Code.
Thank you. Chad, before you start, can you just lead off by letting the board know what it is we are hearing and what we are not hearing today?
Yes. So on this item, we are asking you to adopt an ordinance related to our fictitious business names and ordinance related to license fees. We have before you an amended resolution setting our license fees. That amended resolution is excluding fees related to massage businesses. The board had first heard this item on August 6th, given us some additional direction to re-examine those fees with the potential of either fee holidays or other methods that would recognize those businesses that are having solid inspection histories. And so in order to study that, my department would like additional time to do that. We are in the process of updating our overall massage ordinance, which sets the regulatory scheme for massage businesses. We anticipate that coming back to this board in December. And so we'd like to table the massage fees component of this and bring that back with a broader ordinance update in December. So what you have before you today is all of the business license fees except for massage. So that includes our general license fees, our special fees, our appeal fees, and our tobacco fees. We did get a expression of interest from Supervisors Kennedy and Hume at our last meeting to continue to work with us on our massage fees. I did want to confirm, if the board adopts the action today, that there's still an interest in those supervisors working with us on the ordinance. One other minor change that you'll see in the packet is that for our fees, we need to allow for 30 days before they're effective. So we are proposing the fees that you're adopting today to be effective November 1st rather than October 1st. And again, that is all of the fees that you heard before, excluding massage.
Thank you, Chad. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chad. And we've had a number of conversations about this, and I really appreciate you taking the time to discuss this. And, you know, when this came up before us, I'm very supportive of the item, but we also made it very clear that we are very mindful of the financial impact this is going to have on massage operators, in particular, both providers and the establishments, the folks who run the establishments. And we kind of struggled with you, I mean, from the dais, how do we come up with a way that where the legitimate operators, the ones that are not involved in any illicit activities, they're able to get a break from the fee. So I think taking a step back and coming up with a system to do that makes sense and is workable, certainly for you, and also bring it back in conjunction with some ordinance changes makes a lot of sense, and I certainly support it. And I don't know if, I certainly, as a supervisor that has the vast majority of the massage establishments in his district, I'd be happy to be one of the supervisors to work on this with you if either of my colleagues would like to yield that to me. So thank you.
I so yield. Supervisor Hume.
Apparently the chair and I are going to engage in a little thumb wrestling match because that's exactly what I offered to do. But I'll stay on if he wants to yield. But I just wanted to also say thank you for bifurcating the two issues so we can move forward the majority of the proposal and take this little more sensitive option off. So I look forward to working with Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? Do we have a clerk? Sorry about that, Flo.
We have a public comment. We have two folks signed up to speak.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you very much for considering separating these issues out and allowing us to work as a group to move forward on ordinances and fees. It means a great deal to the massage therapy people out there and their clients. And so, again, I appreciate and look forward to working forward on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the board for giving me just a brief minute to comment. My name is Tony Psychotis. I've been a professional massage therapist for 30 years. And I understand the stigma that attaches to my profession due to the actions of people who really are not members of my profession. And I understand the pressure that you are under to deal with the massage parlor problem and the way that it spills over into actual professional massage businesses. So I very much appreciate your willingness to consider postponing the fee increases and to work on improving the ordinances. And I'm optimistic that this broader look will make it easier and less expensive to close commercial sex establishments while supporting the opening and the operation of professional massage businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Public comments?
Okay, Chair will second. We have motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
Okay, for item 51, this is authorizing the issuance and sale of County of Sacramento Airport Systems revenue bonds in one or more series in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $600 million, and approving the forms of and authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more supplemental indentures, one or more purchase contracts, one or more official statements, and one or more continuing disclosure certificates, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith.
Good morning, Chair Kennedy and Supervisors. I'm Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. The item I'll be presenting on is the request to issue the Airport System Revenue Bonds Series 2024. This year, Sacramento International Airport, also known as SMF, reached an all-time high with in-plane passengers, which is a continuance from last year's previous all-time high and demonstrates significant demand, and in turn leads to a need for additional capital investment. On February 16, 2022, the board approved the most recent airport master plan. The table represents the SM Forward projects, and highlighted are the 3 projects that are to be funded by these bonds. That would be the Terminal B parking garage, the pedestrian walkway from Terminal B to Concourse B, and the Terminal A exit roadway. For further illustration, this map it shows where the SM Forward projects are located on the airport grounds, along with a listing of when they are anticipated to be open. I'll note that there is a variety of funding sources for each of the projects included in SM Forward, such as the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, passenger facility charges, customer facility charges, and a Transportation Finance and Innovation Act low-interest loan, and these general airport revenue bonds. As of Friday, September 6, 2024, Moody's affirmed the A2 rating for the airport senior lien and assigned that rating to these bonds. S&P affirmed the rating of A+ and assigned that rating to these bonds. Today, we are seeking the approval to issue up to $600 million for market fluctuations and other contingencies. The bonds will be a 30-year level debt service, fixed-rate bonds, and have a pledge of airport net revenues. No general fund dollars are pledged to the repayment of these bonds. The good faith estimate prepared for today's board report estimated the true interest cost to be 4.48%, and that is for a par amount of just under $500 million. As is typical with the issuance related to a significant new capital program, investors rely on a third-party report that is incorporated into the preliminary official statement. The report of the airport consultant is that document. Their findings conclude that the master plan has established a need for future capital development, that passenger demand is expected to continue to grow at an average of 2.9%, that net revenues will be sufficient to meet or exceed the debt service coverage ratio each year, and the airline cost per in-plane passenger will remain reasonable. In conclusion, the staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the issuance of the airport system revenue bonds and the forms of and authorizing the execution of various documents. Today, we have Jenna McGann of Warwick, County's Bond Counsel, Brian Galucci of PFM, the county's municipal advisor, and Chris Wimsett and TJ Chan from the Department of Airports, should you have any questions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hume.
Not a question. I just want to say that, obviously the amount of the bonds and then the total debt service are two very different figures. And so I just want to verify something that I saw on that slide, and that is that the Airport Enterprise Fund will cover the entirety of the debt service, and there's no general fund obligation associated.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
will
the
be
second thing
pledged
that I'll
net
say, and this is
revenues, yes.
somewhat unrelated to this item, but I'll just put it out there for the folks from the airports that are here, is as we look at expanding our San Joaquin's and ACE heavy rail service and building the North Natomas station, one of the features of that station will be a shuttle over to the airport. One of the things we're trying to do in our station design is put distinctive features so that when you get up to a station, even though they look more or less the same as the other stations on the line, they do have features that identify where you are. And so it would be nice as we move these projects forward and as we incorporate public art in these projects that we maybe think about how we can expand that out to the train station so that there's an affiliation. That
Already ahead of you on that one.
Good.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. If there's no public comment on this, I'd like to move the item.
Second.
And we do not have any public comments on item 51. Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay, for item 52, this is the Maverick Gas Station and Convenience Store Boundary Line Adjustment in PCN. A boundary line adjustment, street abandonment, development plan review, conditional use permit, special development permit, and PCN for unaddressed properties located at northwest corner of South Watt Avenue and State Route 16 and Jackson Road in the Cordova community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration. I will also have to take an oath on this item, so I can do that now for those folks who are here and planning to speak. Currently, we have 2 folks signed up, so I'm going to take your oath now at this point. If you wish to address the board, please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm? And then when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record in the statement, I have been sworn.
All right. We're ready for staff presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm Leanne Mueller with Planning and Environmental Review. So as stated, this project is the Maverick Gas Station and Convenience Store. It is also the Maverick Gas Station Public Convenience and Necessity for the off-sale of alcohol type 20, which is beer and wine. While these are 2 separate applications, they are related, and staff will present them both in this presentation. So this is the project location. It is roughly located at the southwest corner of South Watt Avenue and Jackson Highway in the Cordova community. As you can see on the slide, the proposed development is identified with a 1, and that will be roughly where the Maverick Gas Station and Convenience Store will be, and 2 consists of an active mining operation, which is subject of the boundary line adjustment, which I will discuss as well. The properties are currently owned by Tykert. So the zoning for the entirety of the subject properties is M2, which is our heavy industrial district. It is also located in the Cordova Industrial Neighborhood Preservation Area, which is an MPA whose intent is to ensure that there's compatibility and to limit conflicts between the adjacent industrial uses on the subject parcels and adjacent residential uses, which, as you can see on this slide, is the Rosemont neighborhood, which is located to the east. So there are numerous entitlements that are necessary for this proposed development to occur. The first is a boundary line adjustment. There are currently 3 existing parcels out there, and so what's happening is that they are being adjusted so that the mining operation is entirely on one parcel, and then there's a configuration to accommodate the Maverick development, which, as I said, is on that corner, and then there will be an additional parcel B, which may be for future development. It is also going to consist of an abandonment of an existing Old Man Love Road, which is not going to be utilized by this development, and so its abandonment is necessary to facilitate this. It is also going to be a conditional use permit. The conditional use permit will establish the automobile service station, the neighborhood convenience store, and will also allow the pump island canopies to slightly exceed the height standards in the Sacramento County zoning code. As I said, there's a lot of entitlements, so these are the next set of entitlements. It is also a special development permit. The applicant has asked for signage which does exceed the zoning code standards for convenience stores and automobile service stations, so they're asking for additional sign area and then an oversized monument sign which will be located at the corner. And then the development plan review is obviously to establish consistency and review consistency with the Cordova Industrial MPA. And then it was also a design review to review consistency with the countywide design guidelines for the development. This slide just briefly shows the boundary line adjustment. As we've said, there are already existing parcels out there, and the applicant is proposing to reconfigure those so that they will facilitate their development. As I've said, the mining operation will be adjusted so that it is on one parcel, parcel C. Parcel A will accommodate the Maverick development, and then parcel B could potentially be for future development. This slide will show the abandonment of the Old Man Love Road, which is the red dashed outline here and then here. Its current configuration doesn't facilitate the development of the site, so the applicant has asked for the abandonment of the road and the utility easements associated with it. The development plan review, the Cordova Industrial MPA essentially affects parcels A and B, as we have shown on this slide, and the review has determined that the proposed project is consistent with that MPA. And one other thing I do want to discuss, because it will come up in the slideshow in the future, is that this is a proposed private road which will provide access from the Maverick development back up to South Watt Avenue to facilitate traffic flow on the site. And that is essentially because the driveways on the Maverick development are right in, right out as it relates to South Watt and Jackson Highway. But I will go into that in more detail. So what is occurring, as I've said, is that the Maverick development down on the corner will provide access back to South Watt Avenue here via this road, and the intent is that at the private drive and South Watt, there will be the opportunity to make a left turn onto South Watt to either go north or to go right, to go back down to the intersection and potentially then turn left and go east on Jackson Highway. But there has been significant concern raised by the Rosemont neighborhood, which is located over here, about the potential for truck traffic to go across that intersection here and then cut through Canberra Drive and then ultimately get out to Jackson Highway. So the applicant and DOT have worked to come up with a potential solution for this. And what it consists of is, you can see here in pink, these medians here and here. And the intent is that by placing those medians, it would force the truck traffic to either make a left left turn or a right turn, and then they would not be able to easily go across that intersection and then through that commercial neighborhood. So you will see that this is included in attachments, and it is also identified in conditions of approval for this project. So as I've said, ultimately the Maverick development will be facilitated in part by a conditional use permit, and that will establish the service station, the neighborhood convenience store, and it will allow the slightly higher pump canopy. This slide is intended to show how the development would ultimately look at that corner of South Watt Avenue and then the Jackson Highway. So this is where we get into the development of what we're calling Parcel A, which is the Maverick development. It's going to consist of this convenience store here, which is almost 6,000 square feet. It will also consist of a pump island canopy where passenger cars will be able to fuel, and then it will also consist of a truck island fueling canopy, which will be located down here. As I've kind of alluded to, there are driveways for the proposed development. This is the South Watt, and so they will be right in, right out here. And then down here at Jackson Highway, it will also be right in, right out. And the intent is that that they could access that way. And then, as we've kind of discussed, the private road is located down here, and then the traffic could potentially take the private road, go up to the private road intersection with South Watt, and then potentially either make a left or right turn. So that is what we were looking at as far as the gas station convenience store. This does show the landscaping. Of note, it does meet all of our development standards. And there is areas where it is providing screening from the existing and what will be continuing to be the surface mining operation located right here. Again, this is intended to show that there will be, because there is the active gravel pit or mining operation, that there will be extensive screening of that along the perimeter of the new proposed roadway to prevent that from being viewed from potential traffic or users of the site, the Maverick site. This is going to give you an idea of the design of the Maverick convenience store. The applicant did work with our design review administrator and our DRAC to come up with a design that they did feel met the design guidelines. It's not readily available on this slide, but they did try and incorporate more of a 2 active frontages because it will also be visible from the Jackson Highway. And this is what the fuel island canopies are going to look like. Again, they are going to roughly match the design of the convenience store. So this project did have an initial study done, and a mitigated negative declaration was prepared pursuant to CEQA. It was released for a 30-day public review that ran earlier this year, and the mitigated negative declaration did conclude that the project would result in less than significant impacts to most environmental topics, and where there was a potentially significant impact, they were able to be mitigated through mitigation measures, which are also included as conditions of approval in your package. So it did go to the Planning Commission on July 8th, and the Planning Commission did recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. It also went to the Design Review Advisory Committee, which is the DRAC, and they also found that the project would be in compliance with the design guidelines, and they also recommended that the Board of Supervisors find that as well. It did go to the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council twice. The first time it went and the CPAC voted to continue the item until a review of a traffic study was completed and that traffic study was approved. It went back then on March 16th of 2023, and ultimately the Cordova CPAC did vote to recommend approval of the project to the Board of Supervisors. I would note that both of these meetings were heavily attended by the public and that they did have concerns regarding the proposed use of this site. However, when the CPAC, they did ask that two things be considered. One was light pollution prevention, and there is a photometric plan for the site, and there are conditions that relate to how the lighting of the site should occur. So that is in the conditions of approval already. And then they were concerned about, again, the bypass traffic going into that Rosemont neighborhood. And as I've discussed on an earlier slide, the applicant and DOT have agreed to that median, which would prevent the bypass traffic from going through that Rosemont neighborhood. So those two have been addressed through either conditions of approval or designs that are currently occurring for the site. So now we're going to discuss the alcohol sales. So as I've said, this project does also request a public convenience or necessity for the off-site sale of beer and wine associated with the Maverick convenience store. And the PCN is required because there is an overconcentration of alcohol licenses already in the census tract, and that the neighborhood does experience higher crime than the surrounding area. So what this slide is showing is it's showing the location of the census tract and a 1 mile radius. So the project site is located down here. It's kind of in the southeasterly corner of this census tract. And then you can see the 1 mile radius identified by the black circle. And so what it is indicating is that ABC does allow for 2 off-site alcohol licenses in this census tract. There are currently 3 that have been issued, and this would be the 4th. And within the census tract, the alcohol licenses are roughly up here. And then the other thing that it is showing, it is also showing the location of other off-site alcohol sales, both type 20 and 21, in a 1 mile radius, and they are mostly located in this area here and a little bit down here. So the staff recommendations for the Maverick development, which is PLMP 2021-00275, are that the Board of Supervisors determine that the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to CEQA is adequate and complete, and approve the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, to approve the boundary line adjustment subject to the findings that are provided, to approve the abandonment of the Old Man Love Road, which has not been used, subject to the findings and conditions, to approve the use permit, which is for the new auto service station, the additional canopy height, and the convenience store, subject to findings and conditions, to approve the special development permit, which is relating to the signage, subject to the findings and conditions, to find the project in substantial compliance with the Cordova Industrial Neighborhood Preservation Area, and then to also find that the project is consistent with the design guidelines. As far as the public convenience or necessity recommendation, staff is also recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve this PCN, and the approval is for the following reasons. One, the Sheriff's Office did provide conditions of approval for this, which indicated that they would drop their objection if the conditions of approval were added to the use permit, and they are included in there. I believe there are conditions 100 119 on down. And so what happens is those are to address the potential objections and negative effects that could occur as a result of the PCN. And what they do is they provide for hours of sales and then quantities and sizes of the alcohol that can occur. Staff has found that the applicants have demonstrated that the proposed sale of alcohol can be accomplished in a manner which sufficiently addresses or eliminates the objections that have been received from the neighborhood because they have accepted the sheriff's conditions. And then the applicants have demonstrated that the public convenience or necessity of this liquor license outweighs the concerns that have been raised with regards to the sale of alcohol at this site. And that concludes staff's presentation. I can answer any questions that you may have, and the applicant team is also here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, the applicant team's going to make a presentation, and so I'll have questions there as well. But bless you. I just wanted to start with a couple of clarifying questions relative to the special development permit, which seems to be based entirely around the permitted amount of square footage for the signage. And there's two exceptions. The one is in the monument sign, and then the other one, I assume, is attached on the building.
It's building and then also canopy signage.
Building and canopy. And so in looking at that on the architectural drawings, it looks like the signs are pretty much the name, the letters of the name. And so is the square footage calculated essentially putting a box around the total area of that sign, or is it literally the face of the letters?
So generally it's calculated by putting a box around it unless they're like the channel letters, but yeah, it's basically putting a box around the signage and then calculating that square footage. I would note that gas stations generally are allowed 125 square feet. Mm-hmm. And so you will typically see that when gas stations are brought forward, they generally tend to apply for a special development permit to exceed the signage square footage. So this is not an unusual request.
Okay, and does that standard apply regardless of whether the sign is internally illuminated, backlit, or externally illuminated?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the overall square footage of signage.
Regardless of how it's lit. Okay, and then my next question is on the monument sign in the development metrics chart, there's a exception for the price, around 38 square feet, give or take. Is the 20 or so square feet in excess of the permitted standard, does that include that exception, or does that not include that exception? And I apologize if that's a wonky question.
No, I follow what you're saying. Okay. The price, which is excluded, has already been excluded out, and that is the overage over our sign requirements, excluding the square footage of the price sign.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant interested in approaching the bench?
Mr. Chair, while they're making their way down, can I ask a quick question of
sure.
Leanne? Leanne, just to explain to me, I'm just curious, I don't see anybody from DOT here. Where does the term pork chop come from in the median?
I think it comes from...
You don't have to answer that.
Well, it comes from the shape of that median. I was trying not to call it a pork chop because it's getting close to lunchtime. But yeah, it has to do generally with the shape of it because it kind of visually conveys to people what it's going to look like.
You ask an engineer a question, you'll get an answer.
Tiffany Wilson, RSC Engineering. I have been sworn. Good morning, members of the board. We appreciate all the work that staff's done in Leanne's presentation. We are in agreement with all of the conditions, including the new one regarding the RV dump hour restrictions. And did want to note that when we did go before CPAC, they did recommend approval of the PCN 5-0. I don't think that was mentioned before.
And then on the signage, Supervisor Hume, typically gas stations do request additional signage due to it being the corner. It has 2 faces to each street, Watt and Jackson, so there is a sign on each face of that building, and then the freestanding sign, which is also included in that overall. It is set back off the corner more than normal due to SMUD and PUPFE easements, so it has to be a little bit larger to be visible from traffic coming in both directions, and that we are here to answer any questions. I do have Kevin Diaz from Maverick here, myself, Jim Wiley from Taylor and Wiley Attorneys, and then Mike Isle from Tykert, the property owner, if you guys have questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, relative to the signage, one of the reasons why I asked that question is obviously the photometric plan keeps light pretty well contained on the parcel site, and so I thank you for doing that. But those internally illuminated channel lighting out on the canopies as well as on the face of the buildings are essentially going to be little red pings for everybody living across the street. Is there ever, do you ever do an alternative form of lighting, either a backlit or whether it's externally illuminated, and or is there an ever situation wherein maybe you turn off the canopy lights from certain hours to certain hours?
I'll let Kevin answer if they have alternatives regarding the lighting for the signage.
Okay, and then my second question is, we've had a conversation about the RV dump, and so
Yes.
that has been codified as a condition to shut that down overnight?
Yes, yeah, so to specify, we have agreed to the condition to restrict the dumping hours to lock it from 7 p.m. to, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin Dice with Maverick. I'm a senior development person with Maverick. To answer your question with regard to the lighting, we have found that external lighting is a little bit more subdued because it's contained within the channels and everything. We find that front lighting, if we would flood the front lighting, if we just had the Maverick symbol there, that it would take up a lot more space and everything. The lighting itself, we've never done any type of photometric to see how many lumens actually come off that light, but it is a subdued because it's a lower red. As with regard to the canopy lighting, we have agreed to do dimming. So that at night, if a car isn't there, a person isn't there, the light will dim. We also agreed with staff to be at a certain lumens, a lower lumen, so we're not going to be at a very white light like you would see on these 2 lights right here. It would be a more of a yellow hue in the end.
And that's for the under canopy lighting. What about for the actual branding on the face of the canopy, though? For example, and why I ask this question, if somebody's living in the apartments across the street and they have their blinds open, there's going to be a little red ping.
The only thing we light is the Maverick name, so that will be a lower light too. I could find out if we could dim that light at the same time.
Okay. And then the other thing that I'd just like to have you confirm is we talked about it, and your intention is not to draw traffic off of the freeway for this station. There won't be large advertising signs saying get off at this next exit to go to Maverick.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, do we have public comment?
Okay, we do have public comments on this item. Let me bring that up. Joanne Harding.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Harding, and my family and I are Rosemont community members. We have a question to answer today, and is this the right commercial enterprise for this location that's across the street from a residential community and the proposed West Jackson community that will have residential areas? And we don't see this as compatible with residences. This is will fuel trucks. It's proposed 24/7, nonstop noise, nonstop additional truck and car traffic, nonstop 24/7 people going to a convenience store. And the Sheriff's Department has stated that this type of station attracts crime. They all do. And that could include theft and selling of drugs. This area does not lack for stations. It does not lack for stores selling beer and wine. And I disagree that there is a benefit for having 24/7 access to beer and wine to the detriment of the community. The board, when they adopted Ordinance CZC 8616, was to protect and preserve existing and planned neighborhoods on adjoining properties from adverse and incompatible impacts of proposed industrial uses. The intent was to provide the greatest protection to residential uses. And so we ask you to fulfill the language and intention of this and to vote no. Now, a lot of planning has gone through. If you are not able to vote no, we ask that you protect the residents living across the street and only allow operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. This is in line with county noise control regulations. It also allows
Can you wrap up, Ms. Harding? Can you wrap up?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we ask that you deny this or restrict the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and deny the Type 20 PCN letter. We have enough stations that sell beer and wine. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Miller?
Mr. Chairman, before my time starts, I have a request that Africa and Manuel in the outside entry said that you would respect my request for, as I was previously advised and as I was granted by the Planning Commission, to speak for 5 minutes as the main person representing the 3,000 residents of Rosemont that are vehemently and overwhelmingly opposed to this project.
Now you're starting to testify, sir.
Excuse me?
You're starting to testify now, so I'm going to run the clock if you're going to testify.
I'm sorry.
You are beginning to testify now, so if you're going to testify, the clock will start. I understand your request. It's unfortunate staff told you that. It's not staff's call, but I'll allow you 3 minutes. Please begin.
My name is Gary Miller. As I mentioned, as you can see on the board, I represent the 3,000 affected and impacted residents of Rosemont who are overwhelmingly opposed to this project, have been since the beginning, and the proponents of this project are well aware of this. They are using bully tactics, literally by trying to go over the desires of the constituents of your district, Pat, and all of you, if you had a similar situation, that's the same thing. They don't respect the residents. They only respect, unfortunately, the fact that this was a parcel that chikered for years because of its literally undesirability, has not been able to do anything with. So they got an outside of the state entity, a large company, literally to conspire with them to build a entity which the previous speaker has given you reason that it should not be built. They have been told no, no, no many times. I want you to disregard the speakers that spoke before us. for Tykert, as well as the Planning Commission votes, which are simply volunteers. You, as elected officials, are the representatives of the will of the people. And a quick example is Sue. If you, Sue Frost, were being molested by someone, any one of these gentlemen, if they saw that in passing, you continually said no, 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 and the person continued to molest you, they would certainly say,
Sir,
can you
keep it from not being
no.
Can you please not make it as personal, and can you please stick to the
using an
issues?
analogy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An inappropriate one. Thank you.
Well, I thought it was apropos. The analogy is you would not stand for it. The community is against it because of crime, because of all the other factors that Joanne, the previous speaker, mentioned. And they simply are trying to walk over the will of the people. And this is simply a David against Goliath situation. I stand as David for the 3,000 residents that will be negatively impacted, loss of property value, a crime that is not there at this time, and other negative factors that have been elucidated. And as you know, every person that's been from the public speaking forum or has sent you emails or has called you on the phone, I guarantee it's overwhelming.
Please wrap up, so your time is
and
up.
And nobody has spoken for this project. Everybody has spoken against it. So you need to do the right thing and either vote no or you
your
need
time
to
is
abstain.
up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration, and do the right thing for the community and the will of the people.
Thank you. Are there any more public speakers?
We do not have any more speakers at this time.
Okay. Board? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to correct the record. It's not alcohol sales 24/7. There's a limit. I don't remember exactly. I think it exceeds the state law. What is the limit for the alcohol sales? 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Okay, thank you, Council. This is a tough one for me. And I got to tell you, sir, you actually are swinging me towards voting for it because I think your argument was very specious. Your analogy was completely out of line. And frankly, my experience with this applicant has been the exact opposite of what you said. Every time I've come to them with concerns of the neighborhood, they have responded. Canberra was the initial instance, and they came forward and worked with DOT in order to provide those pork chops, as they're called, to prevent pass-through traffic. I don't think pass-through traffic is likely because, frankly, a big rig to go down that road with speed bumps and stop signs in an elementary school, I think would take longer than going out on the main road would. But they agreed to do that. I talked to them about the RV dump situation because I thought it was an attractive nuisance to be open overnight and bringing untoward people taking advantage of that provided amenity. They agreed to do that. I've just brought up issues on the signage that I think I could have pressed forward on that, and potentially they would have agreed to do that. And so the reality is that staff has made the determination that this is consistent with that neighborhood preservation plan that's put in place on certain parcels surrounding Rosemont and Mather. So my experience has been that they've been very responsive. And to another point that was made, I have actually received several correspondence from folks who are in support of this project. One, because they want Rosemont to be seen as business friendly, and two, because they believe that it has been addressing concerns. But they've made those comments privately because they're afraid of the backlash from their neighbors if they see themselves coming out in favor of it. So I'll tell you what, I will abstain from this vote in order to show support from the neighborhood, but I do so against my own values because in every other situation and in every gas station that gets approved, they're just as close to neighborhoods and they are brought forward, and this is not a truck stop. It is a truck fueling facility that primarily will serve contractors and haulers and folks that are bringing materials and goods to businesses in the local region. So I think it's a good project, but I will abstain just to show support for my constituents.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Serna.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if others on the board have comments, but
Go for
if
it.
they do not, I will make the motion to move approval.
Second. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Hume abstaining.
Thank you. Next item, please.
For item 53, this is the authority to utilize American River Parkway funding and to negotiate and execute a conditional letter of intent, grant agreement, regulatory agreement, performance deed of trust, capitalized operating subsidy reserve agreement, and related documents with 1530 Howe LP or its affiliated entities for the conversion of the Residence Inn to a 176-unit supportive and workforce housing community, and approve a one-time payment in the amount of $8 million to support the acquisition of those units. Approve capitalizing $5.9 million in Parkway funding to fund a 10-year rental subsidy account to support the affordability of 32 rental units for eligible tenants, and utilize $5.5 million in Parkway funding to fund interim housing for up to 3 years.
Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if you put the vote tally from the last vote up, but we need to clear the screen regardless. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Clerk, if you could pull up the PowerPoint as well. Good morning, Chairperson Kennedy, members of the board. I'm Emily Halkin, the Director of your Department of Homeless Services and Housing, and I'm very happy to be here today to talk to you about something we talk about quite a bit, which is homelessness on the American River Parkway and the efforts that we're doing here at the county in partnership with many throughout the community to address this need. Before I start, I do want to acknowledge the team of folks who have really helped us to get here, including my staff, Kansas, Susan, and Angel, who are all here, as well as our partners at the Regional Parks Department and Department of General Services. So this is not something we do alone. As you are all familiar, the human and environmental impacts of unsheltered homelessness on the American River Parkway has been a top priority of the board for many, many years. And over the past recent years, the board has significantly increased our investment into concerted outreach on the Parkway, including expanding some of our contracts to focus on what we call case carrying those individuals living on the Parkway, making more concerted efforts to our healthcare services in partnership with Department of Health Services, and creating rehousing supports for those who can exit the Parkway directly into housing. And while we have definitely seen the impacts of these increased efforts, the lack of access to dedicated shelter and housing for these populations definitely makes this work more challenging. When the state, championed by Assemblymember McCarty, dedicated $25 million to help us in support of these efforts, the county chose to focus on expanding sheltering and housing opportunities to more quickly move people out of unsheltered homelessness into self-sufficiency. A little bit of history of how we got here. As many of you will recall, before we even received the funding, which we received from the state in April of 2023, the county was already at work on negotiating the purchase of a site that was to be developed as a safe stay community to serve the Parkway. We diligently negotiated with the private owner for many months, but unfortunately in September of 2023, that deal fell apart and the property was sold in the private market. But at that time, some private developers here in our community expressed their interest in leveraging the nimbleness and funding that the private development world can bring to help support the efforts here at the county. And they suggested that engaging the private market might be a more successful way to find sites and develop properties more quickly. And so with this in mind, the county released a request for qualifications in October of 2023 to seek such partners, private, nonprofit, faith-based, of whatever type, to help secure land and to build a safe stay shelter or other sheltering or housing projects. The county did receive 3 submittals from that request for qualifications, and each had their own merits, and we dug deep into all 3 of them. But each of them, as we have experienced ourselves when trying to build shelters, and as the state is experiencing now with the build out of the Stockton, required the full $25 million for construction and about a year of operations, which effectively meant that we would spend money to build a site, we'd operate it for a year, a little bit more, and then we'd have to seek additional funding to continue operations. And as noted in our RFQ, the county does reserve the right and did reserve the right in this RFQ to award to a vendor who did not submit through the RFQ process. Around that same time, the county formally did determine we were not going to move forward with any of those 3 projects, and Sutter Capital approached us with an opportunity to partner with them at the Residence Inn.
Hang on, Emily. Supervisor Desmond.
Yes.
Thank you, Emily. I'm sorry, and I'll have some comments, more comments. Can you go back to the prior slide? So I want to ask you a few follow-up questions on the RFQ process. And also expand on it a little bit. In addition to that RFQ process, I know I personally was in conversations with you, with members of the faith-based community, and I'm not sure if you and I had a specific conversation with the American River Parkway Foundation. But can you talk a little bit about other outreach to other groups who have an interest on the Parkway?
Yeah, so sure, as is sort of standard with the types of projects that we're doing, there's sort of a mixture of development and social services. So we always make a concerted effort to do extensive outreach to the networks of folks that are more in my world but may not be developers to find those partnerships. So while this RFQ is specifically distributed through our Department of General Services, which is a public platform, and the eBid process is very available and accessible, in addition to that, we sent out blasts to providers of social services that we work with. We sent it out to Sacramento Steps Forward, who has a huge touch on folks who work in the homeless system of care, as well as many faith leaders. So we worked, and I, of course, at every Sac Steps Forward board meeting, always notify folks of public opportunities to bid. So we do our best to try to bring in sort of non-traditional partners. We know that's sort of the success of the work that we do. And I will say that some of the responses that we got from this RFQ did indeed include what I would call more of a social service provider. So I think we were successful in that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response because it was my impression as well that this was very well advertised, well publicized, this RFQ. Thank you.
The opportunity to partner on the Residence Inn, which I'm going to detail in a couple of slides.
I'm sorry, Emily.
That's okay.
We had a sidebar going here. Yeah, I wanted to also follow up on the RFQ issue or non-issue. So it's not unusual for a project like this, particularly one with so many moving parts when you have social service provision as well as development and so forth, to utilize the RFQ process. An RFP process really doesn't work in this situation, so the RFQ is the only direction to go in, correct?
Yeah, I think it would have been difficult to get what we needed with the specificity out of an RFP process.
Right. County Council, let me just ask you, you've seen how the whole process has worked throughout this. Have you seen anywhere where we have not followed the rules and regulations and the letter of the law when it comes to request for qualification process?
No, I have not seen anything that is out of the correct procedure. In fact, I think this is a very well publicized and well followed RFQ.
Thank
so I have
you.
no legal concerns with it.
And in fact, we did have multiple firms actually respond to it and landed on one, which is usually the outcome of the RFQ process, correct?
Right. We did have 3 respondents. I will note that Sutter Capital was not one of those 3. They were selected outside, as is allowed, and as I believe County Council is affirming, is allowed outside of the RFQ process.
And it said that in the RFQ?
It did. It specifically said that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues. Because I think it's very important that before you dive into the details of what's being proposed here, that the table is completely set appropriately so all parties understand the context and the recent history of what this challenge really is. So let's enumerate that a little bit better. It is $25 million. It's a $25 million opportunity from the state. Thanks to Assemblymember McCarty, who deserves a lot of credit for getting us to a place where we actually have something to work with. So I think we all agree that it's great to have a partner in him that saw that need. And then specifically, this is a subset of kind of the entirety of what we do here at the county as it relates to addressing the complexities of homelessness. This is addressing the complexities of homelessness as it relates to a very particular and very unique natural resource, the Parkway. The Parkway is not like the urban parts of the unincorporated county or the city of Sacramento, or for that matter, like the other urban parts, suburban parts of the other 6 cities in the county. The Parkway is a place that is designed to flood every winter. It's a place that, unfortunately, in the summer months, we all too often see, columns of smoke coming from the Parkway. In most instances, those wildfires in recent years have been caused by, folks that are doing things that they ought not to be doing on the parkway as it relates to combustibles and that kind of thing. So you have that now as part of the challenge. Then, of course, you have what was just mentioned by the chair, that we're looking both at the opportunities to utilize the $25 million as it relates to effective services, but also with the sheltering capacity, which requires either raw land to build something from scratch, develop something from scratch, or something that could be converted. And then on top of all of that, you have speed, the speed at which all of this is being kind of pushed, and what the public expectation is, quite frankly, what the assembly members' expectation is, in terms of how fast can we be creative in terms of an effective augmentation of what we have right now in terms of the arrows in our quiver to address homelessness, but to do so with regard to this very unique natural resource that happens to run through 2 cities and the unincorporated county. So I think that is, I just wanted to offer that because I think it's important for everyone to understand that it wasn't just a blank check to go, please go address homelessness. It came with a lot of other expectations and thoughtfulness that went into this. And so as much as I appreciate the bullet points to kind of tee this up, I just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and a couple of those points I hope to show in future slides. And also wanted to just note, and I think this is somewhat you were saying, Supervisor Serna, this is a part of a much, much bigger solution. This is not solving everybody's homelessness who's been on the parkway, either today or in the past. It's a part of a much broader solution that we work in partnership with our friends of the city, other cities, the faith community, the nonprofit world. And so it certainly is a big addition, but it's a one-time addition. And so we're also trying to be really thoughtful about how we can use those monies to create lasting impacts for the folks who are living on the parkway, and investments in our community that are self-sustaining when or if we don't have this availability.
I'll just add too, I find it regrettable that not just currently, but over the past several months, we've been told simultaneously to speed up and slow down. And it's very difficult to address something this complex when that message is being directed towards the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the opportunity that was brought to us by Sutter Capital to partner on the Residence Inn, which I'm going to detail a lot more about the financing and the approach of that project, as I know there's many, many questions about that component, really to help spur staff to a multi-prong approach, sort of speaking to what Supervisor Serna just said, to address homelessness in the parkway. And so this slide shows both the existing resources we've brought and how we're proposing to augment this continuum of services for the parkway with the new investments. One of the consistent requests that we've heard very loudly here in this chamber is from folks living unsheltered, as well as from our partners doing outreach in the parkway, is access to permanent housing in addition to sheltering that can accommodate the unique challenges of folks in the parkway. For example, in the parkway, we see a lot more folks who present as a family of sorts. They have multiple pets. They have some complex needs that are challenging to meet in some of our more traditional shelters. And additionally, as Supervisor Serna, we've heard a call for urgency and trying to identify solutions that can be delivered very quickly. So to that end, staff recommend investments that will augment and expand the capacity in this continuum of services designed to address homelessness in the parkway. That includes the outreach capacity we already have, the expanded sheltering capacity we're recommending, and this partnership with Sutter Capital, which will create one housing option for folks, but will help just bring additional housing in general to our community. So the proposal specifically here is to add 50 new beds of scattered site interim shelter that really focus on housing readiness to those who are exiting the parkway. While staying in the interim shelters, guests will receive intensive supports, income and health services, and assessments for their individualized housing needs. We know that somebody living on the parkway who may have been unsheltered for 10 or 15 or 20 years, once brought inside for a couple of months, is going to present very differently, and their strengths are going to be presented presented very differently. And so our ability to assess them and determine what's the most appropriate housing opportunity within the interim shelter is going to be really beneficial to long-term success for them. So based on this assessment and the support of the interim shelter program, we imagine people will be aligned with 3 different housing options. For those with the highest needs and the highest vulnerabilities and the highest level of chronicity, they'll still need to be aligned with permanent supportive housing or our full service partnerships through our Department of Health Services. Those are resources we have today. We're obviously always working to expand those in partnership with Health Services, SHRA, and others. That's the highest level of care. This provides a unique opportunity, though, to create a sort of middle housing opportunity, what I'm calling permanent affordable housing with community-based supports. That's what the Residence Inn is envisioned to be. On-site supportive services, but with on-site property management, but more leveraging community-based supports through CalAIM or through behavioral health, et cetera. And then third, the other option for housing, which we want for everybody, of course, is community-based housing, maybe with a short-term rental subsidy, maybe by paying your own rent because you've gotten employed, maybe by going back to friends and family. And so all of those housing options will be assessed for the folks in the interim shelter and then make connections and referrals in. And as a reminder, while these 2 components that we're proposing, the shelter and the Residence Inn, do work together, they do help to create this continuum of services. One is a shelter program, and we measure that in beds. And this is a place where folks are intended to temporarily live while they stabilize. And the other is permanent housing units. And this is a place where folks have a legal lease and responsibility for a share of the payment of rent. These are 2 very different components that work together, but they're very purposely different. To finance these new components, the scattered site shelter as well as the permanent housing, staff is recommending a commitment of $19.4 million from the American River Parkway funding. And I apologize, there's a typo on this slide. The last amount should be 5.9, not 5.5. It's correct in the board letter. The first recommendation is $5.5 million for operations of this 50 beds of scattered site shelter for 3 years. As you guys all know, this model has proven to be the most flexible for complex populations and the easiest to accommodate some of our populations with very high needs. And it allows us to shelter folks in community, so to move an entire encampment together into a shelter, which often is much better received by the folks that we're engaging. The proposed funding, if you do the math behind this, comes to $100 per bed per night, which is aligned with our current contracts for similar shelter programs. And as a reminder, this is slightly higher than something like the Safe Stays because a portion of that per bed night is actually leasing the homes and paying the operational cost.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the parenthetical there, the 3 years of operation for the interim shelter, the 15 new beds, I know that, we don't necessarily like to get in the practice of trying to glimpse through a foggy crystal ball, but there's nothing that would necessarily prohibit us from looking at other funding sources, including general fund, later if we found that this is going to be as successful as we think it's going to be, to continue it past that 3-year time frame, correct?
Definitely, yes.
I'm seeing everyone's head nods, so that's a good sign. Thank you.
Thank you. The second component is a recommendation of $8 million to support Sutter Capital in the purchase and rehabilitation of the 176-unit Residence Inn. I'm going to go into more of this in the next slide, but I do want to note the total capital cost to purchase this property is about $40 million. And the balance of this contribution, really importantly, is coming from private equity and private debt that Sutter Capital is bringing to the project. So our capital funding is just about 20% of the cost, and we are in turn restricting about 20% of the units for folks experiencing homelessness. The American River Parkway funding is not proposed to support what we're calling the workforce units, which are restricted at 80% of area median income. And then the final component we're recommending for funding today is $5.9 million for a 10-year capitalized operating reserve to guarantee the rent for those 32 homeless units should the tenant not have income or not have enough income to fully meet the rent to keep the project operational. A couple things I do want to note about the financing of the Residence Inn specifically, as I know there have been many questions out there. First, this is not the same as a fully underwritten and financed affordable housing project that you might see typically brought to you by SHRA. This is effectively a market-driven project that the county is buying into in partnership with Sutter Capital. There have been some suggestions that the $8 million could be invested in a more traditional affordable housing project, and the county could therefore get more bang for the buck in terms of number of homeless units versus workforce units. And while I do understand this assertion, it also comes with the assumption that the entirety of this project would then become a permanent supportive housing project, 100% serving folks experiencing homelessness, and therefore would require millions more in federal, state, and local subsidy and use traditional financing mechanisms that you see come in front of you all of the time. This project is not seeking those, and so therefore all of those are still on the table for future projects. This is intended to be additive and not reductive. Additionally, if this project were to go that route and it were to become a traditional affordable housing financing going after all of the state and federal funds, it would, by definition, the way these funding sources work, have to be 100% permanent supportive housing. They just don't pencil out today in the way that this one's being done. And that would then therefore mean that it would need 100% project-based vouchers, as all of the PSH projects you see coming in front of you need. As you all know, and we're going to talk about later this afternoon, our housing authority is in a shortfall and cannot issue project-based vouchers until they get out of that shortfall, and we don't know when that will be. Holding this project up until that application is available would likely risk the availability of us securing this property. I do recognize that the financing for this approach is quite unique, but I would suggest that we think about it as an opportunity for the county to grow the pool of developers working in our affordable housing world, to bring private equity and debt in a way that we don't typically see here at the county, and to just expand overall housing production here in our community. This approach is not intended to be replicable at the scale that somebody like SHRA does this over the years. They do many, many of these projects. This is not at that same scale, but really complementary to the work that they're doing, and infusing some innovation and new partnerships as we all work to try to bring more affordable housing into the county.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for interrupting, Emily, but I just want to kind of punctuate that point because it was a thing that I had in my head is that this was a significant investment for a small amount of units. But I agree that to take down a project of this size is important to provide various levels of housing. But I also wanted to just make sure I understand the slide that's up there. The initial $5.5 million for the scattered bed has nothing to do with this project, correct? So there's only a total of 13.9 being encumbered.
It has nothing to do with the residence in project. Yes, you're correct. That will be RFQ'd out or RFP'd out to, and I would doubt Sutter Capital would be interested in bidding on that, but they're welcome to.
Thank you.
Thank you. So a little bit more about the Residence Inn, which is sort of usually lead these. I think we're familiar. This is in District 3, as you all know, in Supervisor Desmond's district. It's on Howe Avenue, just south of Arden Way. And just to reemphasize, as I said earlier, why the county is financing 32 of the units at or below 30% of area median income. The balance will be affordable at 80% of median income. And this is serving the people who might work at Arden Fair Mall or who are teachers in the neighborhood or work in a medical office. So we refer to it as workforce housing. It really is intended to meet the needs of this community. Entry into the 32 units that are restricted for folks exiting homelessness will be primarily via the scattered site shelter. We want them to stabilize there, get themselves ready, and get income and secure their health care and then move in. But we'll also, of course, be coordinating with the coordinated entry system. Again, prioritizing folks who have previously lived on shelter on the Parkway and are known to us and are working on the social services they need to be stable and successful in housing. I also want to note that while this is not a traditionally funded affordable housing, it will have many of the same things you would see. It will have on-site property managers 24/7. There'll also be a social service provider, and you have a chance to meet Terry from Chalk if you'd like in a few minutes. She's here providing resident services to all of the residents, not just those who are exiting homelessness. In addition, of course, the folks coming into the homeless units will be wrapped around by a variety of supportive services, whether that be CalAIM or their behavioral health provider or another social service partner working in the homeless field.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just because you have a map as part of your graphic here, Emily, I just wanted to point out that it's not obvious, but the location of the Residence Inn is actually very close to not only the city boundary for those that are considering that or have some concern about that, but it's also very close to the parkway itself. And that's something that we've been cognizant of and very deliberate about since the $25 million was made available, in terms of how we wanted to kind of temper that opportunity geographically. We wanted to have that connection in terms of location relevant to the parkway itself. It's just not clear on the map, so I wanted to point that out.
No, you're right. We should pan out so you can see the parkway. And that was indeed one of the requirements in the RFQ as well. So we maintained that requirement as we looked at things outside of the RFQ.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to flesh this out a little bit, Emily, on the PSH side of this. It was interesting. I expected to hear from a lot of my constituents with concerns about this. That was not the case, and I know we'll talk about some of that in a little while. But in terms of the operations of the 32 PSH units, could you delve into that a little more about how they will be operated, how people will be referred there, a little more about some of the services, and how it's going to work next to the remaining units on the site?
Yeah, I'll say a little bit, and then I might either now or when I'm done, I have one more slide, invite Terry Smith up, because she really can talk about day-to-day operations. But in terms of referrals, we have 10 outreach workers in the Parkway today. They're pretty attached to most folks who are on the Parkway or who have previously been on the Parkway. And so they will be one of the primary partners we'll look to make referrals that are appropriate. And when I say appropriate, it means that we feel that they can be successful in living independently with some wraparound community-based supportive services. But probably more importantly is the scattered site shelter, where people will stabilize and spend 2 or 3 or 4, 6 months, however long it takes. That really gives us a good eye on housing, both readiness but also appropriateness. Is this an area that you'd want to live? Do you have a roommate that you're going to be successful in? Because some of the units are 2-bedroom, for example, we might roommate match. And then when brought there, like with many of the folks that we're working with, they will be wrapped around with community-based services. Virtually everybody should be enrolled in CalAIM services, which provides care coordination and tenancy supports. A lot of the folks will be connected with our behavioral health system, so there will be community-based supports that visit on site as needed. And then importantly, Terry and her team, who are going to be on site daily, making those connections should somebody's needs change, or should they notice a change in behaviors or challenges, having those connections to the other service providers. So I'm not sure if that answers most of your questions.
That's helpful. I think there's been a lot of discussions about what other projects we could have funded with this $25 million. There were a lot of discussions about putting a lot of tiny homes over on the east side of Cal Expo, for instance, but those would have been shelter beds. This is not that. These are folks who were very unlikely someone's going to come right off the Parkway into this program. And so I think that's really what is really important, certainly for the constituents. I have there's another PSH project going right in, the Arden hotel conversion right down the street from this, and several others in District 3. So I think it's important to have this discussion for the benefit of my constituents, who may be concerned. And I think, I really appreciate that the remaining units will be at the 80% AMI. Some are critical of that and think they should be lower, but I certainly support that in this area. I think it makes sense as a workforce housing option, and I think it makes sense as an innovative approach, something we have really not tried before. So thank you.
I appreciate that. And any addition of housing alleviates the pressure throughout the housing market, just on the natural. So I agree with that.
To state the obvious.
I don't think your mic's on.
It says it's on.
Sorry about that. Let me see if I can get technical assistance on the mic.
Built up that expectation. But to state the obvious, not everybody on the Parkway and not every homeless person in general or unhoused person, requires permanent supportive housing.
I really appreciate that. That is true. We see a variety of folks, and this is why the previous slide, some folks may be able to exit to their own rental market unit with 2 or 3 months of rental assistance and a deposit, and that's great. Some people may need longer-term support, but you are right, Chairperson Kennedy, there's 9,000 people or 7,000 people experiencing homelessness in our community and 7,000 different stories and needs, so appreciate that. So finally, just wanted to end with our specific recommendations and the timeline and how we see this playing out. We're seeking your authority today so that I can execute a letter of intent and some other associated documents related to the purchase of the property. We also were asking for the allocation of $5.9 million for the capitalized operating reserve, which we'll be working on with our Department of Finance to mechanize, and allocation of the $5.5 million to create a new 50-bed scattered site shelter program. In terms of timing, assuming your approval today, we're ready to release the RFQ for the scattered site model within the next couple of weeks. We anticipate Sutter Capital will close on the purchase of the property in early October. And then we have some follow-ups with you to do some budget adjustments and whatnot, but we expect that the interim shelter component can be open no later than the spring of 2025, and late next year or early in 2026, Sutter Capital will have completed their rehabilitation, will start occupying the residence inn. So with that closes my comments. I'm happy to take any more questions. I also want to note that we have lots of folks here who are happy to speak to you. We have Noah Painter from KMP Strategies, Burke Fady, and others from Sutter Capital, and as I said, Terry Smith, who is with the Director of Resident Services from Chalk, who will be providing on-site services to the tenants. So with that, I appreciate your time.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So Emily, I don't ask this question assuming that there is going to be any kind of hard and fast accounting of folks in terms of what portion of the parkway they may be coming from. But one would assume that there will be some general sense of proportionality that is used to kind of temper, where and how we're going to be offering these resources. I mean, if you look historically at the homeless challenge on the parkway, over the last decade or so, or longer, it's a very different situation from the H Street Bridge down to the confluence than it is from the H Street Bridge upstream. That's not to say that there's not a substantial amount of challenge upstream of the H Street Bridge. There is, but having represented the area downstream to the confluence now for 14 years and being, very intimately knowledgeable about kind of the nature, character, and magnitude of what has transpired there, given the extension of this crisis. I would think that we're going to kind of continue to kind of focus our efforts as we have, being very thoughtful about where that challenge really kind of is most glaring. And that I would hope will be something that is reflected in how we're doing our outreach and making sure that there is that sense of proportionality.
Yeah, no, certainly. So we have 10 navigator or community health workers in the parkway daily along with the rangers, and we don't deploy them based on sort of geographic segments. We deploy them where folks are most concentrated. So on the natural, the higher number of cases are aware to us, and on the sort of roster of folks to move into these shelters are going to be from where the higher proportionality of folks are. We also have committed, we know there's movement from the parkway seasonally. As you mentioned, flooding, fires affect where people are. We do have historic data, and as well as we can reconnect with folks who may have exited, again, working in partnership with other outreach partners here in the community to identify if Bob was in the parkway a year ago and now he's settled down somewhere, out in another community, reconnecting with him would be another, we have committed to doing that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. I'll just follow up a little bit. I appreciate Supervisor Cerna's comments, talking about the disproportionate amount of folks who are displaced from the American River Parkway. Clearly, it's in these more downstream areas, but it's not exclusive to those areas. I mean, there are folks who've been displaced from the Parkway that are living in the sloughs and creeks and other parts of unincorporated Sacramento County. There's no doubt about it. I think about my District 3 in particular. District 4 is certainly up in the Rio Linda, Alberta area. So I just think it's important to keep that in mind. And I'll have some more comments, or I'll wait till after public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I see from the board. Is there more staff?
There is nothing more from staff unless you'd like to hear from the folks from Sutter Capital or from Terry.
I think that would be appropriate.
And I welcome whomever's going to work.
Hello, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you. And I would like to note as well, as already been mentioned, but to thank Assemblymember McCarty for all his efforts to bring us to where we are today. Just briefly, I'm Burke Faithy. I'm one of the partners of Sutter Capital Group. We're a Sacramento-based real estate investment management development firm. We're all Sacramento natives. We focus on adaptive reuse projects, infill housing, and workforce and affordable housing projects. As has already been stated, this is a fairly innovative structure that we think really, at the end of the day, is an efficient way to provide a chunk of housing, both permanent supportive housing and workforce or moderate income housing at a frankly more efficient cost to the public. And it's exciting from that regard. As we've looked at some of the other projects that have been executed in the recent past with Project Home Key and some of the others, we think that from our perspective, this is at from the public investment of the $8 million to $250,000 per unit, what that equates to. There's a real cost savings there relative to past projects and how they're capitalized. And so in that regard, we do think it's a fairly innovative public capital leveraging quite a bit of private capital in this case. And in terms of the residence in this particular property, I think we're all familiar with residence inns, but just wanted to mention that the units themselves, they're really more akin to apartment units than they are kind of a traditional hotel motel. And in our view, there's a real value there in that they're physically larger. They have full kitchens, not kind of half kitchenettes. Some of them are 2-bed, 2-bath. And so there's a real natural, just the nature of them to provide higher quality units at the same time as we're doing it at a lower cost. And I think Supervisor Cerna touched on expediently. We're going to be able to execute this project quickly. Which I think there's a real value there, just given the severity of the crisis that we're all, so very well aware of. In terms of the project operations, we're proud to partner with Chalk in terms of the services for the 32 units and across the entire project. I think that's a really important aspect. We've partnered with Chalk on a separate project that we own in South Sacramento, Southgate Terrace. It's a 104-unit affordable housing project. We've had a great experience with them, relationship with them. So we welcome moving that forward in that regard. And with that, I just want to maybe turn over to Terry. She can speak more to what their company does.
Good morning. Thank you. Terry Smith with Chalk Housing. As some of you may be aware, that we have a 40-year history of affordable housing development in Sacramento, Yolo, and Solano counties, and just now ventured the last 5 years into Riverside County. So lots of units. Our in-house resident services program and our property management division have been operating together for about 30 years. And I have been in my position with Chalk overseeing all of our resident services for the last 25. I appreciate this project. I like that there's a mixed component. I value folks coming out of homelessness being able to have the anonymity and not being kind of labeled into one apartment or one community. They can kind of go into their own and maybe start something new for them. This type of supportive housing we're familiar with. We have 3 housing communities in Yolo County that operate very similar to this, one of them being a 76-unit SRO, where folks are coming straight from the shelter or homelessness, and then we also have 20% that are designated for VASH, which is formerly homeless. So we've been operating intensive case management with those units, another unit in Woodland, and another unit in Davis that all require a mental health diagnosis just to move in. So it's certainly not our first property or project for this. So we're excited. We have a great formalized process that we use with our property management team. We really value the tenant. We value tenant empowerment. And the advantage of being both in-house under the same kind of ownership umbrella is that we have a great formalized process, and our property management team really values our opinion and our assessment with each tenant individually. And I'm looking forward to bringing that into this project with Sutter Capital also. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and saying what you've just mentioned. I'd like you to, if you can, maybe touch on a little further your experience with this specific income target at 30% area median as it relates to, you know, your history, your knowledge, anecdotal or direct, of folks that have kind of made it that far through a continuum, whether it's in Solano, Sacramento, you know, or other jurisdictions, so that kind of we get an idea, the public gets an idea of how it's an important part of what is, you know, commonly referred to as a continuum. It's not just a one-size-fits-all. You're not going to just expect that someone that's coming off the parkway, as has been mentioned, is going to go immediately into permanent supportive housing. Some may, but maybe you can speak to kind of that, what I would say is a critical part of the consideration for the income targeting.
Yep, so that 30% unit, we have many units in our current portfolio right now. And what we kind of describe it is a continuum of housing where they may start there, and our goal is really to build that self-sufficiency up, whether it's increased in income, opportunities, employment, but we know that some are just on a disability and may not become above that 30%. We offer a more kind of intensive case management with those folks. When they come in, they are part of our team, and we are part of their team. And it's really about getting all of their linkages together and making sure that they're fully supported and knowing what their goals are. Stabilizing them stabilizes the property, which then in turn is going to stabilize our entire community. But making sure that they have all of those supports in hand. We have social workers on site. I'm a social worker, 30 years. I have 10 years with Sac County Mental Health. And so being able to kind of work alongside them on the property and be part of their team makes all the difference. They do not have to travel to see us. That barrier is already eliminated by us being right there on the site with them, and really creating those partnerships with all of either their current support systems, really linking them with new support systems, and really partnering with everybody to make that happen.
Is there any expectation or example that you can give where there's been other mixed income projects that are so deeply targeted where someone may have come in at 30% or below and has been kind of given right of first refusal to go in, to stay on site and go through the on-site income continuum?
Did you want to answer that? Oh, okay. I was going to say. That's a good point. Go ahead. No. I'm hoping I understand your question correctly. Making sure that
someone that gets finds themselves stabilized, doing well, they come in at the 30%, and they're gainfully employed at some point. They have the income capacity to move into the moderate income category. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's the goal for them, is to be able to move up into. So if there's other units available, that goal would be it's a continuum of housing where they're stepping up into those stones, where they're increasing their sufficiency, they're increasing their income, and they're able to move into those units, which then will open a 30% unit for somebody else coming in. So we see it as just kind of a stepping stone where that 30% unit, these identified 32 will be able to kind of move ahead and up into these other units, whether it be at this complex or another affordable housing option. But then it continues to just open doors and be kind of that conduit for them to get into a more permanent 60, 80, or more percent.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. It's Terry?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Supervisor Turner, great. I'm so glad you fleshed that out. Great information. I like what you said about the mix and the anonymity. I mean, maybe it's, Pollyannish, but I think if it's run right, people in the community will have no idea that there were folks there who were formerly homeless, right? It'll be no different from any other workforce housing project in the area. So I appreciate that. One thing I want to get a commitment from you right now is, obviously I've heard from some members of a new P-bid we just established in the area and some members of the community. Will you commit to joining me in my office in meeting with those members of the community and maintaining that level of communication and contact so we can resolve any issues that do come up if they come up?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
That is a model we follow in our other counties where our other supportive units are.
Even if there's an opening on the P-bid board, it might be an opportunity. Yeah. Any others? Okay, is that everybody from the applicant? Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Do we have public comment on this item?
We do have public comments. We have about 6 speakers.
All right. Mayor Pro
sorry.
Tem Karina Talamantes. I will extend your time to 3 minutes as a courtesy, but the last time I did that, it kind of went off the rails.
Oh, no worries. I timed it a few times, so I'm under 2 minutes to be safe. Good morning, Chair Kennedy and Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Karina Talamantes, and I'm the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Sacramento and the Council Member for District 3, representing the communities of Natomas, Garland, and Northgate. I know it's rare, but not unheard of, for a council member to come before the Board of Supervisors for public comment. So thank you for allowing me 3 minutes, not 2. I was elected to the City Council in December of 2022. The following month, the county cleared all the encampments on the American River Parkway. All the people living on the American River Parkway moved across the street into our neighborhoods, north of the river, including our Natomas RD 1000 properties, Northgate, Garland, Del Paso Heights, Ben Ali, the Northern Sacramento Bike Trail, and Robla. That year, funding was also secured by Assemblymember Kevin McCarty to address the encampments. And I had hope that the county receiving these funds would provide relief to the communities impacted most by the encampments being cleared on the Parkway. Today you have in front of you a proposal that didn't include the involvement of the City of Sacramento that should have been part of the conversation, nor Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency that is our joint powers authority for housing and homelessness in our Sacramento region. I am personally disappointed since I've been asking about these funds for the last 2 years, and especially since I sit on the 4x2 City-County Partnership Agreement for Measure L, where I have been very vocal about the issues in my community because I hear it very, very loud and clear from my constituents. So as I said, the encampments have moved into our City of Sacramento residential neighborhoods, and I'm here to ask for your commitments to focus your efforts on the communities north of the river. This money is a unique opportunity to collaborate with SHRA, RD 1000, the city, and the county to collaboratively work together to address homelessness. On behalf of Councilmember Sean Tao, Councilmember Lisa Kaplan, and myself, we humbly ask you that you use the remaining of the $5.6 million unallocated funds to our communities that have been most impacted by the clearing of the American River Parkway. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. This is for staff, and if the chair will indulge me.
Of course. You want me to say so?
No. It's not often we hear an elected person say all the people did something. So as was just mentioned, the claim is that all the people were moved off of the parkway. I would like to know more about that. I don't know if Liz has better?
I think I can say a couple things and Liz can speak for the Rangers. So, we've made a concerted effort to increase outreach and services in the Parkway. And I would say that we work extremely closely with the Rangers. So whenever there is an action that they need to take, whether it be because of weather or there's goatscaping or something like that, we know well in advance and we always send out outreach workers and offer as many supports as we can. I also want to note we have that same relationship with the City Department of Community Response because many of these Parkway areas funnel through their community and sometimes people aren't exactly on the Parkway. They might be on the bike trail. And DCR similarly does great outreach in partnership with the Rangers. And so, from our perspective, we work very hard to stay connected. We know people who are experiencing homelessness move. It's part of being somebody being homeless. But on the Parkway, unless there's like an emergency where you have to move with no notice, we are always well aware and partnering really closely with the Rangers. I don't know if you want to talk about the Rangers.
Yeah, I would actually like to know more about this particular point in time and if it really was every single person on the Parkway that was perceived to be homeless actually, quote unquote, moved across the street.
So I can answer that question, and the answer is no, not every single person that is experiencing homelessness has been moved off of the Parkway yet at this time, and we're very excited to continue this partnership with Emily and have this supported housing so that we can find the places for people to be not on the Parkway.
And as I alluded to earlier, the Parkway is unique. It floods and it has fires.
Correct.
So what does happen? Let's say that there's, a 20-acre wildfire between Del Paso and Discovery Park. I assume that our rangers work in conjunction, obviously, with the firefight and the firefighters in terms of what they're charged to do. But in some instances, we are probably going to be pretty strong in our message for people to move, or we're going to actually, in some instances, help them move out of harm's way. And that probably goes for the same, or that goes the same for whether it's the threat of flooding in the winter, is it not?
That is also true. When there are imminent dangers to folks, we are asking them to move immediately. In most instances, we are able to provide them advance notice that they would need to move. And again, working very closely with both Emily's team and also with the city's team so that we are making sure that the outreach is taking place.
And the instance that was referenced, is this, I just want to make sure I understand, is this the instance where there was some weather or flooding instance that contributed to that circumstance?
Yes, in 2022 and through 2023, there was extreme flooding of the American River Parkway, and Bannon Island area was underwater, and so a lot of people were moved out of that area for their safety.
And if I don't, if memory serves me correctly, I believe the impetus for that movement of people started with Sac Fire. Wasn't that the case? It was Sac Fire and Sac PD and our rangers working together.
We were working together with all the other safety agencies, yes, because we recognized that this was an imminent threat for people's health and safety.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is two different accounts. One account is it's all the county that moved people. The other, which I've heard before and you've confirmed it yet again, is that in that instance, it was due to flooding, the imminent threat to public health and safety that was the inspiration for moving people to the crown of the levee so they wouldn't be flooded, they wouldn't be swamped. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
I had another question, Emily, specifically. Does DCR, the city of Sacramento, communicate with us about those folks, specifically in that part of the city of Sacramento, Dry Creek Parkway, that they were formerly on the American River Parkway? I mean, is that something they communicate to us or any of our staff or your staff?
I don't get client level data like, Bob and Mary in this, but we certainly work very closely with DCR on those places where our boundaries rub up against each other. And so we definitely, presumably they've been out there over the past couple years doing intensive outreach and services. And so it would make sense to me to reach out to them and get the roster and overlay it with our rosters. So because they are probably the most knowledgeable of who is in these areas and where they came from. And also maybe connections they already have made to other services, which might be more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important to let that data kind of inform that. I think on a broader scale, this issue of displacement from various jurisdictions. I mean, I know for a fact that some of the folks who've been cleared from city encampments on the border of my district, District 3, have come into unincorporated Sacramento County, and I know that from talking directly to both service providers and the sheriff's hot team. So it is a concern regardless of where it's occurring. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I see no other board members punched in, so Kathy Chow Rothberg.
Good afternoon. You know, you're between me and lunch, so I'm going to be short today. May I approach the dais? I have a document.
Just go ahead and give it to the clerk.
Okay. I think earlier the clerk assisted me by giving a printout to give to you.
We did get it. Okay,
good. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kathy Chow Rothberg. I'm the CEO of Lau Family Community Development. And I'm going to change and I'm going to amend my request. I'm going to change it and I'm going to share with you. But first, I don't want to split hairs, but let me just clarify. When Department of General Services set that RFQ, we didn't respond because it was specifically for safe stay, and that wasn't what we wanted to design, so which is why we didn't apply. But when the county decided to just accept or to meet and negotiate with Sutter Capital, that was not a public process. And we weren't aware, and many people are not aware, so they didn't get a chance to apply. So I'm going to say instead, I only have 1 minute, that I've been waiting for this opportunity to speak before the 5 of you. Because you have a very creative and talented person and organization. We have been doing what Sutter Capital has been doing. We have 7 projects in Sacramento County that we've done. And we've been very quiet about it. And we did exactly what Sutter Capital did, but we didn't come to ask for the county's support. So we've done that 4 times already in Sacramento County. And we did the biggest project in California, in Oakland, and you have the newspaper article. So I'm very happy to hear that this board is moving in that direction, that you're open, and it's about time that you want to get creative about solving it. So I'd like you all to meet with me in the future because we have 7 other hotels, an opportunity to do this again, where we can get private capital, but if the county could support 20%, we can add a lot more quantity to the county. So that's why I would ask that you do, and so that so I'm going to change, and I'm not going to ask you to withhold and to delay this for 30 minutes. But I would ask you, and I'll close, that you should give us the opportunity and others the opportunity who can do the same thing and bring private equity and also capital.
Thank
okay?
you. Thank you. Kevin King.
Good morning. My name is Kevin King. I'm the General Manager of Reclamation District 1000, providing flood protection to the Natomas Basin. I do have a third accounting of the incident back from December of 2022. As you know, or maybe don't, but RD 1000 has been very active in our role to protect the levee system from potential flooding. Part of that effort has been concentrated on homeless encampments that pose a risk because of the encampments and the concealment of the levees and unauthorized excavations that could lead to levee failure. The district to date has spent a significant amount of money since 2018 in the Boise decision, whereas we provided security patrolling of our district, all 65,000 acres, on an annual budget of $30,000 in 2018. We're now spending more than $250,000 concentrated on the external levee system only. In December of 2022, we returned to the office on a Monday morning to find significant unhoused on the interior part of the levee, removed from Discovery Park in particular. We asked them to move on, and those that left the parkway found residents in 3 locations within our district. And for the past almost 2 years now, every 3 weeks, in cooperation with the city, when resources are available, those encampments are being relocated to 3 sites, and they just keep moving every 3 weeks. We're overwhelmed. And so the comments earlier in opening it up to reconnect with those that have been displaced previously from the parkway would be strongly encouraged. And I can lead county staff directly to those folks. And as we're working with those, not all of the unhoused within the district boundaries came from the parkway. So I just want to clarify that. We had some issues, but not to the extent that we are just, handling today. And so far in our efforts on the exterior levee system, by providing continuous patrolling, once an encampment has been removed, specifically in that area, we've prevented reestablishment significantly, but we are spending a tremendous amount of money from the district and going beyond our core mission of flood control because we think it's important and we think we have good partners. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, go ahead.
Ask a question, Chair.
Sure.
So I just want to be clear. You're supportive of this proposal?
I'm supportive of housing. I would like it to be more expansive and allow for RD 1000 specifically and helping in cooperation in those resources when we address folks that have come from the parkway and have established residency, that it be offered to us as a resource to make available to them. And I am a little bit concerned about a comment that was made in regard to it's unlikely that someone coming directly off the parkway will be into the housing provided. That I think it was a comment from the board supervisors. I forget which member made that comment, but that did raise a little bit of a red flag to me that specifically the funding available for parkway cleanup, and it'd be unlikely that someone directly from the parkway. So yes, we are supportive of housing, shelter. Anything helps, but we'd like to make sure that those that are now residing within the basin directly from the parkway, that we're able to
I'm going to
tap
take
into.
all of that as a yes, so
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry.
Supervisor
Yes and
Desmond.
no.
Very briefly, I was the one who elicited that comment, and that was in the context of the permanent supportive housing.
Oh, okay.
People coming off the parkway directly will be able to go into the 50 scattered site shelter beds that we're making available, which will probably serve about 100 people a year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is John Vignoki, and I'm a local housing developer focused on attainable and workforce housing solutions here in Sacramento. I helped assemble a team with Dignity Moves and First Step Communities to respond to this RFQ. And even though we are not selected for it, I support this project, Sutter Capital's project, and I believe it was appropriately awarded. The cost for traditional permanent supportive housing projects is prohibitively expensive, oftentimes exceeding $600,000 per unit. These are Cadillac solutions for people who would benefit from used Hondas, which are reliable, effective, and capitally efficient. The applicants have found an innovative way to deliver this PSH at a fraction of the cost, and I love that. Really, truly good job. I love seeing for-profit developers getting involved to solve these problems with nonprofits and the public sector. And since this problem requires more than one project, the Residence Inn should be approved, and I think you should really seriously consider our project. Come tour it. That would be nice. Our project is a different type of product than what Sutter Capital is doing. It's located off Rio Linda Boulevard. It can shelter 200 unhoused individuals in dignified, capitally efficient shelter housing, be delivered in less than 12 months at a cost of $17 million. That's $85,000 per unit, or amortized over its 20-year useful life. That equates to $12 per day. We need that type of housing. We need this type of housing. The housing product, Boss Cubes, is, again, useful life of over 20 years. The site is tastefully designed with full landscaping, community features. And while this is a different type of project, it's a very good one that should be fully evaluated in a competitive process. The city of Sacramento has a similar site at Roseville Road that can also be built out for $15 to $17 million, and we can develop that an additional 200 shelter units with many of the same features. So between these two sites, we can deliver 400 units in 12 months for $32 to $34 million. And if there's any frustration I have with this process, it's with the statement that these sites are not viable. Rio Linda is viable, Roseville Road is viable. I'll personally guarantee that and indemnify the county over any schedule or cost overruns that are outside of our control. Thank you for your time, and keep doing your great work.
Thank you, John. Marbel Sack.
Good afternoon, and it's Marbella Sala.
Oh, that's not what it says.
Yeah, it's okay. They probably couldn't read my writing.
Okay.
So thank you for this opportunity. And first of all, I'm the president of Gardenland Northgate Neighborhood Association. I've lived right off of Gardenland for 37 years. And up until you all made the effort to remove the homeless from the parkway, every day I would travel down Garden Highway and see them lined up on the levees in Discovery Park. It was not a safe place for us to be. Since then, it's beautiful and it's safe, and I appreciate that very much. At the same time, when that happened, I started to notice, because I live in that, just in that little area, Gardenland Northgate, I noticed the movement of homeless sleeping on the walkways, in parking lots, behind stores, on streets off of Northgate into Gardenland. A lot moved into Gardenland. And I can only equate, because I witnessed it, I live it every day, that it had something to do with the clearing of specifically in Garden Highway and Discovery Park. And they didn't have a place to go. I don't blame them. They needed a place to stay, so they went to the next best option, and that was in our community. And they're still there in their Niños Parkway. And so while this project, I'm not saying that the project is not a good one. It's just 100 beds is just not sufficient to meet the huge need that's out there. So where do they go? They go into our community. So I ask that you consider the request from Pro Tem Talamantes and give, well, it's not enough, $5.6 million to address our need. It's something. It's better than nothing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Flo Kofer.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dr. Flo Kofer, and I'm a public health professional. And I am actually here to say I'm really grateful that we are finally making progress on this after 2 years from when the legislature approved the dollars for the county. I am excited to see that there are some permanent supportive housing options, which is desperately needed in our region. What I wanted to highlight are some of the things that have already been mentioned in some of the previous comments, which are about process. I think a lot of the conversation we're even hearing today is about how do we work together? How do we collaborate better? How do we make sure that there is transparency in how things are being done and input from the necessary entities? And so that's one of my major concerns here, is that all options may not have been considered for these dollars. And since there are dollars remaining, I'd like to echo Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes' request that there be some conversation with the city, the conversation with SHRA, and the conversation more broadly with the community. I'm glad to hear that there's a new PBID being developed. I know that there are PBIDs that have some ideas and also have been investing sweat equity and their own dollars into trying to address some of the challenges regarding homelessness and our housing affordability in the region. And so part of what I'd really like to see us do is come to the table and ask the question we frequently don't ask, which is, how can our partners help us? Because sometimes they're coming to the table with existing resources and we could braid funding. The other part I'd like to just make sure is highlighted is that CalAIM has dollars available to be able to help with down payment assistance and help with some of those wraparound services. And I didn't hear that as part of the proposal. Maybe today's proposal was just about the land acquisition and some of those things, but I would like to just make sure that we're thinking about how we efficiently braid in different funding streams to make sure that we are appropriately providing services everywhere. So in conclusion, just wanting to say it's really helpful when we come to the table and have these open conversations so that more people are able to generate ideas. And it would be helpful if we knew in advance that some of these things were coming down the pipeline, so we don't have to hold up the process when you're getting ready to approve something, but we can actually be involved in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think actually staff did mention that CalAIM was one of the tools in the toolbox to get us through this. Yes, sir.
I was just going to ask Siobhan to respond to that, but you pointed it out, so thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other members of the public? Hearing and seeing none. Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with thanking Emily and her staff, Susan Angel, and I think Kansas up there. I just, I appreciate you so much, the work you do on expanding services for people while also trying to balance the mitigation side as well and working with the partners. So just want to start with a shout out to all of you. You just are so terrific. So thank you for everything you do. Also want to, I really appreciate this board's commitment to protecting our American River Parkway, in particular Supervisor Cerna, who's really led the charge in making sure that we have not only the resources in terms of services, but also the enforcement where appropriate to protect this most valuable resource that we have in Sacramento County. So I want to start with that. And then also, of course, thank Assemblymember McCarty. It is interesting for the past, year and a half, getting almost weekly calls from Assemblymember McCarty about what the heck is happening to this money. Why hasn't this happened yet? We were at the last minute asked to kind of slow this process down, which was counterintuitive to me. But I really appreciate his efforts. I know when we had the discussion about the funding, we came up with some projections about what it might fund, and that's kind of the path we were going down for a long time, trying to identify space for shelters somewhere in close proximity to the American River Parkway. That seemed to be the most logical solution to this. And we just kept striking out. I mean, I think Emily talked about the RFQ process, talked about the piece of property that we evaluated, spent several months doing that, casting about with a lot of nonprofits to identify properties that might be sufficient, and it's very, very difficult to do. And something we had not considered initially was a solution that combined shelter space with a pass-through permanent supportive housing that's also attached to another affordable housing or workforce housing solution. I actually love that. I love that opportunity came to us, because we talk a lot here on the board about we're making a lot of investments in shelters, the safe state communities, and in District 2 and in the city in conjunction with the city of Sacramento, also up in District 3 in partnership with District 4 and District 1, that very large safe state community we're going to be creating there. But we also know that without that additional capacity on the pass-through side, we're really dead in the water. We're really hamstrung in the services we can provide to people. So I like that this combines that. We've already talked about some of the impacts, to my district, which is where the PSH component 2, I think you're calling it, right, Emily? Element 2 of this project is in my district, and I appreciate the group's commitment to meeting with members of the public, and I'm very confident that we'll be able to resolve any issues if they do come up. Also appreciate addressing some of the concerns of the nonprofit organizations. I think, Emily, I appreciate your information you provided about the RFQ, about kind of the chronology that got us here. And then in terms of the concern that this is not enough, Emily, I want to ask you to just provide a little more detail, because I know first of all, I know a lot of folks were looking at this and just looking at the 32 units, and they weren't really giving, I think, appropriate attention to the other 50 scattered site shelter beds. So 2 things. Can you talk a little bit about that and how many people we think that's going to serve? And also with respect to the 32 units, people keep thinking, 32 units, 32 people. That's also not the case with respect to that PSH site. So can you talk a little more about that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I definitely, concur that it's not enough, but it is definitely an important piece of the totality of what we're collectively trying to do. The 2 components, the 50 beds of interim shelter, we anticipate will turn over at least twice a year. With access to housing on the back end, though, I can see that being quicker, but be conservative. If you figure about 100 to 120 people a year through the shelter over 3 years, that's, approaching 400 individuals. On the permanent housing side, it is 32 units, but the capacity is more because a couple of them are 2-bedroom units. We certainly have roommates or partners. So, the totality of people that could be housed at a point in time is well over 40, maybe 50, depending on family configurations. The other thing I wanted to point out on the permanent supportive housing, while it is permanent and people can stay in perpetuity, what Terry described in sort of moving people up and out is really important. Right now in our community, permanent supportive housing, we have about a 15% turnover annually, which is not that high, and it probably points to the fact that people need permanently affordable housing. But even if we assume just that 15% turnover, that's about 5 of these units a year. And so as Terry and her group work to increase income and find employment and make connections to families, this is not 32 stagnant units of housing. It will serve over the course of the 10 years, hopefully many more than that, as we want for all of our permanent housing.
That's great. Thank you, Emily. That's very, very valuable and helpful. And the other thing, so we heard from nonprofits about concerns. This is not enough. And then another concern about the enforcement on the American River Parkway is really displacing a population and impacting folks in their districts in the city of Sacramento and other places. And I think, one of the challenges we have, and just keep in mind, we have been doing this work on the Parkway, and we would be doing this work regardless of this $25 million, trying desperately to connect people with services, and at the end of the day, having to make sure that Parkway is safe and people are safe who are trying to camp there. The reality is a lot of people just don't take those services we offer. And so I think we're always going to have this displacement. This puts us in a much better position to hopefully, with the scattered site shelter and knowing more pass-through, I think it puts us in a much better position to get people to voluntarily take the services we're offering. So I very much appreciate it from that. But whether it's our rangers in conjunction with our service providers doing something on the Parkway, or it's the city of Sacramento doing something in Camp Resolution, we are going to see this displacement with certain people who are not going to take the services we offer, and regardless of how much we beg and plead and cajole. So we will continue to bring on more capacity in the housing continuum, in the behavioral health continuum, so hopefully we can address that and get to a day where we have a solution, an alternative that is better, and we can get people to take advantage of it. And this is a really good step in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for those thoughtful words. I agree with you completely. And I will also say, and I've said it before, that with the addition of Supervisor Desmond to this board, I could say the First District has had a terrific partner to work with when it comes to really trying to circumnavigate the dual objective of making sure that we certainly address the complexities, again, of homelessness on the Parkway with the compassion that it deserves, and try to maximize the availability of services and resources. And yes, there are folks that, for one reason or another, will not avail themselves of services, and that, for me personally, has been one of the most frustrating things to acknowledge about being on this board and trying to address homelessness over the last 14 years. And I'll never forget that, in fact, on the very stretch of levee a number of years ago near Bannon Island, I was out with the Rangers and our Parks Director, and I had a chance to speak directly with a young lady who was in her first trimester of pregnancy. It was raining. It was miserable, and she was very reluctant to take any services. But she was also very candid with me. I wanted to really kind of understand, at least from her personal perspective and her condition, like kind of what's going on with her. And it had everything to do with methamphetamine addiction, and the fact that she wasn't prepared to pursue sobriety at that point. And I certainly had no judgment about it, but it was very eye-opening to me, again, about just how difficult it can be to deal with, the psychological part of this and the human nature aspect of this. And so, again, I want to extend my thanks to kind of the unique partnership we have in terms of the administration of both homeless services and protection and enhancement of our parkway. And so I'm certainly prepared to second the motion that I suspect is going to come from Mr. Desmond here shortly. But I just will end with another short reference to our rangers. And as this board knows, over several different budgeting cycles over the years, I've also been a strong proponent to enhance our ranger force where we can, because it was woefully inadequate, especially coming out of the Great Recession. Just as recently as late last month, I am aware that our rangers actually assisted a homeless family of 6 living out of a Toyota 4Runner near the parkway. I guess they were kind of migrating both on the parkway, off the parkway. And it wasn't a case of, hey, you can't be here, hey, we're just going to push you to the edge and let it be someone else's problem. In fact, the initiative was taken by our ranger force to connect them with services, to connect them with DCR. And so I think it's important to remember that while we certainly have great appreciation for our social workers and the folks that deal with alcohol and drug dependency, and again, all kind of the elements that more often than not come with, trying to tackle the issue of chronic homelessness, our ranger force has been also a very integral part of not just telling people where they can and cannot be, but also being a critical connecting element to the services that people so desperately need and deserve. So again, I look forward to seconding a motion from Mr. Desmond at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously a very complex issue, so I'll try and keep my comments fairly brief and fairly pointed, but there is a recognition amongst all of us that without that bandwidth and that throughput and that capacity, there is an aspect of this that is displacing and that is squeezing a balloon, and it's requiring jurisdictions to kind of step up and figure out how do we absorb some of that displacement. And so I know that City of Rancho Cordova is looking to expand their capacity to provide at least temporary shelter or interim housing. The City of Elk Grove is going to be holding a series of listening sessions this week and next week on a new permanent temporary shelter that they're standing up down there. And so, as was said, all of these efforts are additive, not reductive, and we're trying to wrap our arms around this and put more tools in the toolbox. And one of those things that I was kind of touched upon by Supervisor Cernup, and I just also want to say I appreciate everything that Supervisor Desmond said, but one of the things that was touched upon is those other issues that are not just housing related. And I would hope that these dollars are maybe a little less encumbered from their usage, that we can maybe look at standing up some of the programs that do have treatment and counseling components to them as really integrative services, so that, again, we're changing the trajectory of lives and not just taking people out of the public realm and putting them into private confines. And then respective of that, I'm just going to state something again, and I don't say this to be punitive, and I appreciate that story about the Rangers really leaning into and providing that connecting service, because every touch could be the difference for somebody finally having a realization. But I want to go back to that, at least for this supervisor, there's a preferred vernacular that is not just semantical, and that is that these people are not just staying on the parkway, they are trespassing outside of normal operating hours. And certainly post-grants past decision, that should not be lost, that whether that causes an impact to a neighborhood inadvertently, what you tolerate, you can expect. And if we are tolerating remaining on the parkway, we can expect dangerous situations with flooding, we can expect more fires, we can expect detritus and things that ruin it for people who have every right to expect to be able to enjoy that jewel that has been preserved here. So I just say that again, that I firmly believe the parkway is not an answer to absorb these societal situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just make some brief comments. Not as much dedicated toward the scattered site. I think that that's something that we know we've done, we know will work, and I applaud that effort. But more on what we're doing and the work we're doing with Sutter Capital, and that's there are those who think that the answer to homelessness at this point is to just build more tiny homes and more shelter beds. Clearly, on this dais, there's nobody that's been more supportive of tiny homes and shelter beds than I have. But that's not the solution, and I never thought that was the solution. It's a part of the solution. Terry, thank you very much, because at least 3 times you used the phrase that I use all the time, continuum of housing. And we need to have that continuum. Just simply building fortresses where we send people indefinitely is not solving the problem in a sustainable long-term fashion, and certainly not helping the people that we want to help. So we need that continuum, whether it's tiny homes, shelter beds, scattered sites, permanent supportive housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, and even yes, market rate housing. That's a significant way that we help get ourselves out of the homeless crisis that we see ourselves in today. The other point I want to make is I have often said that every 4 years, politicians love to talk about public-private partnerships, but they're rarely done because they're very popular. They sound good. They sound like good government and being good stewards of public dollars. Here's an opportunity that has come to us where we can actually do a real public-private partnership that serves the people that need served in the community, and does it in a way that shows that we are good stewards of the public dollar. These per-door units will be far less than what has traditionally been built when you use the traditional public funding mechanisms. So I applaud the development team, and I applaud our staff for keeping that open mind, and I hope that we will look at doing similar things in the future in order, every time we bring the cost of a door, that means we can build another. And so I hope that this is not a one-off, and this is something that we will be doing more of in the future. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I make a motion, I did want to ask staff one thing we've heard a lot about is what do we do with that remaining $5.4 million, I think it is. Can you talk about your thoughts, Emily? Because I had a few ideas. I know all of us do.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we still have $5.6 million. It has not been allocated, and we are, working. We're tossing around ideas. We don't have anything set yet. We're open. I've been reached out by a couple of other community partners, so definitely open to hearing their ideas. But I'd love to hear your ideas as well.
And I don't. Oh, yes, Supervisor.
No, just to dovetail on it. It's not lost on me that, the supervisor that represents most of the city of Sacramento, that maybe that's the opportunity that I think we're all nodding in unison about, to have a discussion from the outset in terms of that available resource and how it not only can and should benefit its intended purpose, the American River Parkway, and the people that would otherwise habitate on the American River Parkway, but both the city and the county of Sacramento.
Be happy to. Be great.
I guess the only caution that I would throw out there, sorry, 4 years of law school, can't help myself. But that's to really determine how fungible these funds are. And they're probably, I'm guessing, have strings attached to them that do not allow us just to go and spend on something that's not related to the primary cause.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that by any means.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm making sure that the public understands that. Mr. Desmond.
Okay, well, with that, I think you had a little direction for the board on the remaining 5.6. Sorry, my math was wrong. I will move approval of the item, and once again, thanks staff for all your work.
Was that a motion? Sorry. Yes. Oh, a second.
You already did.
Let us vote. Okay, for item 54, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is introducing an ordinance amending Title III of the Sacramento County Water Agency Code, increasing water service fees and creating a fee summary table, hold a protest hearing, waive full reading, and continue to September 24th for adoption.
All right. Good afternoon, Board.
Afternoon.
Right, get that PowerPoint up.
I think they're bringing that.
Great.
Hang on, let me.
Thank you. So today's item is it's going to introduce the ordinance to raise the water rates for Zone 41, also open a public hearing. Before we do that, I'd like to give a brief presentation, though, and address some of the things we've heard through the public outreach process. Again, just a reminder, Zone 41 is covered there in light blue. A majority of it is south of the American River. We do also have in areas that are in the Arden service area, the North Gate, and then up at Metro Air Park. In the far south of the county, we also serve Walnut Grove and the Hood area. So our main goals of the rate study were, one, first and foremost, we tried to minimize the customer impacts to the greatest extent possible. Again, the agency has to be able to have financial sufficiency. We'll talk more about that. And then we have debt service requirements for existing bonds are sold. We have commitments that are made to those bondholders, as well as the ability to take out future debt for infrastructure in the future. Through that rate study process, we set the rate setting framework. The biggest part of this was really on the financial plan, going through, looking at scrubbing our existing operational costs, where we could squeeze out savings in that. Moving forward then and setting the rates and then preparing the documentation and moving forward in the process where we are now. A lot of this process and a lot of the rate setting is set based on Proposition 218. Just again, a reminder, the main points of Proposition 218 are revenues cannot exceed the funds required to provide the service. The revenues cannot be used for any purpose other than to pay for the service which was charged. The amount of the fee cannot exceed the proportional cost of that providing service. Charges cannot be imposed unless the service is actually used or immediately available. So when we did that and taking a look at the last rate, by the way, the last rate increase was done back in 2018. It was a 3-year rate increase. It was actually intended to be a 5-year rate increase. It was brought down to a 3-year increase with less. And so what happened is, because the last rate increase actually took place in June of 2020, since that time frame, we've actually had 0% in rate increases up until today. And where that's led us over the last 4 years, we're going to talk more about those drivers, but one of the most obvious ones is inflation over that time period has definitely gone further than what a normal rate of inflation would be during a time period, and definitely more than 0. So today, with the rate increase proposed, we're looking at 17% starting November 1st, and each subsequent fiscal year, you go 8%, then 7%, 7%, finishing off with another 7% in 2029. So we'll talk a little more about what's driving these. We just mentioned inflation, and based on the Fed's Consumer Price Index, that's 21% just from that 2020 timeframe when we didn't do a rate increase until now. As a water purveyor, as a utility provider, there are expenses that go beyond the normal Consumer Price Index. Our rate of inflation on a lot of the specialized items that we purchase, chemicals, equipment, materials, that can be up in a range of 39%, actually. And so we have had extraordinary inflationary pressures on us. The other thing, too, and I'll talk more in the next slide about the regulatory requirements and how that ties in. We have a policy internally for cash reserves to maintain 85% of our operational costs, and that's, again, to account for any spikes in costs in any one time to ensure that we have enough money to operate and pay our bills. That actually, I want to point out that with this study, one of the things, and this is part of that rate setting up front, or the setting the requirements, we actually put that aside and said, you know what, we're not going to hold that 85% cash reserve through the study. Because if we did, that would actually require a much higher rate increase than what we're proposing today. So we actually allowed flexibility within that to, again, try to keep our rates lower through this process. Again, I already mentioned that existing commitments to bondholders as well as our future borrowing terms and assumptions, we have to maintain a revenue stream to be able to support that and justify that. And then we have capital reinvestment in the system. An example would be the Arden service area that we're working on right now. That happens to be the oldest part of our system. Much of that system is 65 to 85 years old, is well beyond its useful life. And so that requires reinvestment back in the system to make that a usable system that's up to current standards. So we've already talked about the financial drivers. I want to talk a little more about the regulatory drivers and how that ties in. I'm going to give you a few examples. And the reason I'm doing this is because there were quite a few public comments about how do these federal, state regulations, how do they tie in with the costs? And so I want to try to make that connection here for you. So an example would be the California Air Resources Control Board, the Advanced Clean Fleets legislation. This year, that starts the clock on us this year that 50% of our new vehicle purchases have to be zero-emission vehicles. Okay, we have about 120 fleet, and if it was all just passenger vehicles and Ford F-150s, probably not a problem. You can get those off-the-shelf electric vehicles, and yes, it's a little bit of additional cost. That would be manageable, but a lot of our fleet is heavy vehicle fleet that's specialized. And that's not something that's readily available off the shelf. They're not necessarily readily available solutions for that. That puts quite a bit of pressure on us then to, some of those vehicles are not 10% more, 20% more as your typical electrical vehicle. These are sometimes 2-3 times more than the cost. Chair Kennedy, thank you. After our last meeting, you pointed us in the direction of the Sacramento Air Quality Management District. We did meet with them. Subsequently, we met with SMUD as well. And really kind of formed a partnership together on how we can go after grants and try to minimize our costs on this. But unfortunately, there's still going to be quite a bit of expense to the agency in the infrastructure, charging infrastructure and such to do that. But that's one way that,
Thank you for following up on that.
Thank you. And it's just a capital expense that we have to account for in this rate increase. Now, another example would be with the water meters. California Assembly Bill 2572 requires an agency of our size to have all of our connections metered. There are 3,000 plus unmetered connections in the Arden area. We combined that effort along with the infrastructure replacements in that area. That's still a very sizable infrastructure investment in an area to do that. And the last one, as mentioned a few months ago, California passed new regulations called California, Making Conservation a California Way of Life. Although well-intentioned, I'm going to cut it short and say that that's going to require us probably to reduce our water usage by 20 to 40% across different areas. How are we going to do that? Well, it's going to be multiple ways. There's going to be multiple things that are going to be required as part of that. One of them would be an education element of this. Again, requires us to develop a program, have staff to do this education element. There's a boots on the ground element of this. One way would be to, on the leak detection side, of having a team that's looking for leak detection and digging these up and making these repairs. And then the third part that's going to be required of this is quite a bit more reporting effort. So although well-intentioned, these programs, they do have an effect on us in delivering the service and operating as a business. So the rate increase in the first year, we took a look at all the bills across our system. And again, we have about 65,000 plus customers in Zone 41. Over half the bills, 55%, this increase is going to amount to less than $5 a month for those folks. About 25% of the bills is going to be between $5 and $10. So 80% of our billing falls within that. And that's based on, again, the type of user you have, whether that's low to moderate users. On the higher end, the higher users are going to have more of an increase, obviously. And so that's where the 15% of the bills be between $10 and $20, and the rest would be above the $20 threshold.
Supervisor Hume.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Is that for the initial 18% increase, or is that over the life of all of the
That's the initial
increases?
17% increase.
Okay, thank you.
So again, comparing, and again, this is the same thing. This is looking at the initial 17% increase. Looking at the neighboring water providers, we are on the left right now currently, that green with the $67.09. That's where Sacramento County Water Agency is currently in comparison. This increase will bring us a little bit to the right. But I know, I mean, I can assure you, and I do know that many of the folks on the left of us right now are looking at sizable increases as well. Golden State Water, who's just to the left of us there, has filed with the PUC to do a 25% plus increase in the first year, and with sizable increases after that as well. So I know that we're not alone in facing these same issues. So through the outreach, of course, we did our direct mailer for Prop 218, had our dedicated web page with the information on there, did social media posts about the ratepayer assistance program, and of course today we're going to hold the public hearing. Two things I want to clarify. One of the comments we had through the outreach process was certainly the impact this will have on the lower income residents, our ratepayers. So one of the things we went back and took a look at is our ratepayer assistance program. That had not been raised in quite a while. We're actually going to be increasing that 26%. So right now, our current ratepayer assistance program is $7 per month. We're going to increase that to $9 a month, increasing it by $2 a month. That will be effective November 1st, same time this rate goes into effect. The second thing I heard as far as the comments, a lot of the comments were in relation to the Harvest water line that's coming down Franklin Boulevard and how that's completely paid for by the state and that our ratepayers shouldn't be paying for that. That, I want to make sure that it's clear. I know this board understands. I want to make sure it's clear to the public. That is a Sacramento sewer project. That is carrying recycled water from the sewage treatment plant. That is not potable drinking water, and that is not us. So with that, today, as I mentioned, we've gone through the mailing, we've done outreach, we are holding today the public hearing. With the board to, again, if we find today that the protests do not meet the threshold and the board agrees with this, we would continue this to September 24th for adopting the ordinance, and the first rate implementation would take place on November 1st. So today's action, again, we're going to introduce the attached ordinance amending Chapter 3.5 and adding Appendix 2 of Title 3 of the Sacramento County Water Agency Code, waiving the full reading of said ordinance, opening the public hearing and considering all testimony and protests related to the proposed increase in the monthly water service, and then asking the Madam Clerk to tabulate the protests and make a finding that the protests related to the proposed increase to the service fees do not meet the threshold level required to prohibit the imposition of these fees, and then close the hearing and continue the ordinance to September 24th for adoption. With that, I take any questions, or we can move forward to the next step.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, I think during our briefing we talked about this, but I just want to reiterate it again. Is this financial model sustainable insofar as I know that in Southern California, water districts kind of pushed all into the metered perspective of things, and then the conservation campaigns worked, and they saw their income plummet, and now they're looking at going to an ad valorem tax in order to make up the difference because they're not getting the water usage that keeps them financially viable. Have you kind of baked into those sort of unknowns into this and feel confident that the path forward is going to be sustainable for the future?
Yes, and thank you for asking that. And there's two ways that we looked at this, right? You can look at it from perspective saying, okay, if we reach all of our water conservation measures, what does that do to the revenue side of this? We can also take a look at, we know that our system's been growing and we are adding customers. What we ended up doing is really being fairly conservatively low on our growth perspective to account for, we know the conservation's going to work. It already is working. It has worked during a drought. We certainly have a much lower level per connection of water usage. So short answer to your question is yes, we have baked that into our numbers. We do feel it's sustainable, but you'll see from our financial pro forma that was included with the rate study, we are still operating in a negative, in the red, for the first 3 years of this rate increase. It won't be until year 4 when we reach a break-even point in this and are able to start building our reserve again. In those first 3.5 years, we're going to be using our reserves, and that's why, again, we put aside our 85% requirement for holding in cash reserves for operations, knowing that these first 3.5 years, we're going to be using that reserve.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hume, for bringing that up. And that new regulatory scheme, making conservation a way of life, I think a lot of water agencies haven't even started thinking about how they're going to grapple with it, because that's going to be extreme. That's going to be a big change. What are the conservation goals we have to hit on that?
So we haven't finished negotiating those yet.
Okay.
So what we're doing right now, we've gone through each of our areas. We have different systems that the state we agree on. These are our particular service areas within our system. And then we work on, we take a look at historical usage versus what the state thinks we should be, and we negotiate where that is. Now, we can say that you've seen it probably in the news. I mean, there are jurisdictions that are seeing upwards of 40% requirements to decrease. I think in our case, we're hoping we can get somewhere down closer to the 20% level negotiation with the state, but there's a lot of factors that are going to go into that. It's quite a bit of effort right now we're going through.
Do you have any estimate of what our savings might be with just fixing leaks? And any sense of what percentage that would get us?
In older systems, your loss through leaks can be in the upwards of 20% range. In a newer system, so in our areas of new development, we should expect far less than 6% of leaks. And typically, we don't find those leaks in the transmission system. In the transmissions, you'll know because it's in our main roads, and you'll start seeing roads collapse. A lot of it's in the distribution areas within the neighborhoods that you see those leaks. And so in the older areas, you are going to get a higher percentage loss through there. In our newer areas, we're in a little better shape.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the board members I see punched in at this time, so I will open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to address the board at this time? And I do see we have some. We'll start with John Starkey.
Thank you for allowing me to talk and express my opinions in that. I've been a resident of Rancho Cordova for 62 years and seen the rates just progressively go up. I would like to address what I think are 3 or 4 particular issues. That is, first, that 55% is the total increase over the next 5 years in water. That's, he added up 7, 5, 4, and 3, and that it totals out 75% or 55%. I understand we need a rate increase, but my objection is the amount of increase over the time period that's involved. I can't believe that this isn't the largest utility increase in the history of Sacramento over a 5-year time period. The basis of the water prices is based on 3 elements: water used, service size, and capital development. The only variable is water use. I have a particular issue with the service size. I have a newer home, has sprinklers on it. I have an 1.5-inch service. I only need a 3/4 service, actually. But for the rest of my life, and probably the rest of everybody else's life, we're going to be paying a surcharge of about $15 a month just because I have an 1.5-inch water service in case I have a fire in the house. The probability of that happening is what, 1 in 20,000? Why do I have to pay for a huge water surface that's never going to be used?
Can you wrap up, sir?
Pardon me?
Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You already addressed the issue of senior citizens and that. I appreciate that. We have a lot of widows in my area, particularly. The size of the increase takes up 25% of the Social Security increase every month. The last issue I have is how the vote is going to be taken to receive the approval of the majority of the approval or disapproval of the majority of the property owners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, could you please come up before we have our next speaker? So the percentage that we're talking about as an increase, whatever that percentage is, it's not a percentage of the entire bill, correct?
No. It's, so the bill is broken apart primarily into two parts. You have, of course, in Zone 40, which is south of the American River, where we have the conjunctive use where we're able to draw from the Sacramento River. A majority of the homes in Elk Grove and south of the river, that development would have never been able to happen without us being able to build and have this conjunctive use system of being able to draw from the Sacramento River. That is why the folks that benefit from that south of the American River have a $28.50 charge on their bill that's Zone 40. That's not being affected by this. That's a fixed rate. The part that, and he is correct, that the part that is variable is on the water bill side of it.
Right.
So I gave you an example of my own mother who lives in Zone 40. She has a $28.50 charge on her bill for that. Her variable part of the bill is $22.
Right.
That's the part that would be subject to, that's the water usage part, that would be subject to the 17%.
So just instead of adding that percentage to the $60 your mom pays, it's only the $22.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's important. Next speaker, please. Randall Ward.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. I may impose on you if I can add a little bit of time. I think I can get this done in less than 3 minutes. But I will say...
We're way over time, so please try.
I appreciate it. I will do that. But in due respect, there has, in contrast to what the director indicated, this has not been a transparent process. There have been no public meetings other than this hearing. And there's been no information. The information that came out in the notice, it was simply a referral to the rate study. That rate study does not give you enough information as policymakers to make a decision. I provided some information to each of you, each of your offices, so I hope you have an opportunity to take a look at that. But that rate study is, the contractor, I'm sure, did a very good job. They have formulas, they have processes that they use. The problem with it is the information all comes, by and large, the drivers come from the capital improvement program. That capital improvement program, if you look at the projects in there, there's no prioritization. There's nothing that gives you an ability to determine whether any of those projects have mission critical status associated with them. What happens? Is there an alternative to it? Could it be deferred? Could it be the project be changed? Those questions haven't been answered. That's the kind of thing that I, as a ratepayer, would expect. That's important, that prioritization of those projects. So I'm not spending my time is being spent on where I think I can make the biggest buck with you in a couple of minutes, which is that capital improvement program. I don't think you have enough basis to make a decision without that specific information on those priorities of those projects. They're important. I'll mention the $28.80. $28.80 is a fixed price that doesn't change.
Right.
We may be collecting too much for that. You haven't looked at all the financial drivers here. It's not been available to me. It may have been available to you. I haven't seen it. I can't tell from looking at the information available whether they've looked at other options to smooth the rate out. There's all kinds of different ways of dealing with indebtedness, bonds, et cetera. Why didn't they finance both bonds, the 2000 A and B, at the same time? It's cost the ratepayers a bundle, at least based on what my review of this. So, and then I look at a 17% increase, and they didn't do anything for 3 years.
Can you wrap up, please?
Okay, I'll wrap up.
Thank you.
The 17%, I looked at, was there a calamity or something that hit the water district? I mean, why didn't they offer it? Why didn't we have a lower rate for the last 3 years to now get hit with 17%? I assume what's happening with the 17% is it's not going to go into effect till a third of the year is over, so it's going to be more than a 17% increase for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Thank you, sir. Elaine Van.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Van, and
just to build on what Randy Ward was saying, I won't go into all that, but the plan presented to you is not justified over 5 years. If you look at that plan, it's 5 years with compounded rate increase. It's a 55% rate increase. And as Mr. Ward mentioned, there's a number of things in that budget have not been analyzed. Understand there's 40 positions vacant. What about the funding for those? How is that being used, and do those need to be filled? Are there savings in that organization that should be brought forward to you? Obviously, this is being pushed. Here you are in September making a decision for an agency that obviously does need some funding in this year. And to that point, I would say that sound fiscal policy that you could adopt today would be to consider adopting a 2-year, not a 5-year plan. We live in times of so much economic change. We don't know what's going to be out there in 5 years. And people are being pressed from all sides in their budget. So I would suggest to you that you have the opportunity to look at a 2-year plan. Whether that 17% is even justified, I can't tell from this. But certainly, if you adopted a 2-year plan and asked the department to look at the results of some of their efforts, like fixing the leaks, looking at the capital outlay plan, and prioritizing some things, looking at the vacancies and seeing what savings there are, and coming back to you at the end of 2025 or 26 with a better analysis before you build in rates to 2027, 28, I would suggest that that would be sound and wise fiscal policy at this time. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jay Maestri.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Maestri, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove. I won't take too much of your time this afternoon, but I do want to voice my strong disapproval of this rate increase. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we have an agency as well established as SCWA, which is known about their different inflation scenarios versus the average, rates of increase that other establishments endure. The average person sees an increase of 2.5% increase per year. They are talking about 39% increases over a couple of years, and they've known about it. So that's the one thing. They've gone to elaborate extents to explain that they are different from other agencies. They've also gone to elaborate extents to explain that these increases amount to a couple of dollars, maybe $2 or $3 on your monthly bill. But that's besides the point. The point is, having been in business for so long, why weren't they aware of all of these issues that could affect their cost to consumers? And why didn't they take appropriate steps soon enough? And the other question is, are the steps that they're now taking, or they wish to take, is that going to completely eliminate all of their losses that they've encountered thus far? Or are they going to come back in 5 years' time and say, no, look, we said it was this, but it didn't. Our rates went what we envisaged, and we have to put it up again another 17%, and followed by another 3 years or 4 years of 5, 7, 8, 9%. Are they going to do that? I have a very big issue with this. I wish they would go back and come back with a suitable plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Hume, you want me to close the public hearing, or do you want to address? Okay. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, how many protests do you currently have on record?
Your Honor.
No, sir. You've already had your moment.
Okay.
Thank you. How many protests do you have on record?
We have 92 protests on
92
record.
protests on record. Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it to the board. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I agree with everything that the speaker said, and personally, I'm opposed to this fee increase. However, I'm going to vote for it, and here's why, is because Mr. Satow just came on the job within the last year. He is now making up for deficiencies that he discovered, and had he had a situation in place that is similar to what he's proposing at this point, which is there would be an escalator built in so that the fee doesn't have to be made up, we wouldn't be in this situation. But unfortunately, with the pandemic coming out of that, and there not being a reckoning of the cost of providing the water relative to some of the other regulatory environments, and so really we've been living on borrowed time, if you will. And I don't remember which speaker suggested a 2-year increase, but as he showed with the fee study, the first 3 years of this fee study, we're still living off of savings and not even and getting to where we're cost neutral. The one thing that I will say is it is somewhat unconscionable to me that it is part of the regulatory environment being foisted upon us for clean air vehicles and conservation plans and other things that have nothing to do with the provision of an absolute necessity of life, which is water. And so that's why I am opposed to it, but I'm going to vote for it because otherwise it's going to be even more dire. And that's why I asked the question about sustainability, is because we need this water. You're going to need water to survive. So with that, I would make the motion.
I'll second it. And I'll say I agree with you, Supervisor, that I know that when I looked at the table of showing the percentages over the years, the 17 just kind of jumped out at me, and I questioned staff about it. And I think, in all honesty, and we have to own this as well as a board, as the governing body, that had we made the investments that we should have been making over the years, it would have been a much more incremental increase, and we wouldn't have been hit by this. But if we don't do this, I agree with you, and I think dire circumstances is a good line. I do know that the city where I live, city of Sacramento, and represent a good chunk of, has been going through water issues in their utilities department for the last several years, and is costing in the B's. Billions, because investments weren't made for so long. So as far as the criticism of the capital improvements, if you don't pay now, you're going to pay a whole lot more later, with perhaps some circumstances that would create real problems for our communities. So that's why I'm seconding the motion. Okay, if I see no other board members, so we have a motion and a second on the floor, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, next item, please.
Now you should adjourn to closed session.
Okay. Then with that, we will adjourn to closed session. How long do you think it's going to take?
I believe we have 2 cases and
shouldn't take long.
labor. I don't know, 20 minutes maybe?
All right.
At best.
What do you want to come back at? 2:45. Okay, 2:45. Welcome back. We'll call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors on September 10th, 2024 for our afternoon session. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost? Here. Hume?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
And County Council, is there anything to report out of closed session?
We do not have anything to report out, but I would request that the board continue closed session until after the meeting in case we need it.
Okay, then closed session is continued unless there's any other board member who thinks otherwise. Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, for item 55, you're acting as the Housing Authority of County of Sacramento. This is the Affordable Housing and Rental Assistance Demonstration Program Workshop.
Hello. Can folks hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Nicole Graham. I am the co-CEO of CSG Advisors. I am joined by my partner, Tanya Dempsey, also co-CEO of CSG Advisors. We have been working, our firm is a financial advisory firm, and we work almost solely with public agencies, predominantly on housing issues. CSG has been, is the largest municipal advisory firm on housing, and we're also the largest municipal advisory firm that's women-owned. So we have been working with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency and the housing authorities since 2007. And we, at that time, did an asset repositioning study for the agencies then. We have subsequently updated that a couple of times, so we'll be going through that today. And this is something that we do for housing authorities across the country. So we have done asset repositioning studies for dozens of housing authorities, and we work with housing authorities to look at their entire portfolios, look at what's possible and what makes the most sense, and working with our clients and their stakeholders to come up with strategies that will bring out the best of each of the properties, and also come up with ways that will be the most financially feasible. So that's just background on our firm and what we've done with Sacramento Housing. And I'll turn it over to Tanya here to take you through what's next.
Thanks for having us. Next slide. We are going to start our, I can do it. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
There we go.
So we're going to start with agency overviews and backgrounds, and then talk through some affordable housing building blocks, and then really go through the work that we've done for many years with the county on asset repositioning, where we are now, who do we actually serve, and what our next steps are. So I'd like to introduce Brad Nakino, who's General Counsel, to talk through the agency overview and background. We'll see you guys in a minute.
Do you want this?
Good afternoon, Board. Brad Nakano, SHRA General Counsel. Like Tanya said, we're going to give a little overview of the agency. SHRA's mission is to provide affordable housing opportunities, revitalize communities, and serve as a housing authority for both the city and county of Sacramento. As this diagram illustrates, the 4 local government agencies, the county, city, county housing authority, and city housing authority, have formed SHRA under California's Joint Powers Act. SHRA was established primarily to ensure that staffing of the housing authorities and SHRA were identical. Having identical staffing allows residents to interact with one agency for all housing needs, regardless of whether the residents are located in the city or the county, and when they move in between the city and the county.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if you've spoken before the Board of Supervisors before, but get used to getting interrupted. So going back to that previous slide, so we all know. So then the City of Sacramento, County of Sacramento, we have our housing authorities, and the JPA is SHRA. It's and I've said this before. I'll say it one more time. It's highly unusual for JPAs to exist, and we sit on dozens of them without having JPAs ever meet. Is there a reason that the JPA virtually never meets?
So the JPA does meet in the form of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, which...
Okay, we'll get to that slide later. Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yep. So let's see. So here in this slide, you can see SHRA's role as it relates to the County Housing Authority, HUD, the Board of Supervisors, the Housing Authority Board, and the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, also known as SHRC. SHRA's functions encompass those of the Housing Authority, as well as administration of the county's HUD-funded grant programs. For example, CDBG, HOME, ESG, and HOPWA. Thus, SHRA, through its function as the County Housing Authority, is regulated by HUD and must meet HUD's requirements under the Federal Housing Authority Program and the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program. Among other things, HUD requires that the Housing Authority be governed by a Board of Commissioners, which in turn approves Housing Authority policy and ensures Housing Authority compliance with HUD. SHRC satisfies this HUD requirement by serving as the County Housing Authority's Board of Commissioners. Each county supervisor appoints one SHRC commissioner. These appointed commissioners serve as the representative for the county supervisor who made the appointment. As required by law, the county supervisors also appoint one public housing resident that must be 62 years of age or over. The Board of Supervisors also provides oversight of SHRA in the following ways: project-specific use and approval of county CDBG, HOME, ESG, and HOPWA grants, and membership on the Housing Authority Board to hold bond inducement hearings and TEFRA hearings in connection with issuing bonds, as well as approving SHRA budgets.
So since you mentioned CDBG, do you know the history, and maybe Lachelle does, I'm sure Lachelle does, the history of how CDBG ended up with SHRA?
If Lachelle wants to take that one.
Okay, there we go.
Excuse me, the volume's too low, I cannot hear. Would you turn the volume up?
We'll have our technical folks work on it.
And you're also talking about the city. The city is not responsible. And you represent
Ma'am, if you want to speak, if you want to speak at, ma'am, I'm sorry, please, ma'am,
No, that's a private
ma'am,
charity.
ma'am.
You should be paying taxes too. And then it'd be recorded totally, all the way up, all the way up.
Ma'am,
Okay, so
I'm going to have to ask you, ma'am,
No.
ma'am,
Don't sell out. All you blancos, don't sell out. You know who you are. Don't sell out.
ma'am,
And I include you too. You're born and raised here.
I appreciate that you know this is an important item, but if you have another outburst like that, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the chambers. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lachelle.
Yes, we were
Thank
just
you. I
about to
forgot
talk
where I
about
was.
CDBG. So when the agency was formed back in 1982, these functions were all brought under the umbrella of SHRA so that they would have the expertise with the federal government in terms of, CDBG, HOME, all of those things. And so it was a combination of the housing authority, the housing functions for both the city and county, and then, as Brad mentioned, you would have joint staff who had a lot of expertise and who also...
County Rep, why are you speaking for the Catholic Church who he represents? You're in no position. You
Okay.
should be fired for that.
Okay, we're going to take a 4-minute recess and let security handle this situation. All right, if no one has any issues with it, we will forego 2 of those minutes. We're back in session. Please call the roll.
Cerna?
Here.
Desmond? Frost? Here. Hume? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So on this slide, it shows that the housing authorities are vested the following powers by law. And those include things such as the ability to clear, replan, and reconstruct areas in which unsafe and unsanitary housing conditions exist, provide safe and sanitary housing, acquire, develop, finance, and operate affordable housing projects, provide housing counseling and referral services for low-income families, provide security for those housing projects, issue bonds, provide loans or lending enhancements, convey surplus land, and, if needed, use eminent domain power. Now, the Commission is a standing body which consists of 11 members. And as I previously mentioned, 6 members of SHRC are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, one of which must be a county public housing resident over the age of 62. The other 5 members are appointed by the mayor, and one of these members must be a city public housing resident over the age of 62. The Commission's primary areas of responsibility include involving the community and facilitating broad citizen participation in the ongoing review of all proposed SHRA actions prior to final approval by the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Desmond?
I'll wait till he reads the next paragraph.
Okay. And review and approval of the public housing and housing choice voucher policies and procedures. Updates take place annually, and HUD requires tenant participation in these decisions. Extensive public hearing process takes place every year, and which we are actually going through now at this time of year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. And before I think I want to close the loop on the CDBG question before I ask a question about this slide specifically. So that decision was made in like the 80s to administer those have SHRA administer those funds, Lachelle?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not required by federal law. Is that the case?
No, it's not required by federal law.
And with respect to this slide, this is what I've never really clearly understood, so I appreciate that we're having this workshop today, is, I always think of myself, we're a member of the JPA, but the elected officials never meet and make policy decisions. So it's a HUD requirement that has to be delegated to a commission? Explain that to me. I'm just interested in the governance.
Yeah, so HUD requires that the Housing Authority have a commission in which approves all housing authority-related policies. And so back in 1981, there was a decision that was made that the city and the county would designate the commission as appointees of either the mayor or of each of the county supervisors. And so that's the historical background as to why it was formed that way. And then as the JPA got created, the agreement essentially codified what the proven resolutions stated in terms of how the commissioners would be appointed, what their authorities were, things of that nature.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that's the JPA has codified the structure, but it's not. Is it a structure that's required by the federal government? I guess that's my question. I just want to drill down on that.
The way that's set up is not required by the federal government. The HUD has a requirement that there be a commission, as well as California law states that there also must be a housing authority board for each of the housing authorities.
Got it. And so now we appoint members of the commission, and they're the ones who make the decisions about SHRA policy. Could it be structured in a way where that commission comes back to the JPA, the elected officials, with an advisory recommendation, and those elected officials make that decision about policies? Could it be structured that way?
So with respect to HUD, the policy and decision-making process has to be done at the commission level. So whether or not, so if the county supervisors would like direct input, I guess there are several ways you could do that with your representative, or as an alternative, each county representative or supervisor could appoint themselves to the commission.
So if I could just chime in here, I think, and this is the part where it gets a little bit kind of little tricky. A little tricky. So the commission is really looking at the policies for the housing authority. So they're governed by what we call an administrative plan and also our ACOP. So those are all of the policies that relate to how we interface and work with our residents and our clients. And so we go through this whole process each year, and those policies are the ones that we're referring to that are approved. However, when there are policies regarding, the CDBG, the financing of affordable housing, that is not at the commission level. That rests at this level. It goes through the commission, and they give more of an advisory that then comes on to you, and you make those final decisions. So there's a separation between kind of just the general operations of the housing authority versus the work that we do on your behalf as really your housing department.
Correct. And to make a further clarification, those decisions with respect to CDBG, the County Board of Supervisors is sitting in its capacity as the County Board of Supervisors, not as the Housing Authority. Those functions have nothing to do with the Housing Authority of the county.
Supervisor Hume.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate a little bit of time that we're spending on this because I think it's germane to sort of this veil with which this agency operates that we don't fully understand. And so at the beginning, when you showed both the two housing authority, the slide with the 4 boxes pointing towards the circle in the middle, the next one before that, you mentioned that the reason they're set up this way is so that the makeup is exactly the same, so the public knows exactly whom they're addressing concerns to. Was that kind of the gist of what you were saying?
So it's so that the public essentially has a one-stop shop. So if they're speaking to a specific staff person with regards to their public housing participation in the city of Sacramento, and then they end up moving to a property within the county of Sacramento, or move from public housing to a housing choice voucher program participant, at least they are familiar with the agency, who to contact, and so that was one of the main reasons why, as I mentioned before, one of the goals was to have an identical staffing for each of the housing authorities, just so that residents wouldn't be confused calling the city housing authority saying, "Oh, I have this voucher," or I'm a resident over at this property, which really that property is actually in the county, and then having staff having to say, "Oh no, that's not our agency. You'll actually have to go to this other agency to deal with your concerns with respect to your residency, at that current property."
So when you reference a one-stop shop and having familiarity, you're speaking of the agency as SHRA, not the fact that the county and the city council and the housing authority, that they're exactly the same.
Correct. We're only speaking to the staffing portion in terms of familiarity and the identical nature.
And so then the HUD requires that there be a commission. Do they require that it be a joint commission of these two enabling bodies? Or is that codified through the formation of the JPA? Because again, I go back to what the chair asked at the very beginning, which it's a little odd to be quote unquote responsible for a JPA wherein we don't provide any overarching direction for the agency.
Yeah, so that's
we respond to information, right, and requests for funding and that type of a thing, but we don't provide any oversight for the agency itself.
Correct. So that is codified in the JPA. The reason that HUD or the federal government doesn't codify it in such a way is because because the federal government acknowledges that the county has its own housing authority and the city has its own housing authority, and they do not mandate that those housing authorities be combined under one housing authority, even though they're within the greater Sacramento area.
Sure, but I'm asking more about the commission itself. Is the commission joined at the hip by HUD authority or by the creation of the JPA?
No, by the creation of the JPA.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Since we're on the topic of kind of overall structure and understanding the general mission of the organization, we haven't had redevelopment, capital R, in California for a dozen years now. So is there a practical reason why we still keep redevelopment in the title of the JPA, other than maybe escaping the cost of having to change signage and stationery and that kind of thing?
That would be correct. It's a little R, and maybe our wishful thinking that at some point redevelopment may return. But we also did other types of things like the Sacramento Promise Zone, different things to do revitalization, but obviously not nearly to the same magnitude as redevelopment. But you are correct.
If we assumed for the moment, if we weren't the optimists that you are, Lachelle, and we assume for the moment that redevelopment is not coming back the way we knew it, at least, and we're forever going to be a housing authority, both city and county, is there any benefit of making it clear to the public at some point in title or in name of rebranding us as the city and county housing authority?
Absolutely, absolutely. We could definitely do that. Yes.
I mean, it comes at a cost. I understand that, but I don't know. It's been a dozen years, and I don't have the kind of optimism you do.
Eternal optimism.
I hope it does come back, but maybe at some point we ought to have a more focused conversation about the merits of doing that or not. So,
yes.
Thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly that the Housing and Redevelopment Commission is a body of 11 people comprised of people from the city of Sacramento and the county making decisions for the JPA, which is both of the redevelopment agencies. So they're making decisions for both sides that operate, and each side operates separately on a different P&L, different vouchers, different CDBG funding, on a whole different, they're making decisions for both sides of it.
I can start and then Lachelle can chime in. You're correct. The commission is comprised of members appointed by the city, members appointed by the county. With respect to joint decision-making, the commission and its members are not making any decisions with respect to HUD grant programs like CDBG. At a minimum, they are evaluating and making recommendations up to the governing body. So the county has its own CDBG grant funding, its own home funding, its own HOPA funding. So those actions, although they may come from a recommendation from the commission, they only go to the governing body. So for county, they only go to the county board of supervisors, which makes the final decision. With respect to any city HUD grant funding, they make the recommendation over to the city council, and then the city council will make a decision with respect to its funds.
So the policymaking board is directly overseeing any policy or decisions, and then
Yes, and then as Lachelle pointed out, the policy that we're speaking of is solely with respect to the housing authority policies. So the housing authority's public housing function and the housing choice voucher function.
And HUD is looking at, not at the JPA, but at the housing authority, each housing authority, or at the JPA as a whole, when HUD comes to talk to you all the time?
It's at the housing authority. They look at the housing authorities separately, but understand that we have one commission.
So our
and that we have
issue
a
with
JPA.
vouchers may not be the city's issue with vouchers.
Well, just to add more complexity to it, the housing choice vouchers were separated between the city and the county. But, several years ago, we combined them into just the county. So the county actually has the jurisdiction over all vouchers.
And
Because
when you-
people live and go back and forth between the city and the county.
And did both city and county have to vote to do that then? The
Yes, they
boards?
did. Yes, they did.
Yes, and they voted as the housing authority boards, just to make that clear.
Okay, don't go too far. So I'm going to go back to my original question as far as, when I asked the question, is it unusual and why is it that the JPA never meets? And you said, well, we do because we have a commission. I respectfully disagree with that. That's not the JPA meeting. And my issue is, and I'll probably have a little less finesse than some of my colleagues on this, but because I've always felt this way and made it very public, that of all of the JPAs that we belong to, and again, we belong to a lot of them, and you'll often see even we also act as different bodies. I mean, like today we acted as a water agency and, so it's called out. But of all of the JPAs that we sit on, this is the only JPA that has a body between us and between the JPA and the agency. I understand that we see CDBG and we see a lot of the funding and all of that, but there's some critical parts that we don't see where there's lacking transparency because all due respect to the process, SHRA commission meetings, and they're just, people don't know about them, people don't know where they are, they don't know what time they are, they don't know they're happening, as much less so than here and the bright lights. So I'm just wondering why it is we need to have a body between us and our own agency, number one. Number two is even though we do those other things, we still don't do things like, for example, the administrative plan. I would assume that the commission reviews the administration plan. Okay, we never see that. This is just one example. And that's a plan that actually has ramifications on 13,000 vouchers and 3,000 public housing units. That, to me, rests on the JPA members and the responsibility, and the buck stops here, not a commission that nobody knows exists.
So I guess I can't explain or tell the county board why the decision was made to appoint commissioners as opposed to appoint themselves. However, the commission and its makeup is codified in both the city code and the county code. And it has the breakdown that I went over with 6 members appointed by.
I understand that.
So I guess it's not really my position to tell you why you're not on the commission.
In essence, what you're saying is there is nothing that's requiring us to have the commission as a layer between us and the agency.
No, there is a requirement by both the JPA and by PUD to have a commission. However,
but we could be the commission.
Correct. Right. There is no requirement telling you that you cannot appoint yourself.
And I understand that there is the requirement to have a resident and those requirements. Yes. But we have other JPAs where we do that. We actually have people call in or show up and for that portion of the meeting and then excuse themselves. There's other. I've looked at what other counties do. I mean, for example, San Diego County. They do have a commission, but the board is much more involved with the commission, and it's an advisory to the board. It's not an advisory to the agency. So there are different ways of doing this, and I just wanted to make clear that the only thing that is tying us to doing it exactly the way we've done it since the 80s are our own rules, which we can and have the authority to change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a rule that says we can't appoint ourselves to the commission?
No. I'm sorry, did you say that you cannot? There is no rule that you cannot.
Yeah, thank
No,
you.
not that I'm aware of, no.
Good.
Okay. So we'll move along to the last slide, which is about the Sacramento Resident Advisory Board. You may also have heard this referred to as the RAB. And this is a federally mandated organization formed to work with the housing authorities of both the city and the county. The RAB represents and is the primary liaison between public housing residents and SHRA. And the main goals of the RAB are to ensure ongoing participation in the planning and implementation of programs which affects the residents, and serve as an advisory board to SHRC and the housing authorities of both the city and the county in all the areas of the housing operations.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the same theme here as we just got off of, and that's that you just said in your own words, that it's advisory to us.
In this slide, yes. It's advisory to the commission and the housing authorities of the city and the county.
Right. But we've never had any report from them. We've never had any, we don't have any input. We don't, I mean, for someone who's advising us, there's a lot of murkiness there that there's absolutely no participation at the board level from them.
Well, so I don't have
if I could just step in here. There have been times where members or the president of the RAB has come and testified, I know before the city or the county on issues. It's been rare, as you said. But the Resident Advisory Board also is the primary communication to the staff in terms of what are the issues that are most important and germane to our residents. They meet every quarter. The entire executive team of SHRA are in those meetings. We give them updates in terms of exactly, what is going on, big projects that we're working on. But more specifically, and you'll see this as we start to get into the discussion about the rental assistance demonstration program, they have a key voice in how that's done. They want to get information about that. So there's a lot of communication, and it's our method of really keeping very close contact with our residents. But I do agree with you. I think that there are definite opportunities for much more visibility and engagement of the RAB before our governing bodies. And I think that you will probably let's just say that issue has come up as HUD has taken a look at the agency and the JPA as well.
And I appreciate the linkage with staff. That's very important. I completely agree with that. It's just that, I see again and again where I'm told that it's an advisory body to the housing authorities, and yet, to me, that entrusts on me responsibility to act in a legal and fiduciary capacity to the community. And so far, I feel like the housing authority is somewhat cut out of that. Other than a piecemeal, there's nothing standing as far as report backs or it's just piecemeal to come in and testify on a certain item. That's not the same thing.
No, okay. I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And I didn't even know, but I really didn't understand a lot of these things. I'm a little confused with the RAB. I don't even think I had heard of them, or if I did, I'd forgotten.
Yeah. So the RAB is, if I could just take a quick detour on that. The RAB is made up of our different housing communities. So for instance, at our Comstock neighborhood, which is an elderly high-rise, they form their own small tenant organization. They elect officers, and then the key officers from each of those different housing developments are actually members of the Resident Advisory Board. So it's a way for engagement and for their opportunity to really speak up about what their issues are, which is a wide range of issues.
Okay. Okay. And then when's the last time, I don't know, when's the last time the RAB came and gave a presentation to the Board of Supervisors? Do you know?
I can't recall the last time they've given a presentation, in all honesty, before the board that I can recall. I'm not sure if the staff is not saying, no.
No, I don't know if it's happened during my tenure, so maybe it has. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, that wraps up my portion. We're going to move on to, you're going to go ahead and do the introduction?
I was just
Sounds
going
good.
to, thank you, Brad. I was just going to transition because that was a really great overview and I think very helpful, as you mentioned, in just providing the context of the governance, which is not a, very simple thing to understand with multiple layers and different jurisdictions. So that was very helpful. And then we're going to turn it now to Christine Weichart, Director of Development Finance, to provide an overview. This is all sort of building up, right? So to discuss the affordable housing building blocks and to give you a little bit more understanding of some of the tools and basics of the affordable housing as it relates to SHRA, some of the issues that the ultimate repositioning plan are trying to tackle. So.
Good afternoon, Christine Weichert. So this portion of the presentation provides information on the affordable housing building blocks. I'm going to give an overview of the county's affordable housing needs, SHRA's process, resources, and priorities, and our partnership with the county staff, and lastly, funding sources and the costs of affordable housing. So as you are aware, there is a huge need for new affordable housing here in the county. These numbers will not be new to you. The California Housing Partnership recently reported that over 54,000 extremely low and very low income households countywide are without access to affordable housing. In addition, the last Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, stated that over 7,000 extremely low, very low, and low-income new units are needed over the 7-year period in the unincorporated county alone. Recently, the City and County of Sacramento entered into a partnership agreement to improve coordination of homeless activities, and as a result, the Affordable Housing Plan was approved with the goal of the city and county jointly creating 300 units of permanent supportive housing and 100 units of affordable housing each year. SH reports the progress of meeting this goal as part of our annual affordable housing report. In addition, there's a need to preserve existing affordable housing. SHRA currently has a portfolio of over 25,000 rent-restricted units that are owned and operated by private developers, which need to be refinanced and rehabilitated over time if they are to remain viable. And lastly, SHRA owns public housing, which requires preservation, but that will be discussed later in this presentation. So SHRA is unique as a one-stop shop for financing affordable housing. SHRA does combine the powers of the Housing Authority to issue mortgage revenue bonds and project-based vouchers with funding resources from the federal, state, and local governments. In addition, SHRA provides other housing services, such as administering local housing and density bonus ordinances. We assist with the housing elements and other programs, such as fee waivers, and we develop affordable housing strategies for land dedication. SHRA has staffing expertise to set policy and oversee affordable housing developments, including things such as underwriting, construction oversight, compliance monitoring, and loan servicing. Lastly, we provide efficiencies and time savings by having a staff that serves both the city and the county. We have adopted consistent lending policies, and by combining bond approvals with public hearings, we have saved time and money for developers. Lastly, we have eliminated multiple fees. For example, in other jurisdictions, monitoring fees for charges by multiple agencies for bonds, loans, and density bonus units are charged, but SHRA will only charge one fee for all three requirements. So the County of Sacramento has 2 local fee ordinances which benefit affordable housing. The Housing Trust Fund ordinance authorizes the collection of fees on non-residential construction, and the affordable housing ordinance is a fee on new residential development. 2 state of California funding sources are administered by SHRA. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA, is a recording fee on real estate transactions, and the state's Local Housing Trust Fund program, which matches local funds, is administered by us. On your agenda later today, there is a request to apply for an additional $5 million in these funds. I should also point out that SHRA applies for and receives other competitive state funds on behalf of the county, such as Home Key and No Place Like Home. SHRA administers several federal funding grants from HUD, and Brad mentioned some of those. We administer those on behalf of the county. Home funds are used for multifamily production and preservation, and CDBG funds can be used to rehabilitate existing affordable housing.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Christine. Hi. I just wanted to ask a quick question on that. As far as the local source of funds, are those returned to source? Is that accounted for separately within the agency, and so that this housing authority, whatever fees and funds we pay in, we receive back for our projects?
Absolutely. The funds are remitted to the agency quarterly from the county. They are kept in a completely separate account, and then we report that out to you annually, how they're spent, and every dollar is brought forward to you for projects, not necessarily housing authority projects, but any project with any affordable housing developer.
Specific to that agency and not to our partner agency within the JPA?
These are county ordinances, and the funds must be spent in the unincorporated county.
Thank you.
So the total sources I reviewed total approximately $14 million annually, with additional funds generated from loan repayments. Again, SHRA's annual Affordable Housing Report, last presented in June of this year, provides an overview of all housing allocations and expenditures along with the units produced. So SHRA's multifamily lending and mortgage revenue bond policies were adopted by the Board of Supervisors and govern all funding outlined in this report. The policy provide a framework for affordable housing developments. They also, but most importantly, they establish a straightforward and timely review of applications and create an approval process which assures quality development and operations over time. All housing funds carry affordability restrictions on some or all of the units, and with policy goals to create and preserve the supply of affordable rental housing for all lower income groups, including those that require supportive services, to facilitate revitalization, to encourage economic integration, to maintain quality and sustain living environments for residents, and lastly, to increase the efficiency of public funds by obtaining the fullest leverage of non-public funds. The multifamily lending program is most often used in conjunction with mortgage revenue bonds and/or low-income housing tax credits. Projects are structured to leverage other state funding resources, with the remaining gap, if any, filled by SHRA. The policies are a transparent way to ensure predictable requirements, clear and relevant policies and priorities, and to help to reflect SHRA's and the county's objective. We work hard to align our funding timelines to outside funding such as Home Key and other resources. Without local funds, it's almost impossible to leverage these other dollars. Per the policies, SHRA advertises funding availability 2 times a year, 30 days before the applications are due. For example, this year we accepted applications for funding on January 2nd and August 1st. In August, we advertised $3.5 million of funds available in the county, and we received over $49 million in funding requests. This demonstrates the new opportunities for affordable housing in the county are available, but additional local funds are needed to be identified.
Christine, during that process, is there any point in which, before a decision is made, that anybody over in this building has an opportunity to look at this? Because, sometimes funding decisions are made based upon priorities and policies of the board. Is there any opportunity for, us to have input prior to someone being turned down? Let's say that you have two projects that are very, very equal. One satisfies a board priority a little bit more than the other one does. Do we have any opportunity to provide that kind of input?
So I'm going to get into the policy priorities, the priorities for funding. in the
If I'm
next few
jumping ahead,
slides.
you go ahead.
Yeah, why don't I do that, and then
Okay.
we'll come back to that, if that's okay, Supervisor?
No problem.
Okay. Where did I leave off? Sorry. All projects are evaluated per the funding policies and our approved policies, funding priorities and our approved policies, which I will review. Lastly, we notify developers within 30 days if their project will receive funding. Project and funding amounts, including how the project was ranked, are posted on our website, and all projects are presented to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So the funding priorities are outlined in the multifamily lending and mortgage revenue bond policies. Number one is preservation of existing affordable housing at risk of losing affordability. This is preservation of developments which are currently publicly subsidized, but at risk of losing affordability restrictions due to sale, termination, or public subsidy reductions. In other words, without our involvement, the affordable housing units will be lost. Unfortunately, the county does not currently have many projects in this category. Number two is construction and conversion of non-residential developments to residential use, and prioritize in the following order. First is permanent supportive housing and homeless housing. Number two is veterans. Number three, workforce, and then everything else other. It is important to note that policy state within each category, SHRA applications with a deeper affordability are given preference. Number three is rehabilitation of existing affordable housing, and number four is rehabilitation of market rate housing into affordable housing. And it should be noted that we don't often reach funding priorities number 3 and 4. I'm not sure if this is a good time or in the next slide to answer your question, but
This looks like a good one to me.
yeah. So most of our applications that are coming to us are under priority number 2. And if you are basically, we rank those per those priorities, and we publish it on our website after they come in. So it is the priorities in that permanent supportive housing, new permanent supportive housing that usually raise to the top. So if you're not, we tell this to developers, if you're not really in that category, it's going to be very difficult to get the limited funding sources that are available. When we get those projects, we look at the funds available. They're often, in my last example, $3.5 million is only going to fund part of a project, maybe one project, probably not. But we see what fundings, how many units we're being able to leverage. We're seeing the level of affordability. We're looking at, do we have the funds to fill that gap? We're looking at other things in the projects, which I'll go into in a minute, including do they have all their other resources identified? Do they have an idea? So often it comes down to, and it's, it usually ends up with just one project raising to the top. And I'll go through some of that later. So it's actually pretty scientific. It's not quite point driven, but it's almost like that. And so we as staff we do look at things like overconcentration. We try not to overconcentrate. We try to look at areas, our policies say that, if it's a higher income area, maybe it should be placed there. Maybe that should be given priority. But oftentimes we just don't have the luxury of, really prioritizing projects because they sort of prioritize themselves. Lachelle, would you like to add anything more to that?
So the only thing I'd like to add is that this really is a change that the board moved towards, and this was really to address the homeless crisis. Previously, we would do quite a bit of workforce housing, and we would have several projects that we could go ahead and select. But with the focus of trying to get as many people off the streets, and we went through a process. It takes about, 8 8 months to a year in terms of the outreach, working with the community, working with the development community as well, and then coming before you for those funding priorities. But these were the priorities that the county established, and it also happens to be the same priorities that the city established as well in terms of permanent supportive housing. So that's really, why you see those projects, because they're at the top.
So these priorities, and I'm not disagreeing with the priorities, by the way. I'm just curious about process. It says per adopted policies. Who adopted? We adopted those?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But I will say, and you'll see later in my slides, that while we're in the process of evaluating a project, we are working very closely with county staff. I will tell you that, but that's later in my slides too.
Okay.
So the components of a full application are reviewed by the various departments at SHRA. SHRA has experts in all aspects of affordable housing financing, construction, and operations. Minimum construction standards ensure high-quality projects. In addition, construction staff review and approve all construction budgets and visit the sites regularly during construction to ensure the agreed-upon scope of work is being adhered to. The operations budget is just as important, so SHRA ensures property management companies and resident service providers have the required experience, staffing, and budgets to maintain the property over time. Once a property is occupied, SHRA staff visits at least annually to ensure units and properties are being maintained, residents are income qualified, and the correct rents are being charged. We also follow up on all concerns that are brought to our attention. And as bond issuer and lender, we have the approval over property transfers and can legally require a change in property management company if there's an issue. When underwriting and awarding funding, staff ensures developer capacity and experience, project readiness, financing viability, and leveraging of other funds. These are just a few of the criteria SHRA outlines in our 35-page lending policies, and I'm proud to say that our policies have been the model for many cities and state housing agencies over the years. And this was the slide I was referring to. SHRA works closely with many departments in the county. We work with all these departments and more, but we work especially closely with planning and environmental review staff and behavioral health staff during the development process.
On that, you guys also have like a division of homeless initiatives or innovation or something like that, don't you?
That is correct.
Okay. So again, to go back to an earlier slide as far as duplication. So we have our homeless and housing services. How do those, because that's, the thing that's the umbrella that's guiding everything we're doing lately. How is it that you interact and interface with those folks?
So our Department in Homeless Innovation really works on the city side in terms of overseeing the shelters. So at the time when, we were kind of embarking upon this path, the city was very adamant about a tiny home village, and there was also a challenge issued by the governor of the state. And so that's really how we got started, and we developed those tiny homes in conjunction with a local church.
That's in North Sacramento.
Exactly, and then expanded that. And then as the city developed the shelters at Meadowview as well as X Street, they did work with SHRA and asked us to step in and do the oversight for those shelters. So we provide the oversight. We work with the operators. We actually have staff who are on site as well. So a lot of that activity for our homeless innovation is because of the role that we play within the city.
Got it. Thank you.
So I just noticed this pyramid on the slide has been reduced and is now missing some verbiage. So the tip of the pyramid in red should have been labeled SHRA, while the orange should say developer contribution. But this slide represents the funding sources for affordable housing. The financing of affordable housing is not easy and requires many partners. Given rents must remain low, conventional bank loans with high interest rates and strict repayment requirements don't always work well. Most affordable housing financing deals involve several sources. It is not uncommon, however, for a developer to rely on up to 10 financing sources as they try to fill the gap between the cost of affordable housing and the money available. The primary source of funding is the low-income housing tax credits. It's a federal tax credit administered by the state. The state allocates tax credits through a competitive process. On average, tax credits provided financing for about 40 to 50% of the cost when looking back at the most recent county projects. Mortgage revenue bonds are competitive tax-exempt bonds that are issued by the Housing Authority. Bonds allow a developer to receive a lower interest rate loan. On average, bonds can make up about 15 to 30% of the project costs. Many projects receive money from the state's Housing and Community Development Department in addition to local funds. But I should note the HCD has recently reduced funding for a number of their programs. But HomeKey continues to be viable with new funding from POP 1. But together, state and SHRA loans can make up to about 15 to 30% of the project's budget. Lastly, developers often contribute their fees and other partnership funds back to the project, generating about 5 to 10% of the total funding stack. Lastly, for permanent supportive housing projects, project-based vouchers or rental assistance play a key role. Developers can confidently tell their investors and lenders that the government is actually paying much of the rent. And rental assistance allows developers to serve homeless while still ensuring revenue to operate the property. A question we often get is, do affordable housing developments have to use bonds and tax credits? And of course, the answer is no, if alternative funding sources such as HomeKey can be identified. In the past, SHRA financed mixed income housing developments, which included market rate units, but the sources of those projects depended, the success of those projects depended on the unrestricted funding revenue being available and market conditions. In addition, the focus in recent years has been on permanent supportive housing, not just at our local level, but at the state as well. Lastly, I want to end with the cost of affordable housing. This chart reflects the various costs. The larger slices of the pie represent the same expenses a market rate development would have: acquisition, architectural and engineering, permits and fees, financing and interest, and construction costs. If these pie wedges were proportional, of course, acquisition and construction would be the largest pieces. However, these typical development costs are only about 75% of the overall cost of affordable housing. Additional costs unique to affordable housing include setting aside 3 to 6 months of operating expenses and reserves, along with replacement and other reserves. And given all the public funders, a huge number of legal documents are needed, which increases legal expenses. Often prevailing wages are triggered when government money is involved, which creates increased construction costs. Property management, including 24-hour desk coverage for permanent supportive housing and resident services and case management, increase the costs. But those costs are critical to the residents and the development's success. Developer fees and relocation benefits, if needed, are also added to the overall budget. All this ensures that a project will be affordable for 55 years with oversight from SHRA to ensure it is maintained and operated well. And this concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will turn it back over to CSG to discuss public housing and asset repositioning.
Yeah,
and answer your questions.
You thought it was going to be that easy. Supervisor here.
Yeah, don't run away from the podium just yet. So I have a couple of questions. First is, on those 4 priority areas where you mentioned that areas 3 and 4 rarely get to because so much of the funds get eaten up in those.
I'm going the wrong way.
It's okay. I recall the slide. Those priority areas were determined by the commission or by the housing authorities, or how did they come to be?
But by the Board of Supervisors. I think some of the board members were on this board when they were
Okay.
adopted, but I'd have to remember, they were a few years ago, a couple years ago. But yes, that was prioritized. But Lachelle is right. Before that, before the last updated, actually, rehab of existing affordable housing was number one. But the board at the time really felt that we really needed to focus on new construction of homeless permanent supportive housing. That was our direction.
Okay, and so those 4 priority areas are specific to the county housing authority?
So the policies we have are lending policies. We have one for the city and one for county funds. They are separate.
Okay.
But they pretty much mirror each other. The priorities are the same in both.
Okay. And so that's sort of the first threshold by which we determine whether a project is going to be put forward by SHRA or not?
That's correct.
And I would assume, okay, so maybe I shouldn't assume. Let me back up and just ask the question. What determines whether or not a project has to go through the SHRA sieve relative to financing? Can they pursue tax credits on their own? Can they pursue state funding on their own? Do they have to have the blessing of the agency?
No, it depends on what they're looking for. If they're looking, there's 2 types of tax credits. One that works in conjunction with bonds. They're called 4% tax credits.
4% deal or 9% deal.
And then there's a 9%.
Yep.
If you're going for a 9% tax credits and you don't need a bond, well, you wouldn't. If you're going for 9% tax credits and you don't need any subsidy from SHRA in the form of a loan, maybe you've got it from the state, maybe you don't need it, but most likely today you can't do an affordable housing development with just tax credits. You're going to need tax credits with either local, state, or both fundings as well. But you could, let's say they got tax credits, 9% tax credits and money from the state, yeah, you wouldn't have to go through SHRA.
Okay. And then you mentioned in the last slide that you did, the very detailed pie chart as far as all of the costs that go into an affordable housing project. And I believe it was a briefing very early on when after I was seated.
Here.
She's a numbers person.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Technology.
We'll leave the technical stuff to the experts here. You mentioned one of the reasons that the subsidy rate or the amount per door to produce these projects is because you're buying down the clouding of that title for 30 years, 55 years, whatever it is. Is that, do I recall that correctly?
So the reason
Now we're all the way
it's
forward on
so,
the pie
I'm sorry,
chart
Supervisor,
one. The pie chart.
your question is.
The question is that in those costs,
Yes,
that
yes,
one there,
yes.
one of the expenses of why producing affordable housing units it costs so much on a quote-unquote per-door basis is because you're buying down that subsidy for the life of the cloud. Is that?
Well, I mean, if you are, all of these funding sources that we went through, the federal, the state, the local, they all require at least 30 to 55 years of affordability. So it's not that you're necessarily buying down the affordability, it's required. But what we're doing, but when you take this public funds, like tax credits are a public good, bonds are a public good. The investors and bond council, others, are requiring that you have all these other, costs. And then, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily the buying down of those affordable units. It's just that you're required to do the affordable units to receive those funding sources.
Okay. And so then, all right, so then my last question, I don't recall, and it may have come, I just haven't seen it. I would assume at the end of a project, there's a pretty detailed accounting of budget to actual in all of those pie chart items?
Absolutely. We require all projects to give us an audited cost certification before we will release their 10% retention that we hold.
Okay. And I don't have it in front of me right now. Is there permits and fees right there, the green wedge? So obviously one of the things that we're looking at is a fee waiver program and how we fund that program and how much is available. That is in that. And so when we have that reported out to us, if they were to receive credits, would that still show up as an expense, or how would that accounting work if there were a waiver in place?
I think that the third-party auditor of that would, we would probably show it as, on our report, as fees being waived, but from the developer's perspective, it was just, I don't think they would report on that, but they might. Actually, there's a few developers here today, and they are probably much more intimately aware of how that would be accounted for by their accountants rather than me.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I guess the only, so we all hear it, I'm sure you hear it too, that in order to get financing through SHRA, it costs more than other avenues. So, I mean, have we ever done an analysis and looked at what fees SHRA has and costs and so forth, and compared it to like agencies, state agencies, local county agencies, city agencies, to make a comparison to see where we are in the ballpark? Because I do hear that a lot.
We did, the last time we updated our policies, we did a full analysis of our fees compared to other, especially other local bond issuers, local lenders, and they were in parity then. Actually, we brought them down a little bit after that review. I will say that we capped them now. Before, there was no cap. But it is something that we continue to look at. I don't know, Lachelle, did you want to add anything to that? Because that was a big thing we looked at a few years ago.
Well, I was just going to mention also, too, that we reduced them as a result of taking a look at where the fees were and hearing from the development community. We put a cap on it.
When was that?
I think it was 2020.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
It was, yes, it was fall 29 or December 2019. Yes.
19. So it's been 5 years. Mm-hmm. Is there any appetite for taking a look at another exercise?
Absolutely. We can always take a look at that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Clicker? I got it. Oh, you have the clicker. All right. All right, we're back.
So we just wanted to take you back a little bit to sort of where we started, particularly with the need for asset repositioning. As I mentioned at the beginning, we've done asset repositioning plans for many housing authorities across the country, and the reason is for each of those is ultimately the same, right? Is that housing authorities have some collection of assets, right, of buildings and properties, and the funding that continues those buildings, that maintains them and operates them, predominantly comes from HUD, right? There's, a little bit of tenant-paid rent, but that does not sustain the units. And HUD funding has, of course, declined quite a bit over time. This chart here shows us back to 2014, but the first time I presented to this board was back in 2008, and we actually had a much more dramatic slide there showing from the late 90s to the early 2000s, and what has basically happened is just this ongoing shortfall of funds. Now, as those of us or anyone who has operated housing before knows that if there is if there's a finite amount of funds to operate units, and if that that amount that you need is going down over time, but there are no other sources, right? Of course, you're paying for the cost that you must pay first, and things that end up getting not paid enough or funded enough is deferred maintenance, right? And this has been the story with public housing across the country, right? Is because the HUD funds have declined, housing authorities have really had no choice but to let some maintenance costs be deferred. Which brings us to capital funds. So HUD provides two funding sources for its public housing units. The first is the operating funds, which have declined over time, and the second is capital funds. Now, the purpose of those funds, of course, is to create that pool of funds that can keep units at standard, right? Keep them up to code, address, boilers and roofs and things like this as they need it. And that funding, which was never sufficient, also declined quite a bit over time. So what has happened again across the country is that with declining operations and insufficient operating funds, so that's contributing to never having enough deferred maintenance scheduled, right? And then the lack of capital funds, what that means is that housing authorities generally do not have enough money to, go out and do the big projects that need to happen to keep all of the units modernized. Now, housing authorities do everything they can, of course, right? But it does require quite a bit of triage, and that is because, hands are tied. The other interesting thing that I find about housing authorities, unlike if anyone has managed a property or owns property, right, is when you own a property, you can, if it's not operating well, you can always sell it, right? Housing authorities are very distinct in that they're actually federally mandated, no, you can't sell it, you just have to operate it. Well, can we have the money? Well, no, you can only have like this little bit that, is not enough to operate it and not enough to keep it healthy, right? So housing authorities are in a very distinct situation in that regard, that they have to operate it a certain way, and have just a few choices in terms of like how to direct that going forward. And so that's really sort of bringing us to the asset repositioning.
You just described the county budget.
Apparently it has more application than just housing authorities. But yeah, so when we think about how to reposition existing assets, right, we're looking a lot at preservation. That is addressing the existing deferred maintenance for each building. Ideally increasing the number of units that meet accessibility standards. And for those types of projects, we're utilizing those low-income housing tax credits that Christine pointed out as like the foundation of like the affordable housing building blocks, and conventional debt, right, to finance the improvements as much as possible. And then also including smart growth principles to the extent possible. Again, it ends up being a trade-off of all sorts of choices and priorities with all of what SHRA does. And then for new construction, the Housing Authority agency has, has identified.
I'm sorry to interrupt
Yes,
again. Good. You don't know where the next slide's going until you turn it over.
Sure.
But
I will go back.
Preservation, yeah, because we do have aging stock, and we've got, we went through some issues during COVID, in which some of our properties were not particularly taken care of as we would have liked, and so forth. So we have somewhere around 250 units that are needing some expensive TLC, say. Do we have a plan? Because, it sounds like, it's something that we don't have the funding for. Is there a plan just to ensure that we've got people who are living in safe conditions, number one? Of course, that's first and foremost. And secondly, if we have, it's always horrible to have empty units, 200 whatever, when we have people living on the street. Do we have a plan in place to get caught up, or is it solely we don't have the money?
No, absolutely. And in fact, I know that you're going to get into that about the bigger plan in terms of how we can address this with the rental assistance demonstration program. But we do not keep residents, if a situation becomes to the point where it is unsafe, let's say there's some water intrusion that is going to take us quite a while to renovate that unit, then that's where we will first initially move them out of that unit. We may put them in a hotel if we assess that that unit is not going to be habitable for quite some time. Then we will transfer them to another unit.
Right.
And then this is a good lead on. way ahead of us.
Sorry.
In terms of slides. But we're going to be talking about what are the tools that we can use to address that deferred maintenance and to bring those units back online.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're ahead. You just one more slide, we would have gotten
Sorry.
it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I think the setup is really clear, right? We don't have enough money. Housing authorities across the country don't have enough money. We can either build new or we can preserve what we have, but how do we do that? So Nicole alluded to this very key point, which is unlike a private developer, you can't take a mortgage out on your property in the public housing program. So any of the units that are currently public housing today have to be repositioned, and that's why we call it a repositioning plan. There are two key ways that housing authorities have been, these are the tools that they would use to take the units out of public housing and into a different platform in order to raise private debt to fix the units, right? So one is the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. We call it RAD. It's so rad. No, so basically, in this case, there's no increase to subsidy, right? And so if you look at the chart to the right, there's a public housing chart bar and a RAD bar. And if you look, both of them have the same amount of money. So whatever you're getting today, which PS we know is not enough, you're going to continue to get in RAD. Okay, which doesn't make RAD awesome. It just makes it kind of rad. And the second tool is the Section 8 program. Now, the Section 8 program does provide additional subsidy for these units, and you can see, if you're looking at the public housing chart and the RAD chart, then you see this giant chart, which is Section 18. Those vouchers are at market value. And when you receive a Section 8 approval from HUD, which you need to get from HUD, basically they will give you additional subsidy to help finance that project. And so,
Just if I could put a finer point on that, those are vouchers we receive above and beyond what our current allocation of vouchers. So,
correct. They're additive. That's right.
Yes.
Okay, so we know RAD is just the little RAD, no increase to subsidy, right? But it's really easy to access, and it's widespread, right? Most housing authorities across the country are using RAD, and it's essential to the project because if you don't reposition your project, then you can't generate any capital to do the repairs. The Section 18, again, ease of access is low because in order to get this very lucrative voucher, you have to pass a series of tests. And those tests have a very, very high threshold. Most housing authorities try. We have plenty of clients where we've tried to get this voucher, and HUD has literally looked at Google Earth and said, I'm looking at your building, and it doesn't look like it passes. That's a true story. So it's a pretty, we can't really access it. It's a very, very high bar. Once you get it, it's like really useful, and it makes the development easier to build, and it is pretty essential, right? I mean, it's mid because it has different requirements. The tax credits, ease of access, if you're using a 4% tax credit, that is non-competitive. Christine talked about that you would go through SHRA for bonds. It's a complicated process. There's a lot of paperwork and processing, which makes it a little bit, not as user-friendly to use, but definitely essential, right? And then choice neighborhoods. So we put choice neighborhoods on here because it is a HUD program, and it is a HUD program that the Housing Authority has applied for before. And so, it's awarded up to $50 million. There's a lot of housing authorities that are applying for the same pot of money. So it is highly competitive. And it's not really easy to use because you can only use it on very specific things, and it requires a lot of other supports in order to be competitive in that program. I'm going to pause. Questions?
We'll let you know.
Okay. Okay, so great, right? We know that there are tools, we know that there's a funding gap, but what about the residents? And so we wanted to spend a couple of minutes and a couple of slides really talking about how the residents are engaged throughout this process. Because again, we are transitioning from public housing into this new program, which is really the Housing Choice Voucher program, right? And so what happens? We have a ton of resident meetings, they are required. There's at least 5 in the RAD process. There's a resident advisory board, which you guys talked about at the top of this meeting. And they are also, we need their approval and participation in this program in order to transition the projects from public housing into Section 8. And then relocation. So relocation is embedded in the development budget. Christine talked about that, right? There's money in there so that we are paying for moving costs and we are paying for stipends if needed as they move. Okay, so additionally, what else do we provide? So typically in LIHTC transactions, there's specific resident supports that need to be in place in order to have a successful tax credit application. One of them is, improve units and upgraded units so they have, improved quality of life. There's community spaces. I was very lucky today to have gone to Riverview. I want to say Riverside. I think it's the New York, but Riverview, and it was gorgeous. It had giant community spaces, and it looked amazing. And tax credits, and the fact that you went through this RAD program is why we were able to rehab that. And then these catered services, right? So catered services are what really do these residents need? Some residents need, permanent supportive housing type supports, which might be, supportive services and resident coordination to, food stamps or other types of public programs. And there are other housing authority, other buildings that might need daycare. They might need help with educational services. They may need health. And so all of these actually are catered to what the residents need in those buildings.
So where are these services available as far as which of our units? Are they existing, repositioned units? And do we track? So I guess that'd be the first thing is to whom are they available?
I would say that both. I think that there are some existing resident services that are provided to existing public housing. But as part of the tax credit, I think we engage in a different type of contract to provide services for the repositioned tenants.
Okay. Do we follow to see how many people are moving out of poverty or out of, out of our units? I mean, do we track that? Or even, a bigger question is, I would assume, but doesn't the federal government or wherever we're getting these, do they look for matrices for success? I mean, typically my experience with the federal government is they don't just throw money at you and walk away.
Just to clarify, so within the RAD program, the beauty of it is our ability to then set up a budget and that is specific to that development. So Riverview, which is across the street that Tanya was talking about, those are all seniors.
All right.
So then we're going to bring in a social service provider. I believe it might be Life Steps that we contract with, but then that's built into the budget. So that particular development may have all kinds of activities related specifically to seniors.
Right.
If we're doing a RAD project that's a family, then it's going to be, it could be, things for the children. It could be things for the families who want resume services, all of those things. But we have the funds. We have the money to do it. Okay, so then if you go to the public housing side, Life Before RAD, we do have a resident services department. We have resident services staff. And so their job is to work with our residents, but they're spread out over so many properties. So you don't get the kind of customization that we're getting under RAD with just our normal resident services program.
Thank you.
And just to answer the secondary question about whether they're being tracked, my sense is that in the Life Steps contract they are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just follow? That's why I'm interested in the outcomes. So you don't yet know or have any specific data on the outcomes for the tenants that are in those repositioned units?
Yes, that is the information that is tracked through that provider. But then also just in our general population, especially if they participate in our FSS, our family self-sufficiency, we definitely have all of the detail. That's a program where if the residents sign up, they have 5-year goals. Their goal could be, I want to go back to school and get my diploma and get a job. And so, through a program of helping initiate savings at the end of that 5 years, then they will have the monies that we've set aside for them in an escrow account that can really sometimes launch them into home ownership or can help assist them with college expenses or anything of that nature. And that's what our resident services department is engaged in, that type of work.
And tracking it, and they can
absolutely.
show, hey, the population with these kinds of services, they're the ones moving out of poverty. Okay. And did you come up with the word RAD and wanted to find words for that, or did you come up with the words first and then?
I
what a great
didn't.
acronym.
I mean, it's gift, really. No, RAD is there, and it kind of just, I can't help myself. Sorry.
We look forward to the awesome program.
Yeah, I wish that there was an awesome program. It'd be great. Okay, so furthering our impacts to the residents, right? Here are the requirements that are baked into the Christine's program. I'm just going to call it Christine's program. It's your program. But again, I think that it just demonstrates the need and the requirement of public funds and using them to improve the residents that live there. So, I think there's 20 hours a week minimum service requirements. That's awesome. Toddler, and then, we kind of talked about this. If you have a family unit, to make sure that you have enough supports in place to support the folks that live there. And then, CTAC also has more standards. So there are a lot of standards for residents. One, sufficient square footage, accessibility, and privacy, ongoing services that are free, amenities that have to be in place within 6 months, and then again, this certain hour per week, I think really does help us because we know that we already provide that, and that gives us more points and makes our applications more competitive.
All right. So now we're going to take you back in time again to the guiding principles that were adopted back in 2008. My first presentation here. And so I'll just sort of take you through those because they're still in effect. And we are still, all of the planning is with those guiding principles in mind, right? So sustain our commitment to housing extremely low-income households by adopting a no net loss policy, right? So unlike other agencies that we've seen over time where the number of deeply affordable units has diminished, right? So no net loss. Number two, decrease the reliance on federal funding sources, right? So we talked about some of the challenges with relying wholly on federal resources with all of the requirements, but not a lot of flexibility and not enough funding. So I think that makes sense. Preserving and enhancing for a 20-year useful life, believe it or not, like we certainly have worked with folks that were really just trying to get, maybe 5 years or 10 years worth of improvements done, rather than having a longer vision. And locate new units into sustainable and living communities that meet the needs of the residents. Incorporate smart growth principles. Where's our little clicker? Recognizing that much of the portfolio will be addressed through rehab rather than new construction. And the reason for that is really predominantly financial. It costs a lot more money to, take down and replace units than to rehab them. and diversify the real estate portfolio in creative ways that support the extremely low-income units, maximize the use of existing resources, right? So, what we want to always make sure is that we are turning over every rock so that nothing goes underutilized. Reinvest the proceeds from the sale of housing authority properties in the replacement of units. Promote and support resident self-sufficiency. That's long been a goal of the agency. Seek creative partnership with other agencies, nonprofits, community groups, advisory boards, and private sector sponsors. And finally, generate developer fees, sales proceeds, and other revenues to SHRA that cover some of those associated costs. And that also helps that diversification target. So where are we now? Since 2008, SHRA has built toward that plan of updating and expanding the existing public housing. So SHARP was formed, creating the entity through which SHRA can gain experience and begin development of its properties. Since that time, SHARP has self-developed or co-developed over 1,100 units. And this sort of shows some of the different ways that that development has happened, right? So the formation of the nonprofit entity, right? So this is SHARP, and the mechanism, this is sort of the base of how SHRA can redevelop its properties. One of the reasons for forming a nonprofit entity is to provide an avenue for increased control by the agency, revenue potential through development fees and other revenue sources, and also gaining development experience that can be used for tax credit applications and other sort of funding applications, right? So there are several purposes of SHARP, and thus far it has really been kind of living up to that standard. Co-development with bridge housing, an example of that is Washington Plaza, Sutter View, and Sierra Vista. The Choice Neighborhoods Initiative projects, Mirasol Village, and self-development of RAD projects, RAD Pilot, Central City 1, RVP Group, and Auburn Falls.
So before we move off of the slide, one of the things that we really want to highlight is why we create the nonprofit entity. And across the country, this is very customary in almost all of our clients. And right now we have like 40 plus active public housing clients. And in all cases, they create a nonprofit entity to either become the GP or a separate entity to become the developer. And the reason for that is because they want to participate in all of the things that Nicole just spoke about, but also because they have a vested interest in the project. And when you do development strictly from a third-party process, you may sometimes lose that control. And so the nonprofit and setting up a nonprofit and creating this high level of experience that SHRA now has is beneficial because now they can do development on their own and they can receive all of those benefits that developers receive themselves. You see, we're building a house with the experience. I just want to highlight that.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
That's clever. I noticed that. So SHARP, okay, so that makes sense. So instead of teaming up with a private entity, a developer or something, this way SHRA maintains more control. Is SHARP independent of SHRA? What's the governing structure of this separate nonprofit?
It's an affiliate of the Housing Authority. So it does share board members. And please, thank you.
Yes,
I don't want to misspeak.
Yes, so SHARP is the nonprofit entity that we use as the kind of the structure. And the members of the SHARP board are appointed by the executive director of SHRA. That would be me. And it is a combination, the majority are our SHRA staff, but we also have outside expertise that sits on those boards. It could be someone who is very active in the development community. Sometimes it's been people who have had previous experience and have retired and come back and actually sit on this board. And this is not something new. In fact, this is the structure that we had to put in place to revitalize Phoenix Park. So Phoenix Park, if you recall, used to be Franklin Villa, and the agency came in, was able to acquire all those properties, but we had to have a nonprofit entity, which is called Norwood, and it was set up in that same way. So.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, but again, that's why this presentation is really helpful to me, because I'm seeing how some of these pieces work together that I didn't really understand before. But so the JPA, the governing body, doesn't have any direct role or direct role in appointing members to the governance structure of SHARP?
No.
Have we ever?
No. The executive director of the agency, even before my time, always appointed, but they maintain a majority. So that way you don't have a nonprofit entity that can start doing things that are inconsistent with the guiding principles and everything else that you have approved and laid out for us.
Okay, and I assume at the time that was probably approved by the JPA itself, that structure, that formation. Okay, Thank you.
So I'll follow up on that, just because first, thank you for the walk down memory lane. I was on the Planning Commission during the Phoenix Park. Because it says here, governing bodies retain oversight and approval power. What's that mean?
Because the Housing Authority has control over that entity, they are, as LaShalle just said, they maintain the same oversight as they would Housing Authority. And the reason why, I'll just give you a quick little anecdote, right? The reason for that is we have other housing authorities that set up a totally separate entity with a totally separate board. They did RAD, transferred all of their properties to the nonprofit, and then the nonprofit said, okay, so thank you very much, and now we're going to do our own thing. And so the housing authority essentially lost control over the assets that were theirs that they created this entity for. So I just want to...
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's just that this goes back to my original questioning of the governance model of the agency, in that, again, governing bodies retain oversight and approval power until Supervisor Hume questioned the questioned one of our projects and saw, on a line item that it appeared that we were paying ourselves. I didn't know that this existed, and I should. Maybe that's my negligence, but I think it's also an indication of these layers that we're not getting enough information. We're not playing the role that I think the governing body of a JPA should be playing. But yet, when it says we retain oversight, I can be, and I'm not going to speak for my members up here, but I can be accused then of not doing my job adequately, because I feel like I've had no oversight or approval over anything that this organization's ever done.
Well, I guess one of the things I really want to point out is that, SHARP, Norwood, which did Phoenix Park, Shasta, which did the SRO downtown, those are all tools. They're simply tools that we use to really carry out the bigger mission of SHRA in terms of providing affordable housing, increasing opportunities, and to really revitalize neighborhoods. So it's not a situation that those particular entities will or kind of have some shadow government or anything of that nature. They are the tools that we need to do the work that is laid out for our mission, and has been for decades, like I said, even before I came on board.
And I'd also just, one point, the part of the point of that statement that retaining the oversight and approval power is really
in contrast to, say, turning things over to a third-party developer, right, where the housing authority, however it's governed, right, has a lot less control over what happens on that site afterwards, right? So this is why a lot of our clients do use these entities to develop themselves so that they can maintain that control. Oh, all right, there.
Uh-oh. We went too far.
Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button.
Okay.
Doesn't work very well that way. Okay. So, since 2008, lots has happened. The Housing Authority Board of the City and County approved the Asset Repositioning Plan back in 2008, which was a comprehensive approach to help SHRA become fiscally self-sufficient through the development of real estate and disposition strategies. Since that time, SHRA has formed the nonprofit entity, SHARP, that we were just talking about, co-developed its first 3 Section 18 properties. Those are the ones with the high subsidy levels. Added 209 units to Mirasol Village through Choice Neighborhoods, disposed of 338 scattered site units under the Section 18 program. We talked about how it can be hard to unload units, but that program is in place to do that. Completed the first 3 RAD conversions with over 43 million in renovations across nearly 500 units, and identified nearly 200 units to be sold to individuals and families earning up to 80% of AMI, with 34 already sold to new homeowners. Highlighting some of the prior SHRA conversions, we have Washington Plaza, Sutterview, Sierra Vista, and the RAD pilot, which preserved 124 units, including county and city, with total development costs of $25 million and a rehab cost of $47,000 per unit.
Right. So this project was the first RAD project that SHRA did. It was a combination of city and county, and it was done on purpose, and it was very difficult because there were 6 different properties. But it was proof of concept, and it was successful because we were able to do upgrades. I think there was some developer fee that was earned, right? And we were able to rehab those and convert them. So that was definitely a good demonstration that SHRA can do preservation and preserve these public housing units with SHARP. So this was the first one in 2020. Next slide.
And be able to work on city and county properties, simultaneously, which is pretty amazing.
And then Central City 1 was the second. This was a tower, and that also included some capital funds to renovate the office space here. So that was also excellent. This had $75,000 per unit in upgrades, so it was a little bit higher in the scope of work that we had, and it was $66 million in total development costs. RVP Group, which were 3 properties. This also, right, the rehab costs went up yet again to $131,000 per unit. And this was in the city and had $131,000 per unit in upgrades. So again, it is, each year the upgrades get more expensive, but they also were able to really rehab more. So who do we serve? So now we've talked about all these projects that we've done. We've talked about, public housing in general, and now we're going to talk about the residents that we're actually serving. So in the city, there are 23 properties. You can see a map here, and in the county, there are 34. I don't think I need to go into more detail here. There's, about 1,200 units in the city, 23 properties and 6 portfolios. The HUD actually consider these 2 distinct housing authorities. So when you're looking on HUD's website, and they have tons of dashboards related to the status of both the city and the county and their properties, they're actually under 2 different numbers. So HUD thinks of them as 2 different housing authorities, even though they're managed as one. The county, go back. Sorry. The county has 540 units, 34 properties, and 3 different portfolios. And you can see the bedroom size makeup. So it looks like primarily family units to me.
What do you mean, I'm sorry, what do you mean by portfolios? Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the way that HUD looks at the properties, they are grouped geographically. And each geographic cluster of properties consists of an AMP, which is called an asset management. I think it's project, but in either case, that number indicates the cluster of buildings. So when we say 6 portfolios versus 3 portfolios, we mean clusters.
Who determines those geographical boundaries?
The Housing Authority did in like the 70s or something.
Well, there was the 70s, but we went to asset management, if you recall, in 2000.
Yeah, it's like 2000?
2002, 2003, somewhere around there. And so had switched and said, you now need to look at all of these properties as, as a kind of a grouping. And so you go through this process of looking at all the properties, which is really kind of challenging for us because we're spread out from Orangeville to Walnut Grove, as you can see. Mm-hmm. And then we report on them as a group. So for instance, Marina Vista is a good one. That's a very huge one. Marina Vista plus maybe 2 other properties is considered an AMP. But we didn't want to just put AMP up there because what does that mean? And so we refer to them as just portfolios.
Okay, thank you.
AMP is what happens when the sharp isn't so rad, apparently.
That's right. Oh my God, that was a great one. That was a great one. Okay, so population served. So we serve almost 2,000 units, and really we're trying to serve 50% of AMI or below, right? And there's a priority for folks that are 30% of AMI, which totally makes sense, right? So 40% of the units have a disabled family member. 14 units are above 62 years old. 39% of households have children that are 17 or younger. And then who's on the waiting list, right? So it's not just who we serve, but it's providing access to folks that need the housing. And so 29.6% of folks that are on your wait list are experiencing homelessness. 6.6 are requesting a mobility accessible unit. That's really important because all of the units, all of the projects that we preserve through RAD have a very specific mobility and accessibility unit count. And so the fact that you have folks that are on your wait list that need that is really important because you're building to serve that population. Similarly to the 6% that are requesting vision and hearing accessible units. Okay, so cost effectiveness of preservation. Nicole talked about this earlier, way ahead of the slide. And she said, look, like, we're really not in the business of new construction because we are constrained by money, right? So if you're looking at RVP Group and the average rehab cost of the 2022 CTEC awardees, kind of in the same bucket, right? We're in the ballpark. If you look at the average new construction cost, it's, north of $250,000 a unit. That is way higher than the $131,000 that you're paying to rehab your units. What that says to me is that your units were actually built in a way that the bones are still good, and so we can rehab them at a relatively low cost, which is certainly more cost effective than spending $265,000.
And this is a policy choice, too, I'll point out, that was part of what SHRA, decided back in 2008 after looking at, hey, how far can our money go if we were going to do replacement and do new construction versus how far will our money go if we do preservation. And so that is part of, the reason behind the focus on preservation.
Okay, I've got a couple board members chiming in, but I want to just ask one quick question, and that's so these are just hard construction costs. I mean, this is no acquisition or anything. Okay.
Just the rehab cost.
Right. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Can you go back to the last slide, the population served?
Yeah.
How do we compare, or compare ourselves, and this, we were talking about this a little bit in the repositioned assets versus non-repositioned assets, and kind of our successes, our outcomes. How do we compare with other housing authorities in terms of outcomes, in terms of, folks transitioning out of one of our SHRA programs out of poverty? How would I go and measure, if I were going to kind of look and compare different housing authorities, how would I measure us up against them? Where would I see that? Lachelle, help me understand how we measure ourselves, measure our success, and how we compare to others.
I think that we could definitely have information and data about our FSS, our family self-sufficiency programs, because that's a typical program across all housing authorities, and we all report out on that. However, just, in full disclosure, it's such a small subset of who we actually serve and who participate on that program. But that's a good way to see across other housing authorities. And I know that you guys work with a lot of other housing authorities. I don't know if you run across any other type of data. But you also have to remember that we serve a lot of seniors. And that's why we focused on all of those elderly high-rises downtown because of their age. And also, those are individuals that are not, when they move in, they're with us.
That's it,
until.
right, sure. Sure. No, I understand that. I'm just kind of struggling with, just kind of comparing. I mean, whatever service we provide, whether it's a homeless service or anything we do in the county, I always like to see kind of how we stack up, with comparable programs in other locations. So,
yes,
thank you.
But that is information that we could easily access because everyone has to report out.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to limit my questions for when somebody else keys in to stop the flow of things. I apologize if I missed it on the previous slide when there was discussion about the formation of SHARP and retaining control of that to these bodies and all of that. So I want to go back to that. You don't have to go back to the slide. Just simply whatever's rattling around up there will suffice. But so in forming SHARP, was that a new 501c3? Is it a true nonprofit organization under the tax code? Who are its board of directors and or the principal staff? Is it the same as SHRA?
Yes, so the principal staff, the majority are staff of SHRA. So you may have our director of finance. I sit actually on like the Norwood board.
Okay.
And then we also have like our director of real estate and construction. So those are the typical people who are sitting on those boards. And then an additional, because there's usually about 5 people who sit on the board, additional 2 outside individuals. And they could be just private, well, not private, but nonprofit developers who have done a lot of work in this particular area and have a lot of expertise and things that they bring to the table as well.
And I think I heard, you say that you appoint to that board?
Correct.
Or to those boards?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question I have is in a previous discussion about the RAD program, there was mention that a certain number of units are offline awaiting repositioning. How many units is that?
I don't believe that you have a, well, let me ask this question differently. I'm not sure if you're asking about like a Faircloth amount. So there are a number of vouchers.
What amount?
Wait, before you go into Faircloth.
Yeah, sorry. So can you ask the question again?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm answering the right question.
I don't know. Maybe I'm intrigued by what Faircloth is now.
So the housing authority has units, right, that are not activated, that are sitting on the shelf, kind of, when you say awaiting transfer, I want to make sure that
I think what I hear you say, Supervisor Hume, is the ones that Supervisor Kennedy was talking about in terms of units that are offline. I think that is what you're talking about.
Okay,
Faircloth, just full transparency, is are units that were public housing units, but after 1999, we could no longer create public housing units. So we couldn't go and build a public housing unit to this day.
Okay.
And so there's an accounting of those units that have been lost that each housing authority has, and it's called Faircloth.
Okay.
So
I was asking about the first group.
exactly. So in the first group, to just back up a little bit higher, is our goal as a part of the asset repositioning that the board adopted is to transition the entire portfolio. So that's what we're systematically going through. And so when you look at the one page where there were, how many, 500 and some odd units that were left,
Yeah.
then we are going through all of those, and they will transition to this new RAD entity that provides a level of funding that we need for its long-term viability. Does that answer your question?
It's getting me close
Okay.
enough for now.
And then within those particular developments, there will be some that are offline. And see, that's kind of the trick here is as we're moving through, in fact, Auburn Falls, the next one that you'll see where I think 3 of the 5 are in District 3 and 2 are in District 4. There are units already that are in such bad condition, they are totally offline. And so when RAD comes in, we're going to be able to do the heavy rehabilitation work that is needed, where we have to leverage outside resources because we can't do it out of the money that HUD is giving us.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to break in here for a second due to the fact that we're going to reach maximum capacity of the board to comprehend anything, which was probably about 10 a.m. this morning, actually. I'm going to be entertaining a motion when it's appropriate to continue the next item to the 24th. I apologize to those of you who are here for that, but no decision gets made that is good when you're talking to a bunch of tired people.
I should continue.
Yes.
Okay. 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 So the cost of affordable housing development. So earlier, Christine was talking about how projects are financed, and I just want to talk through this a little bit more because there's a difference between kind of doing this under the RAD program and with HUD and LIHTC requirements versus not. And so we just wanted to spend a couple minutes kind of talking through what those would be. So you have this, private development where you have land acquisition and building acquisition and construction costs, maybe some developer fee, maybe some financing fees, but really that's a pretty lean uses. And then you add on costs because we have all these HUD requirements. So we have to do, we have to take the property out of public housing and into this new program that requires an ownership change. We have additional environmental reviews, third-party reports, consultants, tenant relocation, and Davis-Bacon requirements, which increase both the soft costs and the construction costs. And then if you add on LIHTC, you're also adding 2 other people, technically, 2 other parties in all of their due diligence and all of their legal fees and all of their requirements related to, purchasing of the tax credits and making sure that those buildings are also up to their standards. So, with those 3, we're just trying to show that there's a layered approach here, which is why this development and these costs would be higher than they would if you were just to construct them in a private manner. We're almost done.
All right, looking ahead. So after addressing housing needs for the vulnerable populations in the city portfolio, SHRA has turned its focus toward the high-need, low-resource properties, mostly located in the county. We're in the pre-development planning stages of the 4th RAD conversion, Auburn Falls, currently, and then repositioning all the remaining public housing units through rehab and new construction using the various tools that we've talked through. So the approach overall, right, is, and we've tied this to the
Guiding principles?
Guiding principles, right? So for no net loss of affordable units, the approach is, replacement of public housing to public project-based vouchers, right? So we're not eliminating any units, we're converting them ideally to a higher, more stable funding platform and generating more revenue and being able to borrow against our operating revenue, which we're not able to do for public housing. Decreased reliance on federal funding is helped through the creation of SHARP to leverage HUD tools and access private funding, grants, and local subsidies. Preserve and enhance the existing stock. We're working towards that by continuing to rehab the portfolio through RAD Section 18 and the other tools. Locating new units in sustainable and livable communities by identifying existing parcels with the potential for new construction. Incorporating smart growth principles with scopes of work that reflect resident needs and energy efficiency where available. Diversifying the real estate portfolio by implementing new construction at existing properties where zoning and financing can support that. Maximizing the utilization of existing resources. Again, we talked about leaving no stone unturned, leveraging all the existing subsidy and optimizing property management to maximum investment in the SHRA properties, and reinvesting proceeds from the sale of housing authority properties. So using earned developer fees and acquisition proceeds to finance future development and fund development and asset management staffing. And promoting and supporting resident self-sufficiency through partners with resident service providers with an emphasis on resident engagement throughout the conversion process. Seeking partnerships with other agencies by leveraging private resources through the sale of tax credits to invest in property development. And finally, generating revenues so that SHRA can cover the associated costs. Again, back to SHARP. SHARP is receiving developer fee, HACS and HACOS receiving management fee and acquisition proceeds where available.
Next steps. All right, so what are the next steps? So we're going to apply for current funding opportunities. In particular, we're looking at green funding. There's been a lot of talk about green funding sort of across the country. We're going to try to get as much funding as we can so that you guys have more money to make your units more sustainable. So, there's some ease of the application, benefits to financing, and some cost of compliance, because if you're going to put in green infrastructure, we should probably make sure that we know what we're getting out of that. Identifying new construction, so, potentially consolidating housing at newly constructed properties. So this is like a different type of strategy that we're looking into right now to change the affordability mix. We would need to change some zoning. We definitely would need LIHTC layered into the work that we were doing for new construction. And then develop a timeline for the remaining sites, right? So we want to renovate the remaining properties, as Lachelle said. We're trying to get out of the business of public housing and transition everything over to the Section 8 platform. And so we've been doing a number of analysis related to financial feasibility and timing of when to do that. Part of that is capacity to handle multiple projects, right? So we've been really successful. We're on our fourth, as if I'm part of your family, but SHRA has done, right, we're on our fourth deal on RAD. So since 2020, we have been super successful. I can tell you across the country, there are not a lot of housing authorities with a staff as small as theirs that have been able to self-develop these properties successfully in a short period of time. So, they are doing a great job in comparison to other housing authorities across the country. And, to continue to do that will require additional capacity if we wanted to speed up the process. And that kind of concludes our presentation. Last slide. Thank you so much for having us. Do you have any other questions?
Any more questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, do we have any public comment?
We do have some public comments. We have 4.
Thank you.
Darren?
Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy, members of the board. Darren Bobrowski with USA Properties Fund. USA Properties is a 44-year-old affordable housing developer based in Roseville. We are a vertically integrated company. That means that we develop, construct, and manage all the properties that we develop. We have developed over 100 affordable housing properties containing over 15,000 units in California, including 27 properties containing 3,500 units in the Sacramento area, including the city and county. Developing any housing in California can be very challenging, and layering affordable housing finance significantly increases the complexity of developing housing. Due to the complexity of affordable housing finance, it is really important to have partners that understand the challenges of affordable housing. Often, affordable housing projects need to obtain funding from a variety of local funding sources to make a project feasible, including subsidy loans, fee waivers and deferrals, and housing choice vouchers. USA Properties works with local governments throughout the state to develop affordable housing. And so we see a variety of different staff levels throughout the state, throughout of sophistication capabilities of these staff that understand the complexity of this financing. The most successful partnerships we see and projects are the ones where agency staff has a thorough understanding of affordable housing finance so that they are a partner at the table to help solve the challenges which inevitably arise. We frequently work in jurisdictions where we have to obtain financing commitments from various funding sources. This creates complexity and often time and cost to the project. USA Properties has been partnering with SHRA for over 25 years, and they are one of the agencies that rise to the top. Their knowledge and their resources that they bring to the project help create a partnership to create successful projects. I have to say that SHRA is not always the easiest to work with, from a developer's perspective, as they have a broad understanding of affordable finance and they are not pushovers and have a well thought out policies and procedures. We appreciate the partnership that USA has had with SHRA and the leadership provided by Lachelle Dozier and her predecessor, Ann Moore, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Catherine McFadden.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine McFadden, and I'm the Vice President of Jamboree Housing Corporation. I'm in Northern California, here in Sacramento. Jamboree is one of the largest nonprofit affordable housing developers in California, and we have over 10,000 residents in over 50 cities that call Jamboree property home. Over Jamboree's 34-year history, we have the privilege of partnering with many public agencies throughout the state to build high-quality, affordable housing. In none of those cities and counties is it easy to do what we do. In some of them, it's nearly impossible. In the current affordable housing world, even the simplest, trouble-free projects are complex. To stay productive and effective, Jamboree relies on partnerships like SHRA for their expertise, experience, and resources to make the difficult possible. Jamboree is accustomed to navigating bureaucracy and overcoming hurdles that can slow down housing production or even stop good projects from becoming a reality. With SHRA, that is never a concern. Jamboree has partnered with SHRA on a wide array of projects for over 20 years. Through the Hotel Berry project in downtown Sacramento, Jamboree experienced firsthand how SHRA's structure minimizes confusion and decision-making paralysis. The SHRA one-stop shop model not only creates efficiencies, but also consolidates some of the most sophisticated housing experts in the state into a single agency, all working in unison. The clarity of priorities allows Jamboree to address issues that arise seamlessly and enables the county to tackle complex projects that might be too challenging for an agency with less sophistication. Without SHRA's partnership, our Saybrook and Vista Nueva projects would not have met their goals. The extraordinarily complex Saybrook project, initially troubled and needing significant flexibility, faced even greater challenges during construction. This required additional resources and expert navigation through public and private agencies. Similarly, the Vista Nueva Homekey project, with its innovative approach, needed a resource-rich and strategic partner to effectively manage challenges to meet tight completion and occupancy deadlines. Jamboree is immensely grateful for our partnership with SHRA and looks forward to bringing much-needed affordable housing to Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Karanko?
Good afternoon, Chairman Kennedy and members of the board. Just for starters, my handwriting must have been horrible on my card, but that's Ciraulo, C-I-R-A-U-L-O. So I'm Rich Ciraulo, Regent. I'm sorry?
I said that's a weird way to spell it.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's what you do, what happens when you're writing kind of in the air. So I'm Regional Director of Housing Development for Mercy Housing out of our Sacramento office. Mercy Housing is a mission-based, non-for-profit with offices. We're actually a national developer, but here our presence in California, offices in Sacramento, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. We're both a developer, owner, a property manager, and service provider for all of the housing that we develop. And so actually in Sacramento, we've been here for over 40 years. Our presence prior as Rural California Housing Corporation when we then merged with Mercy Charities and became Mercy Housing California. So we have a long-standing history of serving the community here. We work on family housing, senior housing, and permanent supportive housing. And our partnership with SHRA has been long-standing and very much appreciated. Essentially, our world is very complex. You've heard both from the presentation and from my other compatriots, the different levels and the different sort of requirements and regulations that all have to play nice with each other. And so having a partner like SHRA that both understands and has their own policies in alignment with all of that allows a very complicated process to move forward in at least a little bit better manner than sometimes we experience in other communities. So it offers a certain level of certainty that is sometimes lacking in some of those other areas. I had some other points that I think some of my other the folks before me addressed, and so I think what I would just emphasize is some of the transparency to the development community in terms of the 2 rounds of funding that are timed to our other funding sources, and such that, again, because of the competitive nature of that funding, having that aligned works well. Looks like I'm out of my time. Yep. And then just some of the other things around the loan terms and just some of the nitty-gritty stuff that gets incorporated into making our stuff work. Again, a lot of gratitude in terms of having a partner that understands the process and allows us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Desmond.
Mr. Chair, I just want to recognize it's nice to see a high school classmate come speak before us. Good to see you, Rich.
Antonio Bermudez.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonio Bermudez, and I appreciate you spelling my name correctly. Doesn't often happen. I work for a company called McCormick Barron Salazar. We are a for-profit national developer. We're based in St. Louis. We do primarily mixed income, mixed finance redevelopments of public housing sites. We've been in existence for 50 years. I've worked here for 20 years. Wanted to save the world coming out of grad school, and I'm doing it, building affordable housing. The history of the company really was based on our history working with HUD and, again, redevelopment of public housing sites under the Hope 6 program. The mission of the company is to transform communities and empower our residents. That opportunity brought us here to Sacramento to partner with SHRA for the Twin Rivers public housing site. The Twin Rivers public housing site, now known as Marisol Village, is over 400 units. of mixed income housing, replacing the 218 units of public housing that was existing. As you heard from the presentation, what we do is it's a very complex process, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. We started the process with SHRA back in 2011 during for the outreach process. In 2015, we were awarded the CNI grant in partnership with SHRA, and it looks like we should be done with our construction by the end of next year. So that 10-year process really has been an effort of starting the early outreach, again, a lot of the complexity, but really our developments are results-based, and you see that in the residents that live there now, so we're very proud of those properties. My last point is I just wanted to, over the 50 years of our existence, we worked with a lot of housing authorities across the country, from Syracuse to St. Louis to Minneapolis, San Francisco, and here in Sacramento. I really want to commend Lachelle Dozier and her staff. They've been excellent to work with, one of the best housing authorities that we've ever worked with across the country. That's from my personal standpoint. But again, I just want to commend her and her staff for the passion and the commitment to the residents here in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last public comment? Okay. Is any more board discussion? All right, then. This is a receive and file. Thank you all very much for all the work that went into the presentation. Mr. Cerna.
So as you alluded to, Mr. Chair, point of order in terms of the balance of today, regrettably, I think as you correctly identified, we are a bit worn as a body. Yes. So I would move and suggest that we reschedule the last item.
And we do have time on the calendar for September. I'll second that. We have time on the calendar for September 24th. While we have a motion and a second on the table, I believe Supervisor Hume has something he'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, just clarification that the continuance is for the original item
Number 56,
as well as item 40.
No, item 40 needs to go today. Okay.
All right. In that case, I would just like to say that I do have the PowerPoint. I won't be here on the 24th, but I have the PowerPoint for the item. I can't promise that I'll watch the spirited discussion from the dais, which I found today to be very elucidating. And so I may rely on a future individual briefing to be brought up to speed on that. But if we're going to go ahead and hear item 40, I'll reserve the rest of my comments for that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next item, please. Oh, did we vote?
We do, and then I know the person might still be here in the room, but they signed up to speak, and I know the item is continued, but I just wanted to. Kyle? Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know that was a lady. Okay.
We already have a motion and a second.
Oh,
we just need to vote.
I lost my train of thought.
Clerk's tired too.
Unanimous vote. Okay, so now we're back on item 40. This was held from consent. Authority to apply for and accept funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development for the 2024 Local Housing Trust Fund Program in an amount not to exceed $5 million.
Good afternoon, Board. I think that title just about covers it, what's in this late time. This is authorization for us to apply for up to $5 million to the state of California for matching funds of our local housing trust fund and affordable housing funds. If successful, which we have been over the last several years, it'll come in as a one-for-one match, and we'll bring all projects before you for approval.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead and move the item if there's no public comment, but I did just want to make one statement, and that is that I believe the source of the matching portion of these funds originated from the county. Is that right? From our housing trust fund and
Correct. The state requires that there be a local fund, so you can't use federal or state, so it has to be local. So the source is the affordable housing or the housing trust funds that are generated through commercial and residential development fees that are then remitted to SHRA to put into affordable housing.
So absolutely support applying for these funds. I think it would be ridiculous to leave matching funds on the table if the state's willing to put them forward. But I look forward to working together on how those funds get deployed. I know there may be a little bit of a disconnect on whether SHRA gets to determine how they get to used to provide affordable housing. And I know that we have some ideas and some shortfalls within our own agency and some priorities that maybe this board has. So I look forward to working together collaboratively on the deployment of those funds should we be successful.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have no public comments.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
So for your nominations, item 57, you're continuing to September 24th, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to October 8th, the Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Developmental Disabilities Planning Advisory Council, the Disability Advisory Commission, Galt Arno Cemetery District, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, Sacramento County Youth Commission, and continuing to October 22nd, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Building Board of Appeals, Maternal Child and Adolescent Health Board, Mission Oaks Recreation and Park District, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Sylvan Cemetery District, and the Vineyard Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, Adult and Aging Commission.
Yes, nominate Sari Tatpaporn. And if you're watching, sorry, I apologize for that.
Oh, okay. And do you want to continue the remainder to
Continue the
September?
remainder to September 24th.
Thank you. Children's Coalition.
Nominate Sidra Ahmed and continue the rest to October 22nd.
Okay. Equal Employment Opportunity.
Nominate Monica Mejia and continue the remainder till October 22nd.
North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Cerna.
I apologize, I do not have a vote sheet, so give me a date and,
Would you like to continue to October 22nd?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And District Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to October 22nd.
Thank you. Public Health Advisory Board.
Nominate Stacy Anderson and continue the rest to October 8th.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to October 22nd.
Thank you. Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board.
Nominate Kiara Yates.
Thank you. Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Nominate Robert Youngren.
And Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Mr. Desmond.
Please continue to October 8th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Mental Health Board.
Please continue to October 22nd.
And Sunrise Recreation and Park District, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to October 22nd.
Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
Thank you. Next item is item 58, which is county executive comments.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. It's been a long day. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize something that we've been doing. We've been working, your team has been working on the Cultural Excellence Initiative, formerly known as Culture Change Committee, continuing to move those things forward. We recently had what we call a valued campaign nomination ceremony here in the board chambers in August. And our goal was to identify and recognize employees who had the behaviors of our core values, and this particular core value was diversity and inclusion. So we're looking for our employees to nominate their peers for those who had values of valuing and embracing diverse experiences, fostering work engagement where everyone feels empowered to speak up without fear, actively seeking out and considering other perspectives. It was a great experience. We had about 75 employees here in the chambers. We had a great experience. We had a couple of pictures. I'd like to share at least one photo with you. And you can see on the top right our most distinguished guest there, Mr. DeFonte, and Matt was here earlier, but we had a great time recognizing these employees for their excellence in their work and as it relates to diversity and inclusion. Our next one will be doing our core value, which is PRIDE, is our acronym for our core values, which is excellence, and that one will be taking place in about another couple of months. We'll have that experience for everybody to have. Also, just as a reminder, we're having the employee recognition event, or employee event with the soccer team here in town, FC Republic, on Saturday. You're all welcome to come. If you haven't had a chance to get tickets, please let me know and I can help you get those tickets. And then the last thing, just thank you for your attention today. We had some pretty heavy, meaty items today. This is one we haven't done till 5:15 in the evening for quite some time, and I appreciate all the input you have. The last thing I would just add is I would like to continue closed session afterwards, if I could have a couple minutes of your time. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, board comments, reports, announcements. Hearing and seeing none, we will adjourn, and we will adjourn after Supervisor Desmond takes the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate
Sorry about
it.
that.
No, that's all right. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to adjourn today in memory of Ryan Allen Fleener, who suddenly and tragically passed away on August 5th, 2024 in Orangevale, California, at just 51 years old. Born on November 14, 1972 in Sacramento, Ryan was a respected entrepreneur and deeply involved in community service and support. He founded Ryan's Handyman Services, Higher Purpose, the Event Foundation, Drunk Squad, and NorCal Clean and Sober Living, dedicating much of his life to improving the lives of others. Ryan was part of the SAC-YPAA committee that brought together all California young people of Alcoholics Anonymous. He was also proudly involved in the Sterling Institute of Relationships, where he learned so much about how to show up for the people in his life. Ryan was a proud Sierra College alum and was actively involved in Pathway Fellowship. His personal motto, trust God, clean house, and help others, reflected his dedication to service and his deep faith. Ryan's impact on his community was profound, and his legacy of kindness and dedication will continue to inspire and live on forever in the hearts of his family and friends. He is survived by Ashley Fleener, Cheryl Marquette, Michael Marquette, Renee Fleener, Nicole Marquette, Roger Fleener, Linda Fleener, and Calvin Coates, and many, many dear friends who loved him. He was also preceded in death by Roger Fleener Sr. Mr. Chair, I ask that today we adjourn in memory of Ryan Fleener.
And with that, we will adjourn in the memory of Ryan Allen Fleener. Thank you.